In Soul Society, I just want to retire. Chapter 1, Yupin. Ding, congratulations to the host for activating the retirement pension system. This system will be officially activated after the host retires. It is currently a trial version, 2.0 revised version. Yamabuki Datang wanted to delete his account and start over after hearing the voice in his head. System. Yes, dear. How old do you think I am this year? 18. Then you let me retire before activating the system. Yamabuki Datang cursed. Dear, don't be excited. This is to cultivate your sentiment. When you have experienced the changes of the world, the lead and the moon, the plumness is washed away, and you are round and satisfied, and you see through the world, the official version of this system will naturally start. Okay, you have a lot of words, and you are right. But can you help me kill those hollows behind first? Yamabuki Datang shouted. There were more than a dozen hollows behind him chasing him desperately. 3 days ago, Yamabuki Datang accidentally traveled to this place called Soul Society. As a traveler, Yamabuki Datang knew that this world was very dangerous. There was Aizen's chaos in front and Waiwaka's destruction in the back. If you want to survive, you must strengthen your strength as much as possible. The easiest way to become stronger is to join the 13 court guards and become one of them. With his familiarity with the plot, it is still pretty good to be a chief officer. But he had just arrived and was unfamiliar with the place, so he could only ask people in Rukonga little by little. But no one in Rukonga had heard the name of the 13 court guards. There was no other way, he could only go on his own to find the Godii 13. Then he met the hollow. Host, don't panic. You can draw your Zanpakuto and fight the hollow, or you can convert the excess spiritual pressure into Kido to attack. Young people should not think of relying on others for everything. Yamabuki Datang looked at his empty hands, and then felt his own pitifully weak spiritual pressure. Hehe, it was really good advice. By the way, in order to allow the host to survive in the chaotic Soul Society, this system is merciful and sends a novice gift package. Please check it. Why don't you take it out earlier? Use it quickly. The novice gift package has been used, and the title, The Child of Destiny, has been obtained. Obtain a Zanpakuto. Obtain Mastery of Swordsmanship. Obtain Instant Step. Obtain Vice Captain level Spiritual Pressure. The Child of Destiny. As the Child of Destiny, the protagonist can break the race limiter and grow unlimitedly. The trial version of this system ends here. If you want to unlock more functions, see you after retirement. Run away? Yamabuki Datang hurriedly drew out his Zanpakuto, turned around, and instantly stabbed his Zanpakuto into the mask of a hollow. The group of hollows chasing Yamabuki Datang were somewhat at a loss when they saw that the little sheep just now suddenly turned into a big black bull. However, most of the hollows have no IQ. They only act according to their body's instincts and rush over madly again. After mastering the swordsmanship, Yamabuki Datang felt that the sword in his hand had merged with himself and moved as he wished. When the hollows in front of him moved, all kinds of flaws were in front of him. With a flick of his hand, the second hollow was killed. Humph! The attack and defense changed. Yamabuki Datang exuded a strong spiritual pressure all over his body, approaching these hollows step by step, but what Yamabuki Datang could not have imagined was that several hollows felt scared and turned around to open their black chambers and escape. Hollows with intelligence often evolve to a higher level, while these hollows without intelligence and only act according to instinct rushed over again heartlessly. The vice captain's spiritual pressure, it was already very powerful for most of the Shinigami and hollows. In less than 5 minutes, all the hollows were killed. Yamabuki Datang also wiped his sweat. No wonder every time traveler hopes to have a golden finger. It is really powerful. It was already late at this time. Yamabuki Datang found a cave of moderate size and planned to spend the night in it. Every time at this time, Yamabuki Datang began to miss the soft bed at home and the game that he had not yet completed. Just when Yamabuki Datang was about to find some hay as a mattress, a person suddenly appeared at the entrance of the cave and stared at him. Yamabuki Datang's heart tightened. You know, the security of Rukonga is very chaotic. Murder and robbery are common. Driven by instinct, he pressed the hilt of the sword at his waist and looked at the person in front of him carefully. This is a middle-aged man, who looks about 40 years old, dressed like a samurai, and has a zanpakuto on his waist. It's not the uniform of the Godai 13. Did this person pick up his zanpakuto? Yamabuki Datang secretly guessed. The middle-aged man said, "Don't be nervous. I have no hostility. I just saw your fight. You are a good strong man. Do you want to join my organization?" Yamabuki Datang, I refuse. Please leave here immediately. What a joke. I want to join the 13th Squadron. Why would I leave with someone like you who is unclear? As we all know, if you want to retire, you must have a good unit. The only formal unit in Seoul society is the Seoul Court. No matter what method you use, entering the Seoul Court first is the most important. The middle-aged man not only did not leave, but also sat down cross-legged. Brother, are you so familiar? Didn't you see that I was about to draw my sword? I have a dream. The middle-aged man said. Talking to me about dreams? Is your brain broken? Do you think this is a job recruitment in the 21st century? Look, the Seoul society is in chaos now. This situation must be suppressed by extreme means. I need manpower now. The middle-aged man said as if no one was around. Okay, if you don't leave, I'll leave. I don't want this place anymore. I don't want to hear you nagging here. In order to suppress the chaos, I plan to set up a killer organization. Young man, how about joining me? The middle-aged man asked. Yamabuki Datang had a blank expression on his face. I refuse. As he said that, Yamabuki Datang carefully walked around the middle-aged man and prepared to leave the cave. The middle-aged man saw that Yamabuki Datang's attitude was so resolute, and there was a trace of loneliness in his eyes. He whispered, originally, I gave this killer organization a very nice name, called the Godai 13, but now it seems. Yamabuki Datang, who had already walked halfway, came directly to the middle-aged man with a flash step and asked in surprise. What is the name of the organization you said you were going to set up just now? Godai 13. What's wrong? The middle-aged man asked. Yamabuki Datang thought of a possibility and asked carefully, what's your surname? No need to be Yamamoto, Yamamoto Shigakuni. Yamamoto Shigakuni? The Godai 13 was established? Damn! 1,000 years ago. Ask me the question you just asked me again. Yamabuki Datang said excitedly. Yamamoto looked at Yamabuki Datang strangely. Are you willing to join the killer organization I founded? I am willing. Why are you willing this time? Because this name has style. Chapter 2, Godai 13, established. Now, Yamabuki Datang and Yamamoto are sitting there roasting sweet potatoes. All things in the world return to dust, Ryujin Jaka. Hey! Yamamoto skillfully inserted 2 sweet potatoes into Ryujin Jaka. After the Zanpakuto was released, a faint flame floated on Ryujin Jaka, and the cave was filled with the aroma of roasted sweet potatoes. This ability is too convenient. A must-have for home and travel. Since I have joined the organization, can you let me retire now? This matter is very important to me. Yamabuki Datang got straight to the point. However, there was no such word as retirement 1,000 years ago. Yamamoto was curious, what does retirement mean? It means just taking money without working. That's impossible. Yamamoto rejected Yamabuki Datang mercilessly. He finally managed to fool someone, and he still wanted to just take money without working? Do you think I look rich? If I had money, would I roast sweet potatoes with you here? I also know that it's a bit inappropriate to retire right after working. So, how about this, can you introduce the current members of the Godi 13? Yamabuki Datang said. The first anime he came into contact with was Bleach, and he was very familiar with the plot of Bleach, but the timeline suddenly turned to 1,000 years ago, which made him a little uncomfortable. What major events happened 1,000 years ago? The Godi 13 was established. The first generation of the Godi 13 was the most powerful, followed by a fierce battle between the Quincy's and the Bleach. The omniscient and omnipotent Yuhabok vs the sword demon Yamamoto Genri Yusai Shigakuni, and Yuhabok was severely injured by Yamamoto at his peak and fell into a coma for 1,000 years. In other words, as long as I join the Godi 13, I will win without any effort? Although winning without any effort does not give me a sense of accomplishment, I like it. When Yamamoto heard Yamabuki Dita's question, he pointed a finger at himself and then at Yamabuki Dita. At present, our manpower has doubled, from 1 to 2. I believe that more people will join the Godi 13 in the future. Are you always trying to get something for nothing? Yamamoto continued, in the conception, there are 13 captains in the Godi 13, you can pick any one. Yamabuki Datang raised his lips and gave me the position of captain directly. You are so generous. However, don't forget what my ultimate goal is. I am doing this to retire. It won't be long before YWAC will come with the extermination division. As the captain of the Godi 13, I will definitely be on the front line. They are a bunch of complete lunatics. I still want to keep my life and get a salary. I don't want to go crazy with you. Forget the captain. I'll be your deputy captain. Yamabuki Datang said. Deputy captain. Yamamoto was stunned. Maybe he didn't have this setting in his conception. It means that every captain has a deputy who can give orders on behalf of the captain when the captain is not there. Well. Not bad, since you said so, then you can be my deputy captain first. The sweet potatoes are baked, let's eat together. After eating, we have important things to do. Yamamoto threw a baked sweet potato over. These days, Yamabuki Datang has been relying on absorbing the spirits around to replenish his physical strength. Today, he finally got a bite to eat. Life with an organization is really great. Where are we going after we finish eating? Yamabuki Datang asked. Keep pulling people. I already have the next target. After eating, let's go to the Lingting. Yamamoto said. When he heard that he was going to the Lingting, Yamabuki Datang immediately became energetic and ate all the sweet potatoes in 3 or 2 bites. Seeing that Yamabuki Datang was eating so deliciously, Yamamoto gave him his sweet potato. You haven't eaten for a long time, right? Eat more and eat until you are full. Yamamoto said. Yamabuki Datang was slightly moved in his heart. This old man was quite good to his subordinates, and he was a big guy, and 1 sweet potato was indeed not enough to fill him up. Then I won't be polite. After eating and drinking, the two set out on the road to the Osling court. 30 minutes later, the two arrived at the Osling court. Yamabuki Datang never thought that the Osling court was so close, but he couldn't find the way to the Osling court. The Osling court at this time was very different from 1,000 years later. The Osling court 1,000 years later was surrounded by a circle of high walls, and there was a strong barrier above to prevent enemies from breaking in. And where are the high walls now? You can see inside at a glance, and occasionally you can see teams of guards with swords patrolling around. According to Yamamoto's explanation, they are the guards of the nobles, specially used to protect the safety of the nobles. Of course, even if they are all nobles, there are differences. The 5 nobles live in the center of the Seoul court. The lower the status, the farther they live. If a riot occurs, these lower-class nobles must sacrifice their lives to protect the upper-class nobles, otherwise their noble status will be stripped away. Looking at the prosperous Seoul court, and then looking back at the refugee like Rukonga, Yamabuki Ditang sneered. He knew what kind of character these nobles were, and they were all a bunch of garbage. Of course, they can't all be killed with one stick. The garbage here mainly refers to the Tsuneyashiro family. As for the other nobles, they have more or less produced a few heroes. For example, Byakuya of the Kukaki family, Yoryuaki of the Shihoran family, Ichigo of Shiba. Only this Tsuneyashiro family is complete garbage. Although it is not scary, it is disgusting. Is it okay for us to go in like this? Won't they draw their swords and chop us? Yamabuki Ditang asked. What are you afraid of with me here? Let's go. Yamamoto and Yamabuki Ditang swaggered in. They were stopped before they had walked 10 steps. What are you doing? Stop. The lowly people of Rukonga still want to enter the spirit court? Get out of here immediately, or I'll chop you off. A noble guard drew his sword and shouted. Yamamoto said lightly, Yamabuki, as the boss, I can't do everything myself, so I'll leave this matter to you. Go. Yamabuki Ditang had a black question mark on his face. So the way you said was to just fight in? And you want me to fight in? Is it really okay to follow such a boss? If it wasn't for my retirement, I would run away now. But with my current strength, it should be no problem to deal with these minions, right? Yamabuki Ditang stepped forward, and the spiritual pressure on his body exploded instantly. Spiritual pressure, spiritual pressure. When a low spiritual pressure god faces a high spiritual pressure god, he will feel a great pressure, just like an ordinary pirate facing the domineering color. Even if old man Yamamoto doesn't take action, he can make the vice-captain level god of death lose his combat effectiveness, and for the team members of Tong, the vice-captain is already an insurmountable peak. So facing the vice-captain level spiritual pressure burst out by Yamabuki Ditang, these ordinary thugs fell to the ground in a mess. Chapter 3, Shifunjai Yuan Kyunri. Yamamoto nodded very satisfied. This is the demeanor of a boss. He has few younger brothers and has to do everything by himself. How can he show his status? However, although Yamabuki Ditang knocked down a team of people, another team came soon. These guards exist to protect the nobles. If something happens to those noble masters, they can't escape the blame. At the least, they lose their jobs, and at the worst, they lose their lives. There are more and more people? How about we run away? Yamabuki Ditang felt a little guilty. Although the Godai 13 had not been established during this period, there were definitely many ruthless people in Seoul society. Otherwise, how did the first Godai 13 defeat Waiwak? The system 1,000 years ago was not as perfect as that of later generations. There was no distinction between captain and vice-captain, but if a ruthless person really popped out, he would definitely not be able to handle it. Just when Yamabuki Ditang was worried, he saw a man standing on the tallest building in the distance, with black skin and white hair, looking at him with a smile. Before Yamabuki Ditang could react, the black-skinned man disappeared in an instant and appeared in front of him in an instant. So fast! Yamabuki Ditang's pupils contracted. Although he also learned instant step, his two moves were like a child crawling compared to others. Yamamoto, long time no see. The black-skinned man actually greeted Yamamoto very happily. The noble guards around him didn't see the man and showed horrified expressions. They all knelt on one knee respectfully, not daring to overstep the mark. You don't have to use this method to call me out every time you come. It's a headache for me too. The black-skinned man said with a smile. How is the matter I talked to you about last time? Yamamoto asked. Join the Godai 13 you founded? It's a bit difficult. You know, I'm the head of the 5 nobles after all. Joining a killer organization. The black-skinned man smiled and said, let's not talk about these things for now. Have you eaten? Let's talk while eating. Yamabuki Ditang was more and more surprised. The head of one of the 5 nobles? This skin color, Could it be the Shifunji family? After all, this skin color is inherited from their ancestors. Yoichi is one of the few dark-skinned beauties in the two-dimensional world. Yamamoto led Yamabuki Datang into the spirit court and came to the Shifunji family, one of the 5 nobles. And this dark-skinned man is the current head of the Shifunji family, Shifunji Chihiro. Yamabuki Datang remembered that this name was the captain of the 1st-2nd Division of the Godai 13. Shifunji Chihiro took them directly to the hall and prepared a very rich meal for them. Looking at the table full of chickens and ducks, fish, fresh seafood, Yamabuki Datang's mouth is about to flow out. He has been too harsh these days, but he just ate 2 sweet potatoes, his stomach is full, and he can't eat a bite. Suddenly, Yamabuki Datang stared at Yamamoto. Could this old man do it on purpose? Knowing that he would have a big meal soon, he deliberately stuffed 2 roasted sweet potatoes into his mouth to feed himself, so that he wouldn't have to fight with him for food at the table in the future. Sure enough, Shifunji Chihiro and Yamamoto Shigekuni toasted each other and ate heartily, so happy. While eating meat, Yamamoto glanced at Yamabuki Datang from the corner of his eye. Yamabuki, even if you come to the homes of the 5 nobles, you don't have to be so restrained. Eat and drink as if you are at home. Killing people and destroying their hearts. Killing people and destroying their hearts. Yamabuki Datang faced his captain with a smile on his face, and tears flowed from his mouth. Although Shifunji Chihiro is the head of the 5 nobles, he looks more like a playboy, lying on the tatami casually, without any etiquette or rules, and doing whatever he wants. By the way, what were we talking about before? Inviting me to join the Godai 13? I thought about it seriously, and I think it's quite interesting to join the Godai 13 with my identity as the head of the 5 nobles. I like the number 2, keep the captain of the 2nd team for me. Shifunji Chihiro said with a smile. Sure enough, he is a nobleman who doesn't care about trivial matters. Just for fun. In this way, the number of people in the Godai 13 has increased by 1/3, which is a cause for celebration, a cause for celebration. But I have a request. Shifunji Chihiro changed the subject. I want to bring someone to join the Godai 13. Hearing this, Yamamoto frowned slightly. The Godai 13 is not a place for the nobles to have fun. If they casually insert people in, it will be difficult to control them in the future if this precedent is set. Don't worry. This person is definitely crazy enough. He is definitely strong enough. I will call him for you now. Sato, come in. Shifunji Chihiro shouted to the outside of the door. This man is my servant. I picked him up from outside not long ago. Before Shifunji Chihiro finished speaking, a very fast figure rushed in from outside, grabbed Shifunji Chihiro's head and slammed it to the ground, and then rubbed it hard. Dare to say that I am your servant? Are you tired of living? It's a girl from the voice. Yamabuki Datang looked closely and found that the girl was not tall, with twin ponytails, dark pink hair, an eye mask, and a zanpakuto on her waist. This image, plus this strength. Yamabuki Datang immediately had the answer in his mind. The captain of the 1st generation of the 6th division of the Godai 13, Sato is immortal. I don't know why a girl was given such a name. How dare you say I'm your servant? You are obviously my servant. Don't drag me into some weird organization casually. Who are the 2 of them? Why are you sitting here to eat? Sato sat opposite Yamamoto and stared at Yamamoto. Yamabuki Datang was slightly surprised. This time he had a lot of gains, and he gained 2 captain-level figures at once. Yamamoto's performance was very calm. He liked the thorns the most. No matter if he was nitpicking, he was a mediocre person. Only those who have the ability can be arrogant. He likes this girl's personality. Then tell me, how can I be qualified to sit here to eat? Yamamoto asked. Let's fight. Beat me, and you can do whatever you want. Let me be your slaves don't matter. Sato put his face forward with a crazy look, and Yamamoto was almost sticking to him. Do you have the guts? Yamamoto glanced at Yamabuki Datang with the corner of his eye. Yamabuki Datang was like a primary school student waiting for the teacher to call her name in class, eyes looking at the nose looking at the mouth. You must not call me, I can't beat her. The system's novice gift package gave Yamabuki Datang a vice-captain level of spiritual pressure. As the first captain of the Godai 13 and the comrade-in-arms of Old Man Yamamoto, Sato Furuabushi is conservatively estimated to have captain-level strength. This old man won't throw me out as cannon fodder, right? Yamabuki, just have fun with her. Yamamoto said. Boil. Chapter 4, Sato is immortal. Yamabuki Datang's expression was as if he had seen a ghost. Old man, are you serious? Yamamoto sat upright, not joking at all. Sato looked at Yamabuki Datang with interest. Will this bean sprout work? Humph, how do you know it's bean sprouts if you haven't tried it? Yamabuki Datang was unhappy when he heard it. Aren't you insulting people? Which man can say he is a bean sprout? Sato didn't understand what he meant. The expressions on Shifunji Chihiro and Yamamoto's faces were a little subtle. This kid actually dared to drive here. Yamamoto coughed lightly and took out a stick of incense from his clothes. Since you think you are much stronger than this guy, then one stick of incense is the limit. If you can't beat him within one stick of incense, then join our Godai 13 obediently. Sato likes this kind of excitement the most. What if I beat him within one stick of incense? I'll give this kid to you as a slave. Hey! Yamabuki Datang looked at Yamamoto with horror and disbelief. Did you get my consent? Okay. Sato Furuabushi immediately got excited when he heard the bet, and stepped directly on the dining table, holding the zanpakuto at his waist. It doesn't take one stick of incense to deal with this kid? He can be dealt with in 3 seconds. As soon as the words fell, Sato drew his sword instantly, and the dining table and the door were directly torn apart by the sword light. Fortunately, Yamabuki Datang was prepared and drew his sword the moment the opponent launched the attack. With two swords facing each other, Yamabuki Datang obviously felt that his strength was inferior to that of the opponent, and was knocked out of the hall by the sword, and fell lightly to the ground. Shifunji Chihiro waved his hand to pat the dust, and smiled, and Yamamoto came to the outside of the hall. Sato, you have to work hard, the incense has begun to burn. Shifunji Chihiro said with a smile. Yamabuki Datang moved back little by little with an ugly face. There is a huge difference between the vice-captain level and the captain level. When Ichigo the Black Knight rescued Rukia Kukaki, even if he had just reached the captain level, he could instantly kill 3 vice-captains in front of the execution platform. Even if Abarai Renji learned the solution, he was still vulnerable in front of Byakuya Kukaki. It can be said that there is an unpleasant gap between the strength of the captain and the vice-captain. How could I possibly stop her for a stick of incense? The old man is digging his own grave. I regret it now. I don't want to retire. Is it too late for me to quit the Godai 13? Sato obviously didn't give him this chance and slashed at him head-on. His speed and strength were far beyond what Yamabuki Dita could do now. Yamabuki Dita moved back with a flash step, and Sato slashed the ground with a knife. The power was like a high-explosive bomb, and the whole ground exploded. A huge shock wave carried a lot of rubble and burst in all directions. Is this a human? The flesh on Yamabuki Datang's face kept twisting. In addition to the spiritual pressure of the vice-captain, the skills he possessed were only swordsmanship proficiency and instant step. But as we all know, the 4 basic abilities of the god of death, slashing, punching and walking, all rely on spiritual pressure. If Kenpei Kizaraki did not have an extremely strong spiritual pressure, how could he become the captain of the 11th Division with a shallow fight? And his own bastard system, after throwing him a novice gift pack, he disappeared directly. It was really beautiful. How can I beat this crazy woman in front of me? Sato rushed over again with a wild laugh on his face. Yamabuki Ditang hurriedly jumped onto the wall with instant step, and then yelled at Yamamoto and Shifunji and Chihiro, "Who of you knows Ghost Way? Can you teach me on the spot?" Shifunji and Chihiro almost burst out laughing. It is said that sharpening the gun before the battle is not fast, but isn't it too late for you to sharpen the gun now? Yamamoto asked calmly, "What do you want to learn?" "I am quite proficient in Ghost Way." Yamabuki Ditang quickly reviewed all the known ghost arts in his brain. Before he could give an answer, Sato rushed over with instant step. This time he couldn't dodge, so Yamabuki Ditang could only meet him with his own blade. The two of them collided, and Yamabuki Ditang was directly blown away by Sato's strange power, but he was not injured. After spinning in the sky for a few circles, he landed steadily. Before he could stand firm, Sato rushed over again. Running up and down like a monkey. "Can't you confront me head-on like a man?" Sato shouted angrily. Yamabuki Ditang could only retreat quickly to avoid his sharp edge. "Who of you knows the red smoke escape?" Yamabuki Ditang shouted at Yamamoto regardless of Sato's provocation. Sato walked over with a knife in his hand with a look of disdain. "Do you think you can beat me by learning a low-level ghost art? Why don't you wait for me to finish learning first? I won't be fooled. Go to hell." Yamamoto relaxed his muscles a little. "I'll use it once, watch carefully." Hey! How can I have the leisure to watch carefully at this time? If I get distracted for a moment, I'll be cut in half by this crazy woman. Do you dare to be serious? Teach me. The 21st method of binding, red smoke escape. Yamamoto shouted. Red smoke instantly rose from under his feet. This was mainly a low-level binding method that blocked the enemy's vision and had no real killing power. Yamabuki Ditang didn't have much energy to learn, so he could only look at it with the corner of his eyes and guard against Sato's attack at the same time. But at this moment, he found that he had just accidentally watched the use of red smoke escape, and he had somehow understood the principle of red smoke escape. At first he didn't understand why this happened, but soon he remembered the title given to him by the system, the Son of Destiny. What is the Son of Destiny? Unlimited talent, unlimited growth, unlimited potential. Isn't this the Son of Destiny? It turns out that the biggest golden finger system gave it to him at the beginning. The 21st method of binding, red smoke escape. Yamabuki Ditang pressed one hand on the ground, and a large amount of red smoke suddenly rose, blocking Sato's sight. Yamamoto and Chihiro Shifunji, who were watching the battle from a distance, were both stunned. Has this kid ever been exposed to the ghost arts before? Chihiro Shifunji asked. Probably not, otherwise he would have taken it out long ago. Yamamoto said. A person who has never been exposed to the ghost arts, just watched himself perform the ghost arts once, and he was able to replicate it. Although it is only a low-level ghost arts, isn't this talent a bit scary? Red smoke escape, red smoke escape, red smoke escape. He has the spiritual pressure of the vice-captain level, and there is no pressure to release this low-level track continuously. For a while, the scene was full of red smoke, and everyone lost their vision. What Sato hates most is this kind of bastard who doesn't fight people head-on. You keep hiding like this? How long can you hide? Coward! Hide? You seem to have misunderstood something, I'm just looking for an opportunity. The voice of Yamabuki Ditang appeared behind Sato like a ghost. Sato turned back in horror, and a sword light stabbed at her face at an extremely fast speed. P.S. If you like this book, please give some recommendations and click on the collection. It is very important for a new book. Lao Mao thanks you here. Chapter 5. Wait, am I a Quincy? The sword flashed. Sato's pupils contracted, and she quickly tilted her head to avoid it, but the sword still left a scar on her face, and blood flowed down her face. Sato's expression instantly became more ferocious, and he grabbed Yamabuki Datang's wrist and raised his knife to chop it down. Yamabuki Datang didn't expect that the opponent could avoid the zero-distance surprise attack. He was caught off guard and his hand was grabbed. He couldn't dodge it anymore. 1. Just when Sato's knife was about to swing down, a big hand tightly grasped her wrist. Sato's hand was suddenly locked like an iron hoop. No matter how she struggled, she didn't move at all. In horror, she turned around and saw that it was Yamamoto Shigekuni who was holding her wrist. "What do you mean?" Sato roared. Yamamoto said calmly, "You lost, this incense has burned out." Sato looked at the incense in Yamamoto's hand and shouted, "So what? I'm going to kill this kid." Yamamoto said coldly, "You're willing to admit defeat, do you want to deny it?" The next second, the spiritual pressure like a volcanic eruption erupted from Yamamoto's body, and the violent and explosive pressure spread throughout the venue. The madness in Sato's eyes instantly turned into fear. Yamamoto let go of Sato's hand, but Sato was still frozen there because of the strong fear, and the hand holding the knife was shaking slightly. Not only Sato, but Shifunji Chihiro, who was watching the excitement from a distance, was also frightened by this violent spiritual pressure. He only knew that Yamamoto was very strong, but he didn't expect him to be so strong. "Hey! Uncle! Who are you?" Sato's forehead was covered with cold sweat. "My name is Yamamoto Shigekuni, and I am known as the Sword Ghost." Yamamoto said lightly, "Now, you should accept the defeat." "Yamabuki, you did a good job, you are worthy of being my deputy." "You are too flattering. But next time if there is such a thing, can you discuss it with me in advance?" Yamabuki Datang looked at his captain with a very kind look, and was almost captured and made a slave by this crazy woman. The four people returned to the hall again. And Shifunji Chihiro had someone prepare a table of food again. "What exactly does the Godai 13 do?" Sato asked. "A killer organization." Yamamoto said, "The targets we hunt include hollows and death gods who bring unrest. In short, we must use extremely violent means to suppress this chaotic era and finally stand at the top." After hearing the explanation given by Yamamoto, Sato became interested in the Godai 13, "It seems interesting to hear you say that. Anyway, as long as you can cut things, it's fine. There is nothing wrong with your understanding." Just like that, in just half a day, the number of the Godai 13 doubled, from 2 to 4. Now the Godai 13 don't have their own territory, so how about we use the Shihaoran family as a temporary base? Shihaoran Chihiro said with great wealth. As one of the 5 great nobles, the Shihaoran family lacks everything except money. Yamamoto was also worried about not having a place to stay, and since Shihaoran Chihiro said so, he just went with the flow. "Let's go. Prepare a resting place for us." Yamamoto dragged Yamabuki Datang out. "Wait a minute. I haven't eaten yet." After some exercise, Yamabuki Datang finally digested the food in his stomach. Just when he was about to eat, he was dragged away by Yamamoto. Looking at the table of fresh seafood, Yamabuki Datang couldn't help but shed tears of regret. "I shouldn't have eaten that sweet potato." When they arrived at the resting place, Yamamoto said in a conscientious tone, "Yamabuki, do you regret eating that sweet potato? This is a truth I want to tell you. People should never give up the future for the sake of the small benefits in front of them. I hope you can remember this lesson today forever." Yamabuki Datang didn't expect that Yamamoto had ulterior motives for playing this trick on him. He is indeed a good teacher in a way as the man who founded the Central Spiritual Academy. "Also, I saw your battle. You have great talent, even higher than mine. Maybe the future city will surpass me. You are just a rough gem. If you leave it alone, it will be difficult to become a useful tool. Starting tomorrow, I will train you well and strive to make you a qualified Shinigami in a short time." Yamamoto said solemnly. Yamabuki Ditang would certainly not refuse. In this world, the stronger you are, the more hope you have to survive. Moreover, he knew that a war that would affect the survival of the entire Soul Society would start soon, and the Quincy would invade. This was also the beginning of the feud between the Shinigami and the Quincy. Whether in the comics or the anime, the description of this war was only a few words. However, there is no doubt about the cruelty of this war. If you want to continue to slack off and retire, the most important thing is to survive in that war. Okay, go and rest. There will be training tomorrow, Yamamoto said. When it comes to training in the Shinigami, Yamabuki Tetsuo instinctively thinks of Ichigo the Black Knight. Could it be training his Zanpakuto's Shikai and Gai? What is the ability of his Zanpakuto? Yamabuki Tetsuo carefully examined his Zanpakuto in this moonlight. No matter how you look at it, it is a very ordinary shallow hit. No matter what, I can finally have a good rest tonight. Since I came to Soul Society, I have never had a good sleep, especially in the chaotic Rukanga. I am afraid that someone will cut off my head while I sleep. The Shifunji Yuan family arranged a separate room for me. It's so beautiful. When Yamabuki Tetsuo was lying on the bed, thinking about what he should do in the future, the spirit particles in the air around him were slowly absorbed by his body. Yamabuki Tetsuo was shocked and thought that something was wrong with his body. It stands to reason that the Shinigami should not have the ability to control spirit particles. That is the specialty of the Quincy. The first half of Bleach is centered around spiritual pressure. The battle of the Shinigami is the battle of spiritual pressure. The strength of a Shinigami depends entirely on its spiritual pressure. However, after the Millennium Blood War, the Quincy's broke the theory of invincibility of spiritual pressure, because the Quincy's rely on the spiritual particles in the surrounding environment to fight, and they do not need a strong spiritual pressure themselves. In addition, various rule-based abilities are rampant, which makes the Shinigami suffer a great loss. Now, Yamabuki Ditang's body is indeed constantly absorbing the spiritual particles around him, and a very scary idea appears in Yamabuki Ditang's mind. Am I not a Shinigami at all? My real identity is a Quincy. When he thought of this, Yamabuki Ditang panicked. Although the rule of Soul Society is corrupt, the Godai 13 at least treats the lower-level Shinigami as human beings. Look at the boss of the Quincy family. Who kills his subordinates when he disagrees with him? After the war, the MVP with the highest output against the Quincy's is Wywak. I just want to ask if you dare to work for such a person. Chapter 6, First Mission. In this way, Yamabuki Ditang spent the whole night wondering whether he was a Shinigami or a Quincy. He tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep. When he was about to fall asleep, the door of the room was suddenly kicked open. Yamabuki Ditang instinctively turned around and drew his sword, only to find that it was Yamamoto who kicked the door. Well, you are alert. You didn't relax because of the comfortable environment. Yamamoto nodded and said with satisfaction. Then he looked at Yamabuki Ditang with a strange look. How come this kid's spiritual pressure increased a little overnight? You know, it's not a simple matter to increase the spiritual pressure of a Shinigami, otherwise the Soul Society would have been full of captains. There are many ways to increase spiritual pressure. Rest more, eat more, fight more, and communicate more with your Zanpakuto. Over time, the spiritual pressure will naturally increase slowly. But there is a limit to the Shinigami. No matter how talented a Shinigami is, it will not continue to improve after reaching this limit. To break through this limit, you must break the limit of the Shinigami itself. The most representative example is Aizen. But Yamamoto has never seen anyone who can improve his spiritual pressure by sleeping. Yamabuki Ditang found that old man Yamamoto was staring at him, and he was panicked. Did the old man discover his identity as a Quincy? What time is it? Are you still sleeping in? Get up and exercise with me. Although Yamamoto was surprised in his heart, he did not show it on his face. After all, There are many geniuses in this world, and many geniuses are defeated by their own arrogance. Yamabuki Datang was also guessing about his identity. If he was really a Quincy, why would the system give him a Zanpakuto? Little did he know that the density of spirit particles in the soul society was far greater than that in the real world. As long as ordinary Shinigami stayed in the soul society, even if they did nothing, they would be defeated. The spiritual pressure will slowly increase with the passage of time until it reaches its own limit. Yamabuki Datang's growth is infinite, so the speed of spiritual pressure increases much faster than that of ordinary Shinigami, which is why he absorbs spirit particles all the time. Yamabuki Datang held the knife and yawned as he followed Yamamoto to the training ground in the backyard. It was early now and there were only 2 of them in the training ground. What would old man Yamamoto teach him? Swordsmanship? Flash step? Kido? White fight? Ways to increase spiritual pressure? Yamabuki Datang was still thinking about it when he saw Yamamoto coming over with a grim smile on his face. It seems that you didn't sleep well last night. It doesn't matter. If you can't make it through the training later, you will sleep very well and never wake up. Yamabuki Datang suddenly woke up after hearing Yamamoto's words. What was this old man going to do? Why did he say such a dangerous thing? Yamamoto pulled out his Zanpakuto, and instantly a terrifying spiritual pressure came over him. Today I will teach you the first lesson, how to survive under the sword of a strong man. Everything in the universe will return to dust. And the blade will be like fire. Only then did Yamabuki Datang realize what the old man was going to do. Wait, Captain. Give me some preparation. Take it. Daddy Yamabuki. Boom. While eating breakfast, Shifunjayu and Chihiro looked at Yamabuki Datang, who was charred and walked like a zombie, and couldn't help laughing. You still laughed, I almost died. Yamabuki Datang opened his mouth and a mouthful of black smoke came out of his mouth. I'm still a child. Such a big blade chopped down on my head, do you know how much psychological trauma it would cause to a teenager? However, Yamamoto didn't really kill him, otherwise he would have killed Yamabuki Datang with one knife. Yamamoto sat beside him and ate calmly. Eat quickly, there is something to do after dinner. Someone reported that a hollow was found in Rukanga, you go and investigate. Only me? Yamabuki Datang asked. Of course you are alone, there are not enough people now. Yamamoto said. Yamabuki Datang sighed helplessly, was it the right choice for him to join the Godi I-13? After dinner, Yamabuki Datang took his knife and went to Rukanga. There are 4 major districts in Rukanga, each of which is divided into 80 districts, and the Bleach story mainly takes place in the eastern part of Rukanga. This time, the place where the hollow appeared was Koifa Mountain, the northern section of the West 3rd District, which is relatively close to the Osoling. Of course, there are only 4 people in the Godi I-13 now, and they are not capable of managing places that are too far away. Yamabuki Datang was not very nervous. With his strength as a vice-captain, he was more than enough to deal with an ordinary hollow. After dinner, he came to Koifa Mountain without stopping. The later the number of Rukanga is, the more chaotic the public security is. The earlier it is, the more stable the life is and the more abundant the materials are. As the 3rd district in the west, the life of ordinary people in Lifushan is quite good. However, when Yamabuki Datang came to Lifushan, he found that every household here was closed and dared not go out. The atmosphere on the street was bleak. Yamabuki Datang gently knocked on the door of a house. After a while, an old woman carefully opened the door a crack and looked at Yamabuki Datang with a slightly frightened look. Excuse me, what's the matter? The old woman looked at Yamabuki Datang's relatively good clothes and the Zanpakuto she was wearing, and was very nervous. She might have mistaken Yamabuki Datang for a noble. Yamabuki Datang said, I am from the 13th Guardian Squad. This time I came to Mount Koifa specifically to kill hollows. The old woman looked at Yamabuki Datang in confusion, the 13th Guardian Squad? I've never heard of it. I don't know anything. Don't come to me. After saying that, the old woman hurriedly closed the door. Yamabuki Ditang was turned away but did not give up. Instead, he went to the next one. As a result, several families responded in the same way. This group of people seemed to be scared of hollows, or they might be oppressed by the nobles of the Osat. Most people did not dare to talk to Yamabuki Ditang, and some people did not even dare to open the door. They only dared to watch Yamabuki Ditang leave through the crack of the door. Yamabuki Ditang fell into deep thought. This would not work. He grew up under the red flag and knew too well how powerful the power of the masses was. If hollows don't show up, and Mount Koifu is so big, where can I find hollows? Just when Yamabuki Ditang was at a loss, a barefoot child came over timidly and asked, "Excuse me, are you a noble?" Yamabuki Ditang said gently, "I am not a noble, I am a death god of the Godii 13, who specializes in killing hollows." Although the child did not know what the Godii 13 was, he was excited to hear Yamabuki Ditang say that they were here to kill hollows, and said, "Then can you help me save Hanako? She was captured by the hollow. As long as you are willing to help me save Hanako, I will give you all the money I have. Please collect and recommend. This is related to whether this book can be signed smoothly, please." Chapter 7, Hey, you are very unreliable. The barefoot child took out a few coins with green rust from his arms. It was the first time that Yamabuki Ditang saw the currency of Seoul society. This it is an oval bronze coin. "Little brother, what's your name? Have you eaten? I have food here." Yamabuki Ditang handed over a rice ball, which was originally the dry food he prepared. "My name is Kojiro. Can I really eat this rice ball?" The little guy looked like he hadn't had a full meal for a long time. After seeing Yamabuki Ditang nod, he ate the rice ball in 2 or 3 bites. "Little brother, can you tell me what happened? What does that hollow look like? Where did it appear?" Yamabuki Ditang began to collect information. After all, there was no technology development zone 1,000 years ago, and it was impossible to monitor the entire Seoul society, so this stupid method could only be used to obtain information. After a brief conversation, Yamabuki Ditang knew that Kojiro and Hanako were siblings. Although they lived in Koifu Mountain, their lives were very difficult. Just 3 days ago, when they were digging wild vegetables in the wild, a spider-shaped hollow appeared and took his sister away. "Wait." Yamabuki Ditang immediately found the blind spot. "Are you sure that hollow took your sister away? Instead of eating your sister on the spot?" Kojiro nodded vigorously, "I'm sure." Yamabuki Ditang came to a conclusion through his understanding of the plot in his previous life and his close observation of hollows in this life. Most hollows have no IQ. If there is food in front of them, they will eat it immediately and will never leave it for tomorrow. But this boy said that his sister was taken away by the hollow. There are only 2 possibilities. Either the boy's memory is confused and his sister died tragically in front of him, but he is unwilling to admit it in his heart, thinking that his sister was just taken away and there is still hope of survival. There is another possibility, that is, this hollow has evolved wisdom. This is the result that Yamabuki Ditang is most reluctant to see. According to the boy's description, his sister was captured 3 days ago, so the chances of the girl surviving are slim. Yamabuki Ditang has made up his mind. If he rescues Hanako intact, everyone will be happy. If the girl has died, Yamabuki Ditang will say to the boy, "Your sister has escaped. I don't know where she has escaped to. Go find your sister yourself." He will leave a glimmer of hope for the boy. Even if there is only a glimmer of hope left in life, it is much better than complete despair. However, it may not be easy to lure this hollow out. "Kojiro, I can promise to help you save your sister. I don't want your money, but you have to do me a small favor." Yamabuki Ditang showed a sly smile on his face. At this time, the boy has not noticed the seriousness of the problem. As long as you can save my sister, I will agree to any conditions you have. Transition. Help. Why are you tying me up? Are you trying to use me as bait? I'm still a child. How can you do this to me? Let me go. Kojiro was tied up like a fish hanging on a tree, still struggling. 1. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. Don't worry, I'm here. The enemy will either flee or be defeated in front of me. When that hollow comes, I'll just chop him with a knife. Haha. I didn't sleep well last night. I was pulled up by that old man Yamamoto to train early in the morning. I'll take a nap first. Call me if the hollow comes. Yamabuki Datang took a nap under the tree with his Zanpakuto. Wake up. Don't sleep. Are all the people in the Kuden 13 team you mentioned so unreliable like you? Let me go quickly. What if the hollow comes? The only response to him was the snoring of Yamabuki Datang. No matter how Kojiro called, it was useless. Just when Kojiro had given up struggling, there was a noise in the bushes in the distance. Kojiro stared at the bushes nervously. Hey! That god of death, something is coming, wake up! Yamabuki Datang snored louder, and there was even a snot bubble hanging from her nose. Swish! Swish! The noise in the bushes became louder and louder. Just when Kojiro's fear reached its limit, a kitten jumped out of the bushes. It was a false alarm. It turned out to be a cat. No, although the cat came over, the rustling sound in the bushes did not stop. What was in the bushes? Soon, a monster wearing a white mask came out of the bushes. Kojiro was so scared that the blood in his body froze. He wanted to shout Yamabuki Datang loudly, but he couldn't make a sound in his throat because he was too scared. The virtual ignored the kitten in front of him, but stared at Kojiro, but soon, the virtual set his sights on Yamabuki Datang. The stronger the spiritual power, the easier it is for a person to become a prey of a hollow. Yamabuki Datang now has the spiritual pressure of the vice-captain level, which makes it easier to attract hollows. The hollow stuck out his pale tongue, his devil-like face seemed to be grinning, and his limbs suddenly pressed on the ground, like a giant praying mantis. Just as the double hooks on its arms were about to chop off Yamabuki Datang's body, a silver blade flashed suddenly, instantly cutting off its double hooks. Before the hollow could react, the Zanpakuto had pierced through its mask and pierced its head. And the handle of the Zanpakuto was in Yamabuki Datang's palm. Little devil! Don't scream so loudly! I can hear you! Yamabuki Datang raised the blade fiercely, directly splitting the hollow's head in two. We're done. This is the hollow that took your sister away, right? Kojiro's face was solemn, with cold sweat on his forehead. No, no. This is not the hollow that caught my sister. Hey! Yamabuki Datang was stunned, and then showed a surprised expression. There might be more than one hollow. Just when Yamabuki Datang was stunned, a spider silk as thick as a baby's arm sprayed out from the bushes in the distance, tightly binding Yamabuki Datang's wrist. Not good. Then, an extremely huge figure appeared. It was a giant spider-shaped hollow, more than 5 meters tall, with 8 spider legs extending more than 10 meters. There was a strange human face on the abdomen of the spider giant hollow, with half a mask on his face. Idiot! I just threw a cannon fodder to let you relax your vigilance. The spider giant hollow sprayed a large amount of spider silk again, almost wrapping up Yamabuki Datang. Yamabuki Datang struggled hard, but the more he struggled, the tighter the remaining spider silk was. The spider giant laughed wildly and dragged Yamabuki Datang to the deep mountains. With this tonic pill, it didn't matter whether the boy tied to the tree ate it or not. Only Kojiro was left looking at the vast darkness with a look of horror. Chapter 8, Kilian's Appearance. Yamabuki Datang was wrapped in spider silk all over his body and dragged into the deep mountains by the spider giant hollow. After stumbling all the way, Yamabuki Datang was brought to a cave. There were many cocoons made of spider silk in the cave, and it seemed that they were all people caught by the spider giant hollow. Self-righteous death gods, just wait to be eaten. The spider giant hollow opened its big mouth, revealing 2 rows of sharp fangs, ready to inject venom into Yamabuki Datang's body. Suddenly, a knife light cut through the cocoon, and Yamabuki Datang easily broke free from the shackles of spider silk. It seems that this is your lair. The feng shui is good. Suitable for your grave. Yamabuki Datang looked at the spider giant hollow with a smile. The spider giant hollow looked at Yamabuki Datang with horror. My spider silk has a strong anesthetic effect, why are you okay? Don't you see how much higher my spiritual pressure is than yours? The battle of the god of death is a battle of spiritual pressure. This sentence also applies to the hollow. If it weren't for rescuing people, do you think I would deliberately let you catch me? Yamabuki Datang looked mocking. But you still keep the habit of storing food like a spider. You lied to me. How dare you lie to me? The spider giant hollow let out a sharp roar, and the 8 spider legs moved at the same time, rushing towards Yamabuki Datang. Yamabuki Datang came directly to the head of the spider giant hollow in an instant, and directly cut the spider into 2 with a knife, which was the real end of the battle. The 2 pieces of the spider giant hollow twitched on the ground for a moment, and finally lay on the ground completely motionless, ending his sinful life. Yamabuki Datang cut open a spider cocoon with his zanpakuto, and inside was a middle-aged woman in a semi-comatose state, still breathing, as long as she was alive. The poison of the spider giant hollow is anesthetizing, and these people will wake up in a while. There are more than a dozen spider cocoons in the cave, with men, women, old and young, but I don't know if Hanako is among them. After escaping from the spider cocoon, the stronger people woke up first. When they saw that they were still alive and Yamabuki Datang was holding a knife next to them, they thought that they were rescued by the nobles of the O-Soul court. This is a good opportunity to advertise the 13th Godai Squadron, and Yamabuki Datang hurriedly took the opportunity to promote the 13th Godai Squadron. Don't thank me, everyone. I am the god of death of the Godai Squadron. It is our duty to kill hollows. Is there a girl named Hanako among them? Yamabuki Datang asked. The youngest girl raised her hand and said timidly, I am Hanako. The girl was only 6 or 7 years old, very cute, with a pair of pigtails and a pair of big shoes that didn't fit her feet. Your brother is waiting for you at home, let's go home together. Yamabuki Datang said. When they heard that they could go home, these people were very excited. But only Hanako said with fear, but. What's wrong, Hanako? Is there anything else? Don't be afraid, I have killed the hollow. Yamabuki Datang said gently. Hanako whispered, but, will we be eaten by a stronger one when we walk out of the cave? The day I was caught, I saw this spider kneeling down to a huge hollow. As soon as these words came out, there was a dead silence in the cave. Yamabuki Datang frowned. I should have thought of it earlier. How could the hollow resist eating the food at its mouth? There is a higher level that ordered it to gather the food here. Yamabuki Datang tried to stay calm. If even he panicked, these ordinary people would definitely panic even more. It doesn't matter. I will protect you. The big hollow may not come at this time. Let's take the opportunity to leave here first. Yamabuki Datang said to the people. As the group left the cave, Hanako suddenly said, Look at the sky, why is there a red moon? Everyone was attracted by Hanako's words and looked up, only to see a scarlet hot moon in the sky. And it was falling at a very fast speed. Yamabuki Datang's face became very ugly. That was not a moon at all, it was a hollow flash. Go back, quickly, go back to the cave. Yamabuki Datang drew out his zanpakuto, condensed his whole body's spiritual pressure, jumped into the air, and slashed at the hollow flash. If this hollow flash fell to the ground, everyone except himself would die. An unprecedented sense of crisis came, the blade chopped on the hollow flash, and the huge pressure made Yamabuki Datang grit his teeth, and finally used all his strength with both hands to final lithe hollow was deflected. The hollow turned into an arc and landed in the woods in the distance. The huge explosion instantly razed the woods to the ground. Is this the power of the hollow? Yamabuki Datang looked solemn. He looked up and saw a hollow staring at him. A hollow appeared in the Soul Society. Yamabuki Datang thought that there were only ordinary hollows in the Soul Society. But then he slapped his head. Why was he so stupid? A few years ago, there was an ancient hollow that came to the Soul Society and defeated the young Yamamoto. It killed all the way to the Soul King Palace and even swallowed the Soul King. Thanks to the intervention of the monk of the Zero Division, the Soul King was rescued and the name of the ancient hollow was taken away. In the end, it was forged into a Zanpakuto by the sword god, Jijihaba. Since hollows of that level can enter the Soul Society, then this primary hollow Killian can naturally enter the Soul Society. Thanks to it being just a Killian, I can still deal with it. Yamabuki Datang breathed a sigh of relief. It is not difficult to deal with a Killian with the strength of his vice-captain. It seems that this Killian is the final boss of this mission. Just when Yamabuki Datang was about to fight Killian, he suddenly found that this hollow was actually smiling at him. Instantly, Yamabuki Datang felt a chill on his back. He actually smiled at him. Could this hollow have wisdom? Most hollows are not wise and can only follow biological instincts. After devouring a certain number of hollows or spirits, they will evolve into low-level hollow Killian. Killian's general IQ is also very low, but among tens of thousands of Killians, there are always one or two who will have wisdom. They will devour their own kind. After devouring hundreds of their own kind, they can evolve into Ashokas. Ashokas has the strength of a captain. Ashokas evolves to Vastad, which has strength beyond ordinary captains. This Killian actually smiled at him, which means that this hollow is likely to have wisdom. If left alone, it will most likely evolve to Ashokas, and will definitely become a big problem at that time. In this case, he can't let him go. Red smoke escape. Yamabuki Datang released the ghost way to cover up his tracks, and then came behind the hollow with a flash, ready to kill him with a knife. Chapter 9, Evolution on the Spot, but the enemy is evolving. Just when Yamabuki Datang drew his sword and was about to chop off the back of the hollow's head, the head of this hollow turned 180 degrees and sprayed a hollow flash at Yamabuki Datang. Yamabuki Datang didn't dare to confront it head-on, and hurriedly used a flash to dodge the attack. When he watched the Bleach anime before, he felt that this kind of hollow was stupid like a target, allowing people to chop and kill, but when he really faced it, he found that it was not the case. With a huge body, strong power, and powerful hollow flash, ordinary Bleach is not a match at all. Only the officials can compete with these hollows. In addition, when Ichigo Kurosaki faced the hollow for the first time in the anime, Rukia gave a wrong general knowledge. Said that this kind of hollow can only be solved by the royal spies themselves. When I watched the anime at that time, I felt that this kind of hollow was very high-end. It was not until the later chapter of the Night Palace of the Hollow that the protagonists came to the Hollow Forest and found that this kind of hollow was mass-produced, and then they knew they were deceived. While these information flashed through Yamabuki Datang's mind, he adjusted the angle. As soon as his feet landed, he exerted force violently, and the ground was stepped on and cracked. At the same time, Yamabuki Datang's body passed by the hollow like a cannonball, and at the same time, he cut off the hollow's left arm with a knife. The hollow let out a very painful roar, raised his right arm and slapped Yamabuki Datang's body. Yamabuki Datang was slapped hundreds of meters away like a ball, breaking a lot of trees, and his whole body was twitching in pain. At the same time, the hollow continued to condense the hollow flash. "Can't you teach me some useful moves, old man? And you, can't you tell me your name?" Yamabuki Datang knocked the back of his Zanpakuto with his head. It was easy for Ichigo Kurosaki to release his Zanpakuto. He could upgrade it by just fighting. He was also the son of destiny, so why was his strength improving so slowly? Seeing the hollow flash down, Yamabuki Datang instantly stepped to the side of the big hollow and cut off the right arm of the big hollow with a knife. The big hollow let out a very sharp scream, and its huge body leaned forward and fell heavily to the ground, losing its combat effectiveness. Fortunately, this big hollow has not evolved to Yakukaze, otherwise it would be a big trouble. Yamabuki Datang patted the dust on his body. In the eyes of those people in the cave, the image of this boy with a sword was extremely glorious and majestic. Ah! The big hollow roared unwillingly. It was obvious that he was about to evolve, but he was going to die in the hands of this young boy. Unwilling. It was really unwilling. At this time, Daegzu saw a corpse of a hollow in front of him. It was the spider giant hollow that was killed by Yamabuki Datang just now. This was his last chance to evolve. If he succeeded, he would evolve to the next stage and also get a chance to survive. If he failed, I will never fail. Daegzu looked at Yamabuki Datang, who was walking towards him step by step with a look full of resentment. I will never fail. He opened his bloody mouth, bit the body of the spider giant hollow, and swallowed the body directly. Yamabuki Datang frowned. Still want to struggle to death? Impossible. He didn't want to give the other party a chance to turn the tables, so he stabbed the big hollow's head with a knife. The Zanpakuto had already pierced the mask of the big hollow, and the big hollow let out a very miserable howl. As long as the blade went a little deeper, it would be able to completely kill the big hollow. But at this moment, the spiritual pressure on the big hollow changed qualitatively. Yamabuki Datang realized that something was wrong and tried his best to stab the knife in. But the opponent condensed the spiritual pressure into a point, and the Zanpakuto could not go half an inch deeper no matter what. The spiritual pressure on the big hollow became more and more violent, and at the same time, a crazy and hideous laugh came out of his bloody mouth. Success! Really successful! From today on, I am Yakukaze. Ha ha ha! The next second, a powerful spiritual pressure comparable to that of an ordinary captain burst out from his body, directly repelling Yamabuki Datang. Yamabuki Datang's face has become very solemn. Isn't it only possible for a chosen one like him to upgrade on the spot? Why did this hollow also upgrade on the spot? Is this hollow also a time traveler? Does he also have a golden finger? Death God! You are very strong, you almost killed me. The big hollow actually spoke directly. This time the attack and defense are changed. You die. The big hollow's body has undergone a huge change. The originally huge body began to shrink and turned into a 4-meter-tall ape-shaped university with extremely long arms and a layer of white bone armor. Red hollow flashes began to condense on the big hollow's huge fist. Yamabuki Datang was fully alert, but the next second the big hollow disappeared in front of him, and the cold voice came from behind him. Die! Yamabuki Datang's pupils suddenly contracted, and he turned. The high-speed movement footwork used by the hollow. The situation was urgent and he had no time to think about it. He slashed behind him with a knife, but the hollow condensed the power of the hollow flash on his fist and exploded at 0 distance. This method can instantly burst out extremely powerful power. At this time, the power levels of both parties are no longer proportional. As soon as the Zanpakuto touched the hollow's fist, Yamabuki Datang was blown away by the explosive force, his brain was blank, his body flew dozens of meters, and was directly embedded in the cliff wall not far away. The powerful force emitted by the collision of the two people's spiritual pressure completely destroyed the surrounding trees. Yamabuki Datang's brain was blank for 1 or 2 seconds before his consciousness recovered, followed by severe pain from the muscles of his whole body being torn. This is Yakukaze. The strength comparable to that of a captain. The hollow didn't give Yamabuki Datang a chance to breathe. The scarlet hollow flash condensed on his fist again, and he came to Yamabuki Datang and punched him in the stomach. This blow made Yamabuki Ditang clearly hear the sound of his ribs breaking. Blood mixed with fragments of internal organs spurted out of his mouth. His consciousness gradually began to blur. Would he die just like that? He only had a few days in this world. Damn it! Am I not the protagonist? Am I not the child of destiny? Shouldn't I crush and slap people all the way? How could I be beaten like this? Hey? Lost consciousness so quickly? I haven't had enough fun yet. Next punch, smash your head. The Great Hollow raised his fist with a grim smile, and the hollow flash condensed again. When his fist fell, Yamabuki Ditang found that everything about the four of them became very slow. What was going on? Then, a proud female voice came into his heart from the Zanpakuto in his hand. Idiot, do you think you can control everything just because you know the plot of this world? This is not a game, nor anime, this is a real world. If you continue to hold that game mentality, you will die sooner or later. Chapter 10, My Sword Spirit Cannot Be a White-Haired Tsundere. Who is talking? Is it his own Zanpakuto? Then, Yamabuki Ditang found that everything in the world in front of him began to collapse towards his Zanpakuto, and finally the whole world collapsed into a point, and he was sucked in. When he regained consciousness, he was standing in a huge pure white space without boundaries. A huge 9x9 Rubik's Cube was suspended directly above his head, and the Rubik's Cube was rotating irregularly. Although there was no evidence, Yamabuki Ditang could vaguely feel that this was his mental world. That is where the sword spirit usually is. Every time Kurosaki Ichigo was beaten half to death, Uncle Zangetsu would drag him to such a place for individual training. What would his own sword spirit look like? The sword spirit of each Zanpakuto is different, and it is not necessarily in human form. For example, the sword spirit of Kurotsuka Mayuri's Hikari Jizo is still a big golden fleshy worm. I just want to retire, so the sword spirit can't be a salted fish, right? You are the salted fish. Your whole family is salted fish. A cold girl's voice came from above, and Yamabuki Ditang hurriedly looked up, but a little foot wrapped in white silk kicked him in the face and kicked him away. It hurts, it hurts. Yamabuki Ditang rubbed his face and it took him a while to recover. It seems that the sword spirit knows what he is thinking. And his sword spirit officially appeared in front of him. It was a pure white girl, wearing a white military uniform, with silver hair and blue eyes, silky milk-colored long hair combed into two ponytails, a silver scabbard saber on her waist, and fleshy thighs wrapped in white stockings, and the girl was looking at Yamabuki Ditang with disdain. Yamabuki Ditang looked at his sword spirit and suddenly fell silent. The appearance of the sword spirit is often related to the ability of the Zanpakuto, such as Uncle Zangetsu and Kyopaku, who look super powerful at first glance. The sword spirit of the Baboon King Snake-tail Maru is a monkey and a snake. The sword spirit of Swafong is like a hard-working little bee, who kills anyone who stings. But why does his sword spirit look like a cosplaying middle school girl? Is the ability of his Zanpakuto seduction? After the Zanpakuto is released, a bunch of cute girls will rush up and kill the opponent. By the way, judging from the situation just now, she knows everything he thinks. When he looked up, he found that the girl's face was as dark as a dark cloud. Go to your seduction. The girl kicked Yamabuki Ditang in the face, and Yamabuki Ditang spun several times like a spinning top before he stood firm. Humph! How could I have a master like you? As soon as I remove my ability, you will die in less than a second outside the mental world. You still have the mood to joke here. The girl pointed at Shanbuki Ditang's nose and shouted. So what? Don't care about life and death. I'm not that special. Shanbuki Ditang said helplessly. How could he expect the villain to upgrade on the spot? I have been careful enough along the way, and I didn't hesitate to finish off the enemy in the end. I can only say that all this is God's will. Unless... Tell me your name, how about we fight side by side? Shanbuki Ditang asked with a smile. You wish. You can't control me with your current spiritual pressure. Forget it, life and death are determined by fate, wealth and honor are determined by heaven. Delete your account and start over. If you can be reborn, you may be reborn in the world of One Piece. The girl asked, aren't you curious about why you came to this world? No. Aren't you curious about what impact your arrival will have on the world? No. You are curious. I'm not curious. You are curious. If the purpose of calling me here is just to quarrel with me, you should send me back. I'm ready to delete my account and start over. Yamabuki Ditang said calmly. The girl gritted her teeth and clenched her fists, and finally said coldly, originally, I wanted to save your life, but you gave up. I knew you wouldn't give up on me. You are worthy of being my Zanpakuto. Tell me quickly if there is any way to save my life. Yamabuki Ditang asked anxiously. He was waiting for this sentence, and finally got it out. Girl. The two of them stared at each other, and finally the girl admitted defeat. Humph, let me tell you, I didn't do this because I was worried about you. And it's not difficult to save you, but you have to give me control of your body. The girl said. Okay, no problem, use it as you like. Yamabuki Ditang was not stingy at all. Since you have occupied my body, can I also control your body? You wish. Get out. The people in the cave watched the Great Hollow evolved into Ashoka's madly ravaging Yamabuki Ditang, trembling with fear, not daring to make a sound. Even this noble with a knife was beaten so badly, how could they possibly defeat the Great Hollow? Death God! The last blow will send you to death. The Great Hollow clenched his fist, and the hollow flash condensed on his fist. This Death God has completely lost his resistance. As long as he moved his hand slightly, he could kill him. But in order to get revenge, the Great Hollow decided to let this Death God die more heroically. Hollow Flash! The scarlet light wrapped around his arm and smashed down fiercely on Yamabuki Ditang's head. The children in the cave had closed their eyes in fear. Everyone thought the dust had settled. Suddenly, Yamabuki Ditang suddenly raised the knife in his hand and used it as a shield to block in front of him. Boring struggle. The Great Hollow punched the knife, and the scattered spiritual pressure burned the surrounding land and trees. The dust raised made it impossible to open the eyes, but the Great Hollow looked at the Death God in front of him with a very horrified look. This half-dead Death God actually easily blocked the hollow flash with the knife in his hand? Could this Death God still have the strength to fight? Just now, he lured himself into a trap? Thinking of this, the Great Hollow turned back dozens of meters and carefully observed Yamabuki Ditang. Really? You actually made your body so tattered. Yamabuki Ditang stood up in a very strange posture, just like the nurse sister in Silent Hill. Of course, the body is now controlled by the sword spirit of the Zanpakuto. The spiritual pressure in your body is too weak. It's not enough to support me to exert my full strength. I will only demonstrate it to you once. The girl raised the sword in her hand, and the spiritual pressure was poured into it. The blade underwent a wonderful change, turning the ordinary shallow strike into pure silver. Fancy! Die! The Great Hollow sprayed a virtual flash in the air, and the girl just flicked the Zanpakuto in her hand lightly to bounce the virtual flash away. The next second, the girl's body disappeared instantly, and then appeared behind the Great Hollow. The Great Hollow couldn't figure out the ability of the Death God in front of him, and hurriedly used the ring to distance himself. The girl said with a smile, "Don't be so scared, you are already dead. P.S. If you collect and recommend it, I will update another chapter in the afternoon. Please support me." Chapter 11, Kairanji Ten's Hero. The Hollow didn't understand what the girl said and wanted to continue to attack, but the perspective suddenly rotated, and his head fell to the ground. Not only the head, but also the arms, legs, and body were instantly chopped into several pieces and scattered on the ground. Even a Hollow like Ashoka's would die if his body was chopped into pieces. How is it possible? What did you do to my body? The girl didn't talk nonsense with him at all, and chopped his head with a knife. The hollow completely dissipated in an unwilling roar. I know. Yamabuki Datang said in a very solemn tone. What do you know? Do you understand my ability? No. You have a second-year disease. Yamabuki Datang said seriously. Girl. What normal girl would dress like this? And you're already dead, do you think I haven't seen Fist of the North Star? It's an old joke from decades ago. Who would say such shameful lines if they didn't have a second-year syndrome? Please don't use my body to get sick. It's so shameful. The girl was glad that she was a sword spirit. If she were a living person, she would have had a cerebral hemorrhage from anger. Next time you get tortured, I won't come out to save you. Keep your own body. Who wants to stay here? Humph. The girl snorted coldly, and the sound slowly dissipated. Yamabuki Datang returned to his body. As soon as his consciousness returned, he felt unimaginable pain all over his body, almost making him scream. Broken forearm, broken ribs, damaged shoulder blade, damaged internal organs, dozens of injuries all over the body. There may be internal bleeding. If you don't get treated quickly, cough cough. Yamabuki Datang coughed, and blood began to spurt out of his nose and mouth. I just went on a mission casually, why did it end so badly? Everyone, it's okay, you can go back. Before he finished speaking, Yamabuki Datang's eyes went dark and he completely fainted. I don't know how long he was unconscious. In a half-asleep and half-awake state, he dreamed that he was taking a hot spring bath with a group of beauties, and he turned into King Zhou, enjoying himself with wine and meat. Indistinctly, Yamabuki Datang really felt that he was soaking in warm water, and he opened his eyes with difficulty. Sure enough, he was placed in a large wooden barrel with a lot of warm water in it, and not far away stood a man with a crew cut holding a book in his hand. After reading the book for a few times, he turned around and walked to the kitchen, took out a bunch of plants, chopped them up with a knife, and threw them into the barrel. This sense of déjà vu, are you going to make soup with me? Mr. L. Yusun said that the old times were an era of cannibalism. It turns out that Seoul society also eats people. The man with the crew cut even took out a spoon to stir the barrel, just to taste the saltiness. That. I just ran into a cannibal. Yamabuki Datang asked cautiously. Wake up. Great. The voices of two children sounded beside him. It was Kojiro and his sister Hanako. It seemed that he had not run into a cannibal, otherwise these two fair-skinned children would not have eaten him first. His last memory was that he regained control of his body, and then he could not remember anything. What happened after I fainted? Yamabuki Datang asked. Suddenly, he found that his voice was full of energy, and he did not sound like a seriously injured person at all. He hurriedly checked his body and found that the broken bones had been connected, the damaged internal organs had healed, and the whole person had reached the peak of his body. Not only that, perhaps because he had experienced a life-and-death battle, his spiritual pressure had actually increased a lot. Hanako said, after you fainted, you rescued everyone and sent you to the doctor. My brother and I stayed to take care of you, and everyone else went home. It turned out that this cannibal-like man was a doctor. But I have never heard of hot water bath treatment. How long have I been unconscious? 3 or 4 days. Hanako said. It's been 3 or 4 days. Old man Yamamoto might be worried. I have to go back now. Yamabuki Datang climbed out of the bathtub. The shy little Hanako closed her eyes tonight. Not far away, Kojiro looked like he was about to say something but stopped. Brother Yamabuki, you said you came from an organization called the Godi 13, right? Can I join? Kojiro clenched his fists with excitement. I know I may be weak now, but I will work hard. I can do any work, cooking, washing clothes, cleaning. Yamabuki Ditang looked at the little guy and smiled helplessly, and reached out to rub his head. The Godi 13 is not a place for chores. You have seen my virtue. I was almost beaten to death by the hollow. You should live an ordinary life with your sister. Kojiro's eyes showed a trace of loss. I don't want to live a lazy life. I, Quibyo Kojiro, just want to be a god of death like you. At least I can protect myself and my sister. Yamabuki Ditang had already put on her clothes and was ready to leave, but she was stunned when she heard the child's full name. What's your name? Yamabuki Ditang asked. Kojiro. No, full name. Quibyo Kojiro. Yamabuki Ditang's eyes became very subtle. Quibyo Kojiro, the future vice-captain of the 1st Squadron of the Godi 13, the right-hand man of Old Man Yamamoto, served as vice-captain for 1,000 years, but unfortunately he died in the 1,000-year bloody battle. You said, you want to join the Godi 13. Yes, yes. I agree, take your luggage and follow me. Yamabuki Ditang said. Quibyo Kojiro didn't understand why the other party's contrast was so big. By the way, what will happen to your sister if you follow me? Won't she be bullied here? Yamabuki Ditang asked. As soon as he finished speaking, he found that the expressions of the two siblings were a little strange. What's wrong with you? Why are you looking like this? Yamabuki Ditang asked. At this time, the airplane-haired man who had been silent beside him spoke. You don't think your treatment is free, do you? My medical expenses are very expensive. In order to save your life, the little girl sold herself to me to offset your medical expenses. This girl is mine now. The airplane-haired man said. Yamabuki Ditang looked at Hanako and Kojiro in shock. Hanako forced a smile. It's okay, Big Brother saved so many people, I should do this. Give me half a day, I'll go back to get the money. I won't owe you a penny for your medical expenses, let this child go. Yamabuki Ditang said. The planehead glared at him. This child is very useful, I won't sell it no matter how much money you pay. Yamabuki Ditang had already pressed the handle of the knife. Don't be shameless. Fight? In addition to medical skills, I, Kiranji Tianjilang, like fighting with people the most. Come on. Chapter 12, I, Yamabuki Ditang, will never fool people. Wait a minute, what's your name? Kiranji Tianjilang? Yamabuki Ditang blinked, looked back at the bucket of soup he made, and then looked back at the plane head in front of him. Why did the people from the Zero Squad appear here? No, according to the timeline, Anohanaretsu's medical skills were taught by Kiranji Tenshiro, which means that Kiranji Tenshiro joined the Zero Division after the establishment of the Godi 13, and Anohanaretsu has even served as the captain of the 11th Division for a while. That is to say, the current Kiranji Tenshiro is not a member of the Zero Division at all, or there is no establishment at all. He is just an ordinary doctor in Seoul Street, and his spiritual pressure is at most a little stronger than ordinary people. I didn't expect that I would meet a SR and SSR combination when I was on a business trip. Who made me the child of destiny? My luck is so good. Boy, do you want to fight? Kiranji Tenshiro was like a bad boy, holding a stick in his hand. You are my savior. How could I be violent to you? It's a pity, alas. Yamabuki Ditang sighed and said, heroes have no place to use their skills. Kiranji Tenshiro was confused. What did this kid mean? With your medical skills? With your body? With your courage? With your handsome appearance? You should never be relegated to Rukanga. A real man born in troubled times should be equipped with a 3-foot sword and establish extraordinary achievements. Don't you think so? Yamabuki Ditang was fooling around. Kiranji Tenshiro thought about it and it seemed to be interesting. For those who are really capable, who doesn't want to use their abilities? Who is willing to be ordinary all their lives? What's more, I am really handsome, there is no doubt about that. Do you want to bury your handsomeness and talent for the rest of your life? Or do you want to do something big and spectacular? Come on, join our GoDi 13. 2 days off a week with insurance, stable work, and annual leave, colleagues are kind and loving, and a beautiful tomorrow is waiting for you. Yamabuki Ditang stretched out his hand to Kairanji Ten's hero. GoDi 13. Kairanji Ten's hero had never heard of this name. From the name, we can tell that this is a very righteous organization. Our goals range from protecting the Osiden to maintaining the balance of the three realms. Come on! Maintain the balance of the three realms. Kairanji Ten's hero was moved by what he said. For a job, treatment and salary are important, but it is more important to make employees feel a sense of belonging and identity. Yamabuki Ditang had read an article online before. In order to do an experiment, scientists found 2 teams to do the same work, and their job was to call and solicit investment to build schools for poor children. And the first team of experimenters just kept repeating the work. The second team of experimenters received thank you letters from children every day. Without any external intervention, the funds raised by the second team were more than double that of the first team. This shows the importance of identity. Yamabuki Ditang directly raised the sense of responsibility of the GoDi 13. How could we be a killer organization? We exist for justice, to maintain the balance of the three realms, and for the life and death of countless lives. Yes, use this method to fool people. At this time, Kairanji Ten's hero was not very old, and he looked like a young man. He was fooled. His eyes were shining. What is more important than maintaining the three realms? It turns out that I can also take on this important task. Does it still need to hesitate? Of course I joined immediately. Okay, since you said so, I will accept your invitation with great difficulty. Join the GoDi 13. Kairanji Ten's hero said with great enthusiasm. Oh, what a foolish god of death! Just like that, when Yamabuki Ditang came, he was alone, and when he left, he had become 4 people, with a family. Yamamoto. I'm back. Did you miss me after not seeing me for a few days? Yamabuki Ditang pushed open the door of Shifen Jiyuan's house and shouted. In the end, he was greeted by Sato's flying kick. Haha, how could this trick hurt me? Look at me, Taibong Kiao. Yamabuki Ditang did a very smooth waist bend, and then Zai Teng kicked Kairanji Tianqilang directly in the face. Yamabuki Ditang. You still remember to come back? I thought you defected. Don't run, let me beat you up. Sato shouted. Sato, stop it. Yamamoto's voice came, and the lawless Sato suddenly became honest. What happened in the past few days when he was away? How did Yamamoto train this crazy woman to be so honest? Kairanji Tianqilang was kicked for no reason, and he was immediately furious. He was not a fuel-saving lamp to live safely in Rukonga, so he rolled up his sleeves and prepared to fight. Calm down. Calm down. Everyone calm down. Captain, I've recruited 2 more people for you. Yamabuki Ditang said loudly, and then led everyone to the inner courtyard, where Yamamoto was drinking tea. When he saw Yamabuki Ditang, his brows slightly frowned. In just 3 days, Yamabuki Ditang's spiritual pressure has increased a lot, more than twice as strong as when he left. What did this kid experience in these 3 days? Under Yamamoto's questioning, Yamabuki Ditang told him in detail why he had to fight, including Kilian's sudden evolution into Ashoka's, his communication with his Zanpakuto, and finally being cured by Kairanji Ten's hero. Yamamoto looked at Kairanji Ten's hero. Indeed, this person's spiritual pressure is much higher than that of ordinary people, and he is proficient in medical skills. Now the GoDi 13 lacks talents like you. Yamabuki did a good job. He knew that the organization was not strong enough now, and he kept pulling talents back. As for the 2 children, Yamabuki, we are a killer organization, we can't be emotional, these 2 children are useless, let them have a full meal and leave here. Yamamoto lowered his voice and said to Yamabuki Ditang. Captain, these two children are useless for the time being. But what is our ultimate goal? To protect the Soul Society. People who have been trained since childhood are very loyal. If we want to become bigger and stronger, we must train a large number of such people. And I think you have good talent, stay here first. Yamabuki Ditang said. Yamamoto glanced at Quibio Kojiro, thought for a moment and gave Yamabuki Ditang a face. Okay kid. You stay for a while, but you must prove that you are a useful person. The Godai 13 don't support idle people. Yamamoto said. Quibio Kojiro was ecstatic. No matter what, being able to join the Godai 13 will definitely provide food. There should be no problem with having enough food. As for Hanako, let him follow Kairanji Ten's hero and act as a little nurse. Of course, there was no such name in that era. P.S. There is too little information about the god of death 1,000 years ago. If you have any ideas or opinions, please leave a message in the comment area. Thank you for your support. Chapter 13, Basic Kido. Back in his room, Yamabuki Ditang pulled out his Zanpakuto and wiped it gently. The ability of his Zanpakuto was first revealed in the previous battle. But what exactly is the ability of his Zanpakuto? His sword spirit cut the enemy into more than a dozen pieces in an instant. It is preliminarily speculated that his Shikai ability is related to speed. Not necessarily, maybe his ability is Chiyunibiu. The higher the Chiyunibiu degree and Shame degree, the stronger the attack power of his Zanpakuto. If that's the case, it seems pretty cool. Which boy doesn't have a Chiyunibiu dream in his heart? I am the Black Demon King, and you are all my servants. You should die. Ha ha ha. Sure enough, the shame degree is still off the charts. Or is it that his previous guess was correct? The true ability of his Zanpakuto is to summon a bunch of cute girls to kill the opponent? For most male god of death, this is a sure kill. Of course, if you want to kill someone, you should kill me first. Trample me as much as you want. Don't show me mercy. At this time, the Zanpakuto flickered with a faint spiritual light, as if it was about to explode. Why do I have such an unreliable master? Why not run away from home? That's what the sword spirit thought. Brother Yamabuki, can I live with you first? Asked Quibio Kojiro in a low voice. Welcome. Yamabuki Ditang was very happy to have a running brother, no, a new roommate. Currently, Quibio Kojiro looks like a boy of about 12 or 13 years old, with thin clothes and even no shoes. It would be too embarrassing to take him out with this image. Clothes make the man, and the saddle makes the horse. For a kid like you, make a set of clothes that fit you, and then educate you, of course not re-education through labor. Kojiro, do you know what is the most important thing if you want to stay in the Godai 13? Asked Yamabuki Ditang. Quibio Kojiro shook his head. Actually, his idea was very simple. He just wanted to have a place to eat and not have to live the drifting life. Although he was not very old, he had to take care of his sister, so he maxed out his housekeeping attribute. He could do any work, such as washing clothes, cooking, and cleaning. No. None of this matters. We have servants from the Shihaoran family to do it for us. If you want to stay in the Godai 13, the most important thing is to be able to fight. Starting tomorrow, I'll let the old man teach you swordsmanship. Anyway, Yamamoto has nothing to do. Yamabuki Ditang directly told him the most troublesome thing. I'll just give it to old man Yamamoto. Just kidding. How could I possibly accept a disciple? And from the previous battle, he has deeply realized his own shortcomings. A real strong man must be a hexagonal warrior. Better than a tank, better than a berserker, better than a mage in burst, and better than a shooter in output. The healing volume is better than Cai Wenji, and the protector crushes Yael. Advance and fight 5 alone, retreat and wait for 20 shots. Pa, I just said it. If we use the world view of the god of death, a hexagonal warrior must have the output of Old Man Yamamoto, the healing volume of Anohanaretsu, the speed of Shunshin Yoryuaki, the spiritual pressure of Bai Wang Eisen, the ghost way of Wuling Taizai, and the IQ of the black-bellied store manager. This is the real god of death. As for whether the goal can be achieved, how do I know? I haven't tried it. That cheating system is still invisible, so I just gave me a title. Although Hajiro Tsukibyo didn't understand what the elder brother was saying, he always felt that he was very powerful. He was so powerful that he didn't know what he was talking about. So early the next morning, Yamabuki Ditang took the sleepy Hajiro Tsukibyo to Old Man Yamamoto for special training. Yamamoto was very satisfied with his vice-captain. He grew very fast. Just by going out for a walk, his spiritual pressure doubled. Although he was not as good as Sato Furuabushi and Shifunji Yuanchihiro, as long as he was given some more time to grow, Yamamoto believed that Yamabuki Ditang would become his powerful deputy. As for the kid who was dozing off next to him and whose nose was still bubbling, Yamabuki Ditang saw that Yamamoto looked unfriendly and hit Hajiro Tsukibyo on the head with a knife. It hurts. Focus on the lecture. Yamabuki Ditang shouted. Hajiro Tsukibyo sat up straight in fear. Yamamoto shook his head slightly. This kid is incorrigible. Forget it, just treat him as an auditor. Yamabuki, what do you want to learn? I can teach you. Yamamoto said. Captain, after this battle with the Hollow, I deeply realized the insufficiency of my own strength. I want to learn more about ghost arts to make up for my shortcomings. Yamabuki Ditang said. Yes. Yamamoto nodded. He knew how to find his own shortcomings from the battle and learn from them. He is worthy of being the talent that I value. Okay. Then let's start learning from the basics. You follow me. Yamamoto glanced at Quibyo Kojiro and found that the child looked ignorant. A rotten wood cannot be carved. The three of them came to the training ground of the Shifunji Yuan family. It happened that Shifunji Yuanchihiro was also here. After explaining the purpose of the visit, Shifunji Yuanchihiro said with a smile, "You want to practice ghost arts? Don't worry, there is a barrier here, it is not so easy to be destroyed. Since you said so, I feel relieved." Yamamoto turned to Yamabuki Ditang and said, "Yamabuki, I will teach you a relatively basic broken way, watch carefully." Yamabuki Ditang concentrated. Yamamoto stretched out his palm and pointed at a target in the distance, the 88th broken way, thunder strikes the thief and thunders the sky cannon. A golden blue light column with a diameter of 2 meters spurted out from the old man Yamamoto's hand. The violent spiritual pressure suppressed the others present and they dared not look up. Quibyo Kojiro even cried out in shock. Yamabuki Ditang hurriedly stood in front of Kojiro to help him block some of Yamamoto's spiritual pressure. The light column exploded in the distance, and the extremely violent air wave it set off took several minutes to calm down. Well, Yamabuki, have you learned this relatively basic broken way? Yamamoto asked. Old man, do you have any misunderstanding about the basics? You call the 88th broken path the basics? Please don't use the basics in your eyes to measure me. What's wrong with your hopeful look? You don't expect me to learn this difficult broken path after just one look, do you? I seem to have really learned it. Yamabuki Ditang swallowed hard. He knew that he was the son of destiny and had a very high talent, but he never thought that he could fully understand the trajectory of the spiritual pressure and the composition of the broken path after just one look at the 88th broken path. You try it. Yamamoto said. Yamabuki Ditang raised his hand like Yamamoto and condensed the spiritual pressure, the 88th broken path, thunder strikes the thief and thunders the sky cannon, 2. A golden blue beam of light burst out from his hand. Of course, its power and might were far less than Yamamoto's, and it might not even reach 1/5 of old man Yamamoto's, but he did learn this ghost path. Chapter 14, I have a routine, you listen carefully. Yamamoto and Chihiro Shihaoran both had a hint of shock in their eyes. They didn't expect that Yamabuki Datang's talent was so high. He learned it completely just by watching the performance of Kido once. This is a high-level 88th level Hado, giving up chanting and releasing directly. Chihiro Shihaoran thought he was not at this level. Of course, his main skill was not Kido. He mainly practiced Hakuba and rarely used his Zanpakuto. Kojiro Quibu was even more shocked by the scene in front of him. Is this the Godai 13? Is this the Shinigami? Will he be able to reach this level in the future? Well, it's not bad, just barely, far worse than when I was first, you can practice slowly. Yamamoto said lightly. He was mainly afraid that Yamabuki Datang would become proud, so he suppressed all the compliments in his heart. Yamabuki Datang sighed. He had originally wanted Quibu Kojiro to learn something, but the old man was so high-end from the start. What could this kid learn? Captain Shifunji Yuan, please get this kid a Zanpakuto. I want to teach him, he has some basic swordsmanship. Yamabuki Datang said. Point 1. This is easy. Shifunji Yuan Chihiro smiled. In the setting of the world of Bleach, the spiritual pressure of nobles is naturally much higher than that of the common people in Rukanga, of course, except for a few geniuses, such as Kenpei Kizaraki and Toshiro Hitsugaya, who are rare geniuses in 1,000 years. Most of the nobles have the spiritual pressure of ordinary soldiers of the Godai 13, while ordinary people have to go through many levels of selection before they can enter the Godai 13. Because of this, 1,000 years ago, almost all Zanpakuto were in the hands of nobles, and this monopoly was broken until the establishment of the Godai 13. Shifunji Yuan Chihiro quickly sent someone to get a Zanpakuto. It was the first time that Quibu Kojiro got a real sword, and he was still very excited. Yamabuki Datang has mastered the skill of swordsmanship. He dare not say that his swordsmanship has reached the top level in this world. But it is no problem to teach children. Yamabuki Datang also told him some knowledge of Zanpakuto, such as Shikai, Tkai, and Kido, so that he can have a general understanding of this system. The fighting methods of the Shinigami are divided into the following: Zanpakuto, Fist and Ghost. Most Shinigami are already very powerful as long as they master one or two and hone them to the peak. There has only been one all-rounder like Aizen in the past 1,000 years. Swinging the sword is the simplest and most direct attack. Swing the sword 1,000 times in the morning. If you are lazy, you will have no lunch at noon. Come on, boy. After Yamabuki Datang taught Quibu Kojiro the simplest way to swing a sword, he went to find books about ghost ways. Yamamoto watched from the side for a while and shook his head slightly. The kid named Quibu Kojiro was not talented enough, far inferior to Yamabuki. He sighed and left. But when it was time for lunch, Yamamoto passed by and found that Quibu Kojiro was still swinging his sword. At this time, Quibu Kojiro was sweating profusely and his arms were almost unable to lift. Well, although his talent is mediocre, his perseverance is commendable. If he is carefully polished, he can barely reach the middle level. Yamamoto came to the boy in a flash and reached out to gently grab Quibu Kojiro's sword. You are swinging the sword wrongly. Yamamoto said in a deep voice, there is no target in your eyes, you are just simply swinging a piece of iron. It will be useless even if you practice for another 1,000 years. Captain. Quibu Kojiro was very afraid of Yamamoto. Look forward. Yamamoto said, what's there? Quibu Kojiro looked forward, but there was nothing there. There is a hollow there, the one that grabbed your sister. You didn't have the ability to protect your sister before, but now you have a knife in your hand. Do you still want to watch your loved ones get hurt again? If not, swing the knife and chop at them, try your best, and use up all your spiritual pressure. Kill the enemy. Go. Yamamoto roared. In Yamamoto's roar, Quibio Kojiro seemed to really see the hollow that took his sister away. Nervous fear, worry, anxiety and other emotions appeared in his heart. Finally, he used up every bit of his strength and desperately chopped the knife on the hollow. The hollow turned into a phantom and disappeared. And at this moment, he felt a surge of power in his body, nourishing his whole body. Well, not bad. Yamamoto nodded with satisfaction. At this moment, Quibio Kojiro's spiritual pressure increased a little bit. It seems that this kid is not a pure dead wood. There is still a little plasticity. Let's eat. 1,000 knives in the afternoon, just practice like this. If you don't finish practicing, you are not allowed to eat at night. Yamamoto said. Yes, Captain. Quibio Kojiro said with surprise. Although he is young, he is not stupid at all. How could he not see that the captain didn't like him before? Now, the captain finally recognized his identity as a member of the Godai 13. Yamabuki Ditang was lying on the beam not far away and watching. Old man, you are very good at teaching disciples. Why don't you set up an academy to recruit more disciples? In this way, we can expand our Godai 13 and also spread our name. Yamamoto pondered for a moment and felt that this was a good idea, but they had no money, no people, no territory. And they couldn't always rely on the Shifunji Yuan family. I'll consider this matter. Didn't you say you were going to study ghost arts? Have you been slacking off here all morning? Yamamoto stared at Yamabuki Ditang. That. I was. Goodbye. Yamabuki Ditang ran away in an instant. What if he was caught slacking off at work? Yamamoto laughed and scolded. The construction of the Godai 13 is a long way to go. What if you want to build an academy but have no money? Yamamoto was worried, but found that Yamabuki Ditang was back again. What are you doing back here? Captain, don't be angry. As your vice-captain, of course I have to help you. I have a way to get the money, and I can get the money from the nobles legitimately. Yamabuki Ditang said. You have to know that most of the resources of Seoul society are controlled by the nobles. It is not easy to take money from these people. You can't rob them openly. Yamamoto couldn't think of a good solution for a while. But the boy said that he had a way to make the nobles hand over the money obediently. Tell me in detail. Yamamoto asked. Captain, as the saying goes, sincerity cannot be retained since ancient times, only routines can win people's hearts. If you want them to hand over the money obediently, you must play routines with them. Yamabuki Ditang said. Routine. Yamamoto was even more confused. The old man was the worst at this, so he could only listen carefully to what Yamabuki Ditang said. Captain, come closer and listen to me. How do you do this? P.S. Signed, extra updates, 3 updates a day, and in the afternoon. Chapter 15, Explanation. The Sword of Fire. Yamabuki Ditang leaned over to Yamamoto's ear and told him his plan. This is a vicious plan. To be honest, if it was the old man 1,000 years later, he would never agree to this plan, but now Yamamoto is ruthless and will do anything to achieve his goal. Not to mention a vicious plan, if he really goes crazy, he won't even care about the comfort of the entire Seoul society. Are you sure this will work? Yamamoto asked. How do you know if you don't try? Anyway, it won't harm us. Yamabuki Ditang whispered. Okay, let's do as you say. Yamamoto agreed without hesitation. If Yamabuki Ditang's plan really succeeds, their Godai 13 will be the biggest winner. Then, Yamamoto summoned all members of the Godai 13 to gather in his room. The current members of the Godai 13 are Yamamoto Shigakuni, Shihaorin Chihiro, Sato Furobushi, Kairanji Tenshiro, and Yamabuki Ditang. As for Quibio Kojiro, he can only be considered half a member, and he is still young, so this matter cannot be told to him. Everyone, this is the plan this time. what do you think? Yamamoto looked at his men. Yamabuki Toto didn't care what these people thought of his plan. What kind of people were in the first Godai 13? A bunch of complete lunatics, all villains. Why whack 1,000 years later described Yamamoto 1,000 years ago like this, he would sacrifice his subordinates for victory. And Unohanaretsu, who didn't appear, was even praised as the greatest villain in Seoul society. Now Yamabuki Toto didn't know how Sister Hwa got this title. I have no objection. It's all about having fun anyway. Shifunji Yuan Chihiro smiled. He joined the Godai 13 with a playful mentality. As the head of one of the 5 nobles, he had everything when he was born. The meaning of life is to keep having fun. Sato Furuabushi was excited. For this crazy girl, it was enough to have someone to fight with her. Nothing else mattered. Kairanji Tenshiro, as a medical staff, you will take the 2 children and temporarily leave the Osling court tomorrow and come back later. As for the rest of you, be ready to fight at any time. Yamamoto shouted. Kairanji Tenshiro didn't say much. In this chaotic era, good people can't survive. So the plan was approved by all members, and everyone went down to prepare. Early the next morning, Kairanji Tenshiro left the Osling court with Hanako and Quibyo Kojiro, and announced to the public that he took the 2 children to the mountains to collect herbs. The 2 children did not doubt it and followed Kairanji Tenshiro. At this time, the Osling court was still calm, and the nobles were still enjoying a leisurely and peaceful day, drinking tea, arranging flowers, or chatting about which young and beautiful girl they married. Shifunji Yuan Chihiro stood at the highest point of the entire Osling court, looking at the decadent lives of these nobles, very happy. I wonder if these people who are usually high and mighty will be scared to pee their pants in a while. He took out an egg-sized pill from his clothes and threw it into the sky. The pill exploded in mid-air. The thing he threw up was a hollow attractor. The biggest function of this thing is to attract hollows. In the future, Ishida Uryu used the same method to attract a large number of hollows in order to fight against Kurosaki Ichigo. However, the weight of Shifunji Yuan Chihiro's hollow attractor is very large. As for what kind of monsters will be attracted, let's wait and see. In the first few minutes, the OS Spirit Court was calm and nothing happened. Yamamoto sat in his room practicing calligraphy, not paying attention to what was happening outside. But soon, the first hollow was attracted. In this era, the Mu Spiritual Academy had not yet been established. Except for some noble elites, most of the Shinigami had not received formal education and had low combat effectiveness. Many nobles hired guards just to make a living. It was okay to let them scare the unruly people in Rukanga, but if they really let them fight with hollows, it would be a death sentence for them. Soon, the first scream appeared in the OS Spirit Court. A noble was holding his newly married concubine and showing off to his subordinates, but a hollow pounced on his face and bit off half of his body. The scene was in chaos. And most nobles do have higher spiritual pressure than ordinary people, but high spiritual pressure does not mean strong combat power. Without special training, it is useless to cut, punch, or run away. Even if you have a high spiritual pressure, you are just a big piece of fat meat in front of a hollow. Seeing their master being bitten by a hollow, the first reaction of the guards around was to turn around and run. What a joke! What's the point of playing with a few $100s a month? And there was more than one hollow, the second, the third, and finally overwhelming. Yamabuki Ditang looked at Shifunji Yuan Chihiro with a stiff face. How strong is the drug you gave? Why are there so many hollows? Shihaoran Chihiro said with a smile, I threw out all the hollows of the Shihaoran family. Isn't this very lively? As he said that, he kicked a hollow that rushed over and smashed it to pieces. These nobles who usually thought they were high and mighty were chased by hollows and cried to the sky. Of course, there were many masters among these nobles, but it was difficult for them to protect themselves, let alone protect others. Ha ha ha! These people are really embarrassed. They claim to be nobles of the Seoul society, but they are so incompetent. Shihaoran Chihiro laughed loudly at the miserable scene in front of him. Sure enough, the first generation of the Godii 13 were all crazy, and no one had a normal mind. Sato Furuabushi saw so many hollows, then laughed crazily, rushed over with a knife, slashed and killed wildly, blood and flesh flew everywhere, and killed 7 in and out of the hollows. Yamabuki Ditang also drew his own knife and joined the battle. His current spiritual pressure is more than twice as strong as that of an ordinary vice-captain, and ordinary hollows are simply not worth a single blow. However, more and more hollows are being attracted, and there are at least thousands, or even tens of thousands. Even if the 3 of them fight until dark, they can't kill them all. Yamamoto was still sitting in his room practicing calligraphy, turning a deaf ear to the screams outside the room. The goal of his establishment of the 13th Guardian Squadron was to suppress the chaotic world. These self-righteous nobles were also part of the chaotic world, and they also had to be suppressed. At this time, a hollow broke through the captain's room, but before it could get close, it was directly crushed by Yamamoto's spiritual pressure. The soul court was in chaos, and the Shinigami slowly reacted. The nobles joined forces to barely resist the attack of the hollows. "Captain! It's almost time for you to take action," Yamabuki Ditang said outside the room. Yamamoto finished the last stroke of the calligraphy, slowly stood up, strode outside, and drew out the Zanpakuto in his hand. Revelation, Zanka no Tachi. 2. P.S. I made a mistake before, thank you for your correction, I will correct it. 5. Chapter 16, I am the only one who can conquer the world. Wait a minute, old man, don't start the revelation, I'm still here. Yamabuki Ditang was horrified, and then he launched a series of instant steps to get away from Yamamoto. The next second, an extremely terrifying column of fire shot up into the sky. Yamabuki Ditang ran just a little slower, his hair and eyebrows were on fire, his clothes were burnt, and his skin was painfully burned by the high temperature. If it was a few seconds later, he might have been roasted directly. The moment Yamamoto was revelation, the sky of the entire Soul Society changed color. The originally clear sky was roasted red by the Great Fire Sword, causing a change in the world. A large number of hollows were roasted directly and fell from the sky before they could get close to the fire column. The spiritual pressure, which was hundreds of times more terrifying than a volcanic eruption, swept across the entire OS Spirit Court with the force of thunder. Both the Death God and the Hollow stopped fighting and looked at the monster in front of them with extremely terrified eyes. What on earth is that? What on earth is it? The head of the Tsuneyashiro family, one of the 5 great nobles, was trembling all over by this invincible spiritual pressure. In his hand, he held the sword that had been passed down from generation to generation in the Tsuneyashiro family. The Yen Luo Jing Dian. At this time, he felt that the sword passed down from his family was just a firewood stick. No, it was even worse than a firewood stick. Most of the hollows had no IQ. After feeling this unmatched power, they immediately fled. A huge black cavity appeared in the sky, and all the hollows ran desperately into the black cavity, hoping to leave this terrifying place. Yamamoto looked at the hollows in the sky with cold eyes. He didn't even move a step, but slowly raised the Huo sword in his hand. A knife was gently swung out. The raging flames that could easily burn everything directly covered the entire sky within sight. All the voids in the sky were vaporized in an instant. They died very quickly without any pain. The flames of the great fire sword covered more than the entire spirit court. The sky was a fiery red, and the death gods on the ground stared at the sky blankly. They couldn't imagine what would happen if this sword fell on the ground. The entire spirit court would be easily wiped off the map without leaving any trace. Dead silence. Dead silence. Still dead silence. Yamabuki Ditang swallowed his saliva with great difficulty. When he watched anime in his previous life, he always had a question, how did the old man beat the omniscient and omnipotent Waiwak 1,000 years ago? After watching this sword, Yamabuki Datang began to feel a little sorry for Waiwak. Waiwak is awesome. He was able to survive the Great Fire Sword, although he was paralyzed for 1,000 years. But awesome. If it was Yamabuki Datang himself, he would have been burned to death if he had gotten a little closer. Saifanjai and Chihiro beside him had a look of shock and admiration in his eyes. He was indeed worthy of being my boss. He had not followed the wrong person. I am the captain of the Godai 13, Yamamoto Shigakuni. We are in charge of the Soul Society. Anyone who offends us will be punished no matter how far away they are. Yamamoto's voice spread throughout the entire Soul Society. Yamamoto did have some fame in the past, but it was not to the point where everyone knew him. But after today's battle, no one in the entire Soul Society did not know who Yamamoto Shigakuni was. Human beings have an ingrained worship of the strong. The same is true for these Shinigami. Even nobles cannot change their DNA. A large number of Shinigami have already begun to plan how to follow Yamamoto and how to join the Godai 13. Your plan is good. Saifanjai and Chihiro looked at Yamabuki Datang with a smile. No, no. I am here to share the worries of the captain. Already? Yamabuki Datang laughed. His plan is very simple, but very practical. In general, it is to suppress first and then praise. It is the same piece of bread. If you give bread to a person walking on the street, he will call you crazy. But if you wait until he has been hungry for 3 or 4 days and is dizzy and starving to death, then give him this bread, he will regard you as a lifesaver and be grateful. It is the same piece of bread, but the environment is different, and the results are also very different. Of course, the core part of this plan is Yamamoto's absolute combat power. First, Shifunjai and Chihiro used the hollow to attract a large number of hollows, causing chaos and destruction in the O-Soul Court, making these nobles feel crisis and despair. When they thought they were going to die, Yamamoto took action to save the entire O-Soul Court and advertised the 13th Guard. And Yamabuki Datang and the captain said that since they took action, they must cause an absolute shocking effect, and it would be best if they could kill all the hollows with one strike. Which is more satisfying, to defeat the opponent after fighting for 300 rounds or to kill the enemy instantly with one strike? Which one gives a greater impact? In order to show Yamamoto's strength, Yamabuki Datang set a goal for Yamamoto that he must turn the entire battlefield with one strike. Even if he can't kill all the hollows, he must let other death gods and nobles see Yamamoto's unmatched power. As a result, the old man did something even more extreme, and directly solved it. One strike directly killed all the hollows. No matter ordinary hollows, big hollows, or Ashokas, they are all equal in front of the Great Fire Sword, and they are all gone with one strike. This strike not only shocked the death gods and nobles, but even Yamabuki Datang was shocked. Is this the captain's full strength? Yamabuki Datang knew that as long as he didn't commit suicide, he would reach this level sooner or later, but now he couldn't help but sigh that this was simply a human nuclear bomb. Full strength? I didn't even dare to use half of my strength. Yamamoto walked to Yamabuki Datang and said, if you use all your strength, the spirit garden under our feet will be burned out, and you will not survive. Alas, I don't know if it's because of my age, I always feel that my control over spiritual pressure is not as good as before. Yamamoto sighed while collecting it. Captain, are you Soversai? What should we do next? Shifunjai and Chihiro asked. We don't have to do anything next, just sit at home and wait. Yamabuki Datang said. It won't take long for these nobles to find out who Yamamoto Shigakuni is, and then they can just sit and wait to collect the money. After Yamamoto killed all the hollows with one sword, the Lingting temporarily returned to peace. These nobles collected corpses and mourned, but no one dared to forget that there was a man named Yamamoto Shigakuni in the Lingting. Yamamoto returned to his room and continued to practice calligraphy, as if nothing had happened. Now the entire Lingting already knows him and his strength. The next step is to raise his personality. The level must be high. No matter what 5 nobles you are, it is not so easy to see me. Only let the little fox Yamabuki Ditang handle the things outside. This little brother is worth it. P.S. The monk is in heaven. This title is correct, right? Chapter 17, Tsuneya Shiro. One day later, the door of the Shifunji Yuan family was crowded with people. These people were all nobles of all sizes in the Osrai. These nobles came to visit Yamamoto Shigakuni with very valuable gifts in their hands. However, the Shifunji Yuan family has always kept the door tightly closed. As one of the 5 nobles, these nobles dare not force their way in unless the head of the Shifunji Yuan family gives the order. But there is one exception. A distinguished guest is here, but the guest is turned away. This is not the way of hospitality of the Shifunji Yuan family. A man with fox eyes said with a smile. Others dare not break into the Shihaoran family, but he does. Because he is the head of the Tsuneya Shiro family, Tsuneya Shiro Fuka. Yamabuki Ditang narrowed his eyes. Here comes a nasty guy. The Tsuneya Shiro family is the most annoying one among the 5 nobles. From beginning to end, they have made no contribution to the Soul Society. They obviously have a strong power, but during the 1000-year Blood War, everyone in the Soul Society, from the Zero Division to the ordinary members, worked together to resist the foreign enemies. Only the Tsuneya Shiro family did not join the Godi I-13 to fight against the enemy. They resisted the Quincy, but took advantage of the annihilation of the Zero Division to sneak into the Soul King Palace and stole the Zanpakuto forged by the sword god Nimue Wanjiao with the ancient Great Hollow, Jijihuba, and even wanted to make a human become the Soul King, so as to control the 3 realms. A million years ago, they also took the lead in dismembering the Soul King, disemboweling the Soul King, reducing the power, and discarding the Soul King's organs, so that 2 of the 4 people in the late Yuhabaka's guards had a relationship with the Soul King. The reason why the Godi I-13 caused so many casualties is that their Tsuneya Shiro family should bear a large part of the responsibility. What should we do? Yamabuki Ditang asked. Shifunji Yuan Chihiro held a cup in his hand and smiled. Why are you asking me? You are the chief of staff. You make the decision. The purpose of the other parties coming is very simple. Tsuneya Shiro Fuka did not come alone. He brought a large group of servants with him. These poor people were carrying heavy boxes. No need to guess, there must be a lot of money in the boxes. Tsuneya Shiro Fuka probably wanted to use the money to bribe Yamamoto and make Yamamoto his servant. This is quite in line with the concept of ancient Japan. No matter how strong a person's personal strength is, he must be loyal to a certain head of the family. For example, the so-called unparalleled Miyamoto Musashi, when he was young, he also had to be loyal to a big force for money and reputation. Then I'll go first. Yamabuki Ditang stood up. The reason why he worked so hard to build the Godi I-13 was not for his retirement plan. Only when the Godi I-13 was strong enough, old man Yamabuki would allow himself to retire, receive a pension, and live a leisurely life. In order to raise the image of the Godi I-13, Yamabuki Ditang rubbed his cheeks. He had to be cold, arrogant, so as to show the style of the Godi I-13. So much so that he didn't go through the door when he appeared, but directly walked in front of these people. Tsuneya Shiro Fuka saw someone coming to greet him, and walked up with a smile. What are you doing here? Yamabuki Ditang asked coldly. Before Tsuneya Shiro Fuka spoke, the servant behind him had already gone crazy. Do you know who is standing in front of you? This is the patriarch of the Tsuneya Shiro family. You should kneel down and answer. The servant shouted. Tsuneya Shiro Fuka did not stop his servant. What does it mean that the other party sent such a young man to greet him? He was testing the other party's attitude, and the other party was also testing his attitude? Yamabuki Ditang didn't talk nonsense with these servants, and directly released his spiritual pressure. pressing the two servants to the ground and unable to move. Tsuneya Shirofuka was secretly surprised in his heart. Such a strong spiritual pressure, even stronger than his own. Is this young man from the Shifunji Yuan family? Why haven't I heard of it before? The servant is ignorant, don't mind it, brother. I wonder if the young man is. Tsuneya Shirofuka asked with a smile. Yamabuki Datang said with a straight face, Vice Captain of the 1st Division of the Godi I-13, Yamamoto Shigakuni's adjutant, Yamabuki Datang. Tsuneya Shirofuka was shocked. Yamamoto Shigakuni's adjutant? Is he so powerful? But when she thought about Yamamoto's terrifying power, it was not surprising to have such a strong man as an adjutant. Excuse me. We are here to visit Mr. Yamamoto. Please make an exception. These are all gifts for Mr. Yamamoto. Tsuneya Shirofuka waved her sleeves and pointed to the dozen or so big boxes behind her. As the saying goes, the more gifts, the less blame. Although Yamabuki Datang knew that the other party had bad intentions, the Godi I-13 was too poor now and needed these things too much. However, Yamabuki Datang said with a cold face, Captain Yamamoto is resting and will not see any guests now. You can go back. Can you meet the captain whenever you want? You must pull up the mystery and pressure. Originally, these nobles had no good feelings towards this arrogant young man, but when they heard that this young man was actually the deputy of Yamamoto Shigakuni, they immediately showed respect. Tsuneya Shirofuka smiled and took a small wooden box from his subordinates and handed it over. Little brother, you were there to defend the Osray tea yesterday, right? This is a small gift from me on behalf of the people of Osray tea. Please accept it, otherwise I will feel guilty. Will Yamabuki Datang be bribed by such a third-rate method? Of course he will. Although he has no worries about food and clothing now, all he eats and uses is the money of the Shifunji Yuan family. He is so poor now that he only has this set of clothes and a knife. Yamabuki Datang tried his best to control the temptation to reach out his hand, and continued to put on a cold look. This method is useless to me. Captain Yamamoto said that he would not see any guests. Please go back. Before he finished speaking, a voice with laughter came, Yamabuki, don't be so unkind. Didn't people come all the way here just to thank Captain Yamamoto? Shifunji Yuan Chihiro appeared in front of everyone in an instant. These nobles kept muttering in their hearts, could it be that Yamamoto Shigakuni had been bought by the Shifunji Yuan family? From then on, the Shifunji Yuan family will be the leader compared to the other 5 nobles. But Yamabuki Datang's behavior and words recast the 3 views of these nobles again. Captain Shifunji Yuan. Hello. Yamabuki Datang bowed slightly to Shifunji Yuan Chihiro. All the nobles present had their pupils trembling, including Tsuneya Shirofuka. They had heard clearly before that the organization founded by Yamamoto Shigakuni was called the Godi I-13, which means that in addition to Captain Yamamoto, there will be 12 captains. Yamabuki Datang called Shihoan Chihiro captain, which means that it was not the Shihoan family that bribed Yamamoto Shigakuni, but the head of the Shihoan family had joined the Godi I-13. Chapter 18, The Highest Realm of Getting Something for Nothing. In the eyes of ordinary nobles, the 5 great nobles are supreme and the highest representatives of power under the Spirit King. But now, the head of the Shihoan family, one of the 5 great nobles, has become a member of the Godi I-13 and a subordinate of Yamamoto Shigakuni. Which simply refreshed their 3 views. These nobles still maintain traditional ideas. No matter how strong a person is, he must be loyal to the nobles to guarantee their power. However, the arrival of Yamamoto Shigakuni directly broke this million-year monopoly. Most of the nobles were uneasy on their faces, and they felt that the Seoul society had changed again. Tsuneya Fenghua brought these gifts to bribe Yamamoto Shigakuni, but at this time he knew that bribery was impossible. The other party's vision and ideas were far superior to his own. Of course, this scene was also designed by Yamabuki Datang and Shifunji Yuan Chihiro before, in order to give these people a huge shock. However, being able to become the head of one of the 5 nobles, Tsuneya Shiro Fenghua is naturally not a pushover. He hurriedly changed his tone. I am here to thank Mr. Yamamoto. Please let me meet with Captain General Yamamoto. Tsuneya Shiro Fenghua has his own plans. Yamamoto Shigakuni has unparalleled combat power. It is impossible to suppress his development. The rise of the Godi I-13 has become a foregone conclusion. In this case, why don't you do a favor? The current Godi I-13 is still just a civilian organization, not officially recognized, and the largest official institutions in the Seoul court are 2. One is the 5 nobles, and the other is the Central 46th Chamber. After all, the Spirit Court also has its own set of laws, which cannot be disorderly, and the person who controls this set of laws is the Central 46th Chamber. The Central 46th Chamber is the highest authority composed of 6 great sages and 40 sages. Once a decision is made, even the leaders of the nobles cannot change it. Unless the 5 nobles sign their names together in the order of the Spirit King, the judgment of the Central 46th Chamber can be changed. But everyone knows what the Spirit King is like now. He has been cut into a human stick. Not to mention giving orders, it is unknown whether he can speak. Without the support of the Spirit King, the power of the Central 46th Chamber is above that of the 5 nobles. Of course, the sages of the Central 46th Chamber are also from the 5 nobles. The relationship between the 2 sides is very complicated and cannot be explained in 1 or 2 sentences. Shifunji Yuan Kyunri showed a smile on his face. It was exactly the same as the little fox predicted. These nobles couldn't sit still and took the initiative to come up. Since you said so, I will take you to meet Captain General Yamamoto. Yamabuki, take these guests to the living room of the Shifunji Yuan family, where someone will entertain them. Shifunji Yuan Chihiro said. Yes, Captain Shifunji Yuan. Yamabuki Ditang raised a smile at the corner of his mouth. He called Shifunji Yuan Chihiro captain to tell these nobles that it was not you ridiculous noble masters who ordered me, but the captain of the 13th Squadron of the Godii. Then, he took these nobles to the living room. The old butler of the Shifunji Yuan family was responsible for welcoming these guests, and Yamabuki Ditang came to Yamamoto's room as quickly as possible. Captain, people are here. Yamabuki Ditang said. Yamamoto nodded slightly. At this time, Shifunji Yuan Chihiro and Tsuneya Shiro Fuka came to Yamamoto's room. Shifunji Yuan Chihiro bowed slightly to Yamamoto. Captain, this is the head of the Tsuneya Shiro family, Tsuneya Shiro Fuka, he is here to thank you. Yamamoto glanced at Tsuneya Shiro Fuka lightly, and the next second his spiritual pressure burst out. Tsuneya Shiro Fuka felt that the person sitting in front of him was not a middle-aged man, but a volcano about to erupt. In just a moment, cold sweat soaked his whole body. What did I do wrong? Could this man know about the shameful experiments of the Tsuneya Shiro family? Tsuneya Shiro Fuka even thought of the contents of the suicide note in an instant. But Yamamoto's spiritual pressure was quickly put away. If you are here to thank, you can leave now. Our Godi I-13 was established to protect the shrine. This is our responsibility. Yamamoto said righteously. Tsuneya Shiro Fuka hurriedly followed Yamamoto's words and said, of course, I know your ambition to maintain the stability of the Seoul Society and Seoul Society. However, I have something unpleasant to say, I don't know if I can say it. Your original intention is indeed good, I admit it. What happened yesterday is the biggest example. If the Seoul Society had a special force, what happened yesterday would not have happened. I support the establishment of the 13 court guards 100%. But, you should not have resources now, right? Tsuneya Shiro Fuka asked tentatively. Don't be angry first. The largest official organization of the Seoul Society is the Central 46th Office. If the 13 court guards you established want to be recognized, you must get the consent of the Central 46th Office. Tsuneya Shiro Fuka stared at Yamamoto cautiously, fearing that Yamamoto would burn him directly if he was unhappy. Indeed, most of the resources in Seoul society are now controlled by the nobles. Take the most common example. If there is no support from a great noble, there is no source of zanpakuto. You can't let the soldiers fight with wooden swords and hollows. As long as the Godi 13 is recognized by the Ozratsu, they can legitimately ask for money and people. Yamamoto pondered for a moment. Go on. This matter will soon reach the ears of the Central 46th Room, and we don't know what the Central 46th Room's attitude is. However, our Tsuneya Shiro family is willing to support the Godi 13. Tsuneya Shiro Fuka asked. Yamamoto did not agree, but looked at Yamabuki Ditang. This little fox has many ideas. Chief Tsuneya Shiro, I'm afraid you have any requests? Yamabuki Ditang asked. You are too serious, how dare we? Of course, if you can leave us a captain position, I will be happier. The dagger is revealed. With Yamamoto Shigakuni in charge, the rise of the Godi 13 is a foregone conclusion. It is better to take this opportunity to bet in advance and tie the interests of the family to the Godi 13. Yamamoto's face was solemn. Of course you can. Yamabuki Ditang said with a smile. However, our method of selecting captains for the 13 court guards is very simple. Whoever can fight will be the boss. As long as you are strong enough, it is not impossible to sit in the position of captain. Yamamoto's face was relieved. He was not rejecting nobles, he was just rejecting those incompetent trash. I see, that's great. Tsuneya Shiro Fuka smiled like a fox. With the strength of the 5 noble clan leaders, it should not be difficult to seize a captain position. Yamabuki Ditang was also laughing. You probably don't know what kind of crazy people the first generation captains were. Chapter 19. Central 46 Room. Tsuneya Shiro Fuka smiled happily. His goal had been achieved. The rise of the 13 court guards could no longer be stopped. So why didn't he profit from it? The other party promised him a captain position, and he was already very satisfied. But before that, there is one more thing. After yesterday's battle, you also saw how weak the armed forces of the Seoul court are now. We plan to open an academy to teach the Shinigami how to fight. I wonder what the head of the Tsuneya Shiro family thinks about this. Yamabuki Ditang asked. This is of course a good thing. I agree with both hands. In this case, I can't take back these gifts I brought. Now we need to build both the 13th Guardian Corps and the Academy. It's the time when resources are needed. As long as you need my help, I will do my best. Tsuneya Shiro Fuka patted his chest and said. Yamamoto's strength is obvious to all. It is unknown how many Shinigami dream of learning under this strong man. This is beneficial to the entire Seoul court. In this case, please help us promote it more. Yamabuki Ditang showed a fox-like smile on his face. Of course. Of course. We are all family members in the future. Just ask if you have anything. Tsuneya Shiro Fuka smiled. When Tsuneya Shiro Fuka left Yamamoto's room, he was so proud that other nobles thought he had gained a lot of benefits and came to ask him. Benefits? Of course there are huge benefits, but you don't need to ask me, you will know soon. Tsuneya Shiro Fuka looked mysterious, which made other nobles feel anxious. Yamamoto sat there a little depressed. It seemed that he had done nothing, everything was natural, and he just chopped it casually. Yamabuki, according to your plan, will the Godi 13 be established so quickly? Yamamoto asked. Of course, it goes without saying that the establishment of the Godi 13 is a historical choice. Even if there is no Yamabuki Ditang, the Godi 13 will be established. Yamabuki Ditang's biggest goal is not to establish the Godi 13, but to strive for greater rights and interests. You must know that the Central 46th Chamber represents the highest authority in Seoul society. All the nobles who can enter the decision-making level of the Central 46th Chamber are nobles, and they represent the interests of the nobles. The final right to interpret the law is in their hands. The biggest example is that Tisen's best friend, Utaera, was killed by her husband. Because the murderer was a branch of the Tsuneyashiro family, the final sentence was only 100 years of house arrest. It was because of this incident that Tisen was completely desperate about the high-level officials of the Soul Society and joined forces with Aizen to overthrow the Soul Society. And what Yamabuki Todo had to do was to fight for the greatest power for the Godai 13. All this has just begun. After returning home, Tsuneyashiro Fuka immediately wrote a letter to the heads of the other 5 nobles to discuss the establishment of the Godai 13. The 5 nobles have a secret meeting room that only their heads have the right to enter. Every time there is a major change in the Soul Society, they will hold a meeting here to make a decision. In later life, Tsuneyashiro Tokinada invited Shihaoran Yoryuaki and Kukaki Byakuya to discuss the restoration of the 5 noble seats of the Shiba family here, and nominated Kurosaki Ichigo as the new patriarch of the Shiba family. However, only 4 of the 5 nobles came. They were the Tsuneyashiro family that was in charge of the Great Spiritual Book Corridor, the Shihoan family, which controls the Tengiven Weaponry Division, the Shiba family, which controls the passage to the Soul King Palace, and the Kukaki family, which is currently the head of the 5 great nobles. As for why there are only 4 families in the 5 great nobles, I would like to ask Kubo Tite why he only wrote about 4 families among the 5 great nobles? Everyone, I think you should read the letter I wrote to you. What do you think about the establishment of the Godai 13? Tsuneyashiro Fuka asked. Shihoan Chihiro still had a cynical attitude. Do you still need to ask me this? He has now joined the Godai 13 and become the captain of the 2nd division, so he naturally supports it with all his strength. Then, Tsuneyashiro Fuka looked at the remaining 2 clan leaders. The head of the Kukaki family nodded gently. I agree, everyone saw what happened yesterday. If it weren't for Yamamoto Shigekuni, the consequences would be disastrous. The nobles have enjoyed the benefits brought by power for a long time. Now most of the nobles have lost their fighting power. The Soul Court must have fresh blood injected. What do you think? The head of the Shiba family. Why are you asking me? I live in Rukonga. You can solve the internal affairs of the Soul Court by yourselves. All 3 of you are the same. I agree. Is it useful for me to oppose alone? Said the Shiba family patriarch helplessly. So, the 4 nobles all agree. Let's write a joint letter to the central 46th room now. I believe that those corrupt old men understand the weight of the joint letter from the 4 noble patriarchs. Tsuneyashiro Fuka said with a smile. The reason why he worked so hard was because the Godai 13 promised him a captain position. The stronger the Godai 13 will be in the future, the more valuable the captain position will be. Under the premise of interest binding, Tsuneyashiro Fuka is not fighting for the Godai 13, he is for his own interests. What the other 3 patriarchs have to do is very simple, just sign the joint letter. After doing all this, Tsuneyashiro Fuka came to the central 46th room with the letter in high spirits. This is the highest authority in Soul Society. However, as the core of Soul Society, the defense of the central 46th room is so weak that it can only be described as pitiful. These high-ranking sages, the sages were afraid of betrayal by their guards, so they only chose noble children as their guards. Even these noble children were not allowed to wear zanpakuto, and could only carry blunt weapons such as 6-foot iron rods. Since they were noble children, everyone knew the patriarch of the Tsuneyashiro family. After seeing Tsuneyashiro Fuka, they did not dare to stop him and let Tsuneyashiro Fuka run rampant in the central 46 rooms. Finally, Tsuneyashiro Fuka came to the front of these 46 sages. Even when facing the patriarch of one of the 5 nobles, the central 46 rooms were still arrogant. Because their rights were superior to those of a single noble. In the future, they even deprived the Shiba family of their status as the 5 nobles, fearing that the 5 nobles would compete with them for power. Too much. Even if you are the patriarch of the Tsunoya Shiro family, you can't do whatever you want. Who allowed you to raise your head? Lower your head! An old man sitting above shouted loudly. Tsunoya Shiro Fuka's face changed slightly, but soon returned to his hippie smile. Don't be angry, everyone, this letter is sent by the 5 noble clan leaders to the central 46th room, please take a look. Chapter 20, 5 noble clan leaders jointly wrote a letter. Hearing Tsunoya Shiro Fuka's words, the 46 old wall lamps were like boiling pots, and their faces changed drastically. 5 noble clan leaders jointly wrote a letter? What do these people want to do? They don't want to abolish the central 46th room, do they? Besides this, what else in the Lingting is worth the 5 noble clan leaders' joint signatures? If the 5 noble clan leaders agree and the Ling Wang nods, then the power of this letter will override the central 46th room. The faces of these old bastards became very ugly, and in an instant, none of the 46 people dared to speak. After a long time, a great sage sitting at the highest point said, "Hand over the letter." A servant immediately handed the letter to the great sage. These old wall lamps opened the letter tremblingly as if they were waiting for the final execution. The content of the letter had nothing to do with them. The Godai 13? What is that? Asked the great sage. Just like its name. This is an army dedicated to protecting the O Soul Court. You saw what happened yesterday. Although it is rare for hollows to attack the O Soul Court in groups, it is not uncommon. I think we should form a special army to prevent various emergencies. Our 5 nobles have unanimously agreed, and now we are just waiting for the approval of the Central 46th Chamber. Tsunoya Shiro Fuka said. It's not to abolish the Central 46th Chamber and let these old bastards become awesome again. What a joke! Why does the O Soul Court need a bunch of ruffians to protect it? What do the 5 nobles do for a living? What do so many nobles do for a living? I believe you all felt the devastating spiritual pressure yesterday. Don't you want such a strong man to protect your safety? Tsunoya Shiro Fuka asked. Of course they felt Yamamoto's devastating spiritual pressure yesterday. It made them frightened and trembled. Although these people are corrupt, it doesn't mean they are fools. You mean, the founder of the Godai 13 is Yamamoto Shigekuni? Yes. It's him, but the Godai 13 is still just a civilian organization, after all, it has not been approved by the Central 46th Room. I mean to call Yamamoto Shigekuni to the Central 46th Room, and everyone will talk face to face, with the clan leaders of the 5 nobles and all the upper nobles as witnesses. Tsunoya Shiro Fuka said. The 46 sages were talking, and the Central 46th Room was buzzing like flies. Indeed, with such a peerless strong man in charge, they can rest assured from now on. Silence. The great sage sitting at the highest point knocked the gavel heavily. In that case, you bring this Yamamoto Shigekuni here, and we can talk face to face. The great sage said. Of course, they don't want what happened yesterday to happen again. After all, when the hollows attacked, the 46 sages didn't know how many of them were scared to pee their pants. It would be perfect if there was a strong army dedicated to the safety of the Soul Court. Tsunoya Shiro Fuka looked at the disgusting faces of these people and sneered in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. Although the power in his hands was strong, it was not enough to shake the rules of the Soul Society for millions of years. Yamabuki Ditang was the first to get the news, and he immediately told Yamamoto the news. In other words, as long as the Central 46 Chambers undertake, we are the official organization. Yamamoto never thought that his dream would come true so quickly. In less than half a month, his eyes changed when he looked at Yamabuki Ditang. He used to regard Yamabuki Ditang as his assistant. But after this incident, Yamamoto has deeply realized the importance of wisdom. Indeed, his Ryujin Ruohuo is invincible, but his ultimate goal is to protect rather than destroy. If he just wants to destroy, as long as he opens the release and chops randomly, it won't take long for the entire Soul Society to be destroyed. Point 2. But his ultimate goal is to protect this world. This makes the situation much more complicated. He even made a 100-year plan to complete his goal in 100 years. But the arrival of Yamabuki Ditang compressed this goal from 100 years to half a month. That feeling is like Lu Suan's first meeting with Zhuge Liang. In just half a month, he, a mountain villager with only power, directly came into contact with the power core of the entire Soul Society. Yamabuki. What should we do next? Yamamoto asked. Arrogant. Tough. You must not give in. Yamabuki Ditang said, Captain, after arriving at the central 46th room, can you give me the right to speak? You must follow my words and never show any compromise. You must be tough, absolutely tough. Yamamoto didn't understand what this kid meant for a while. But when he thought that he had come to this point, it was too late to regret. Okay, I'll do whatever you say when the time comes. Yamamoto said. Yamamoto has now begun to believe in Yamabuki Ditang unconditionally. The meeting time is set for tomorrow. Yamabuki Ditang has to make a perfect plan overnight. This is related to his retirement plan, and there must be no carelessness. The next day, Yamabuki Ditang even dressed up specially. Sato Furuabushi looked unhappy. Why do I have to meet those old immortals? It's so annoying. Is there a lot of etiquette? These are the most annoying things. Yamabuki Ditang rejected it directly. No need for any etiquette. You can be as arrogant as you can be, as domineering as you can be, just act as you are. Hey? What do you mean? Am I usually arrogant? Believe it or not, I will beat you up. Sato shouted. Shifunji Yuan Chihiro was going to tell everyone about the rules of going to the central 46th room. It is not allowed to bring a knife. Everyone, bring a knife. Especially the captain, Ryujin Jaka is ready to release at any time. Yamabuki Ditang said. Shifunji Yuan Chihiro almost vomited blood. Although he looked unruly, he was born in a noble family and was the head of the clan. His words and deeds represented not only himself, but also the entire family behind him, so he had to be restrained many times. Are you going to fight? You can't get in with a knife. You can't get in like this. Shifunji Yuan Chihiro smiled bitterly. No, we can get in with or without a knife. Of course, Yamabuki Ditang knew what kind of people the central 46th room were like. They thought they were high and mighty, but their actual combat ability was close to zero. Thousands of years later, they were first slaughtered by Aizen, and then by the Quincy when the Quincy invaded. Even so, they still refused to repent. Before the Millennium Blood War began, Kurako Shunsui, the Captain General, proposed to equip the central 46th room with a captain to protect their safety. The answer of the central 46th room was, I don't. Chapter 21, Are You Crazy? Yamamoto Shigakuni brought Yamabuki Ditang, Shihorin Chihiro, and Sato Furuabushi to the central 46th room. Stop, hand over your swords. Two guards holding 6-foot iron rods blocked the way of the crowd. This is the rule since ancient times. Even Tsuneya Shirofuka must hand over the knife when entering. Yamabuki Ditang didn't waste time talking to these minions. He directly exploded his spiritual pressure. Although his spiritual pressure was not as good as the captain level, it was more than twice as strong as the vice-captain. These third-rate little Karami naturally couldn't bear his spiritual pressure and were directly pressed to the ground and foamed at the mouth. Fuck! Shifunji Yuan Chihiro's face was very strange. The one who dared to take action in the central 46th room has not appeared in 1,000 years. Are you sure you are going to negotiate with others? Why does it feel like a bandit entering the village? Everyone, the spiritual pressure explodes. Push forward all the way. Yamabuki Ditang said. Although Yamamoto didn't know what Yamabuki Ditang was up to, he trusted Yamabuki Ditang very much, and his spiritual pressure burst out like a volcanic eruption. Then it was Sato Furuabushi, the lawless girl, who also burst out her captain-level spiritual pressure. Shifunji Yuan Chihiro swallowed hard. Forget it, since they were all standing together, they would definitely be regarded as accomplices, so he simply burst out his spiritual pressure. The 4 captain-level strongmen released their spiritual pressure at the same time, which was like the end of the world for the ordinary soldiers in the central 46 rooms. They didn't even have the qualifications to get close, and they all fell to the ground and struggled in pain. The 46 great sages felt these 4 extremely terrifying spiritual pressures and thought it was vasto. Dalai came to take revenge. Some people sat there and peed their pants, some were ready to run away, and some simply rolled their eyes. The scene was in chaos. Yamabuki Ditang came to the door of the central 46th room. When he walked forward, he saw those old men. "Captain, be arrogant and domineering," Yamabuki Ditang whispered. "Yet." Yamamoto responded and pushed the door open. Then there was a hot and violent spiritual pressure poured in. "Yamamoto Shigakuni, I came to visit you." But what came into view was a bunch of rabble. The sages of the central 46th room stared at the Godi I-13 in amazement. It turned out that it was not Vastad who attacked. Ahem. Calm down. In a second or two, these old bastards regained their high and mighty temperament. Tsuneya Shirofuka shouted in his heart, "Fuck! What are you guys doing? You are here to ask for favors, why are you acting like bandits entering the city? If I hadn't recognized your spiritual pressure in advance, I would have run away now. And you're carrying a knife. Don't you know that you are not allowed to bring a knife when meeting the central 46th room?" Shifunji Yuan Chihiro. "They don't understand these rules, but you don't? Can't you teach them? What should we do now? Forget about talking, they might be beaten out directly." Tsuneya Shirofuka was sweating profusely, thinking about what to say. Those old bastards sitting on the high platform have already started to make trouble. They made us so embarrassed, how can we let you off easily? The rules of the central 46th room do not allow you to bring a knife, Shifunji Yuan Chihiro, didn't you tell them? Shifunji Yuan Chihiro is giving up, so let's do whatever we want. It is your rule that you are not allowed to bring a sword into the central 46th chamber, and it is our rule that the Godi I-13 never leave their swords. Why should your rules control us? Yamabuki Ditang said coldly. Although the other party sat higher than them, the aura he exuded seemed to be looking down on these old people. For a moment, the old people were so overwhelmed that they couldn't breathe. "Bold! Who are you? How dare you be so arrogant?" Yamamoto said coldly, "This is the vice-captain of the first squad of the Godi I-13, and the chief of staff of the Godi I-13, Yamabuki Ditang." When did I become the chief of staff of the Godi I-13? Why didn't I know? Did the captain give me a temporary promotion? So happy. Will my pension be higher this way? Tsuneya Shirofuka was numb. The central 46th chamber has existed for countless years, representing the interests of all nobles. No one has dared to challenge their majesty for many years. Even these nobles who look up to the top have gradually become accustomed to being suppressed by the power of the central 46th chamber. These big brothers really don't give any face. Now, I entrust the chief of staff of the Godi I-13 to speak for me," Yamamoto said. "Old man, well done." Tsuneya Shirofuka's eyes also became very strange. He thought this boy was just an ordinary deputy, but he didn't expect that his status in the Godi I-13 was so high. He can negotiate with the central 46th chamber on behalf of the captain in such an occasion. I misjudged it. At this time, the great sage sitting at the top spoke, "You are not nobles, you can temporarily not follow the rules of the central 46th chamber, I don't blame you. Next, it's time to talk about business, that is, the establishment of the Godi I-13. This is business. We have understood the structure of the Godi I-13, which is indeed a good thing for the Soul Society. As long as you can agree to the following conditions, the Central 46th Chamber will recognize the official status of the Godi 13 and will give you a lot of resources to protect the Soul Society. The Great Sage said. First, the supreme command of the Godi 13 must be handed over to the Central 46th Chamber, and no resistance to the orders of the Central 46th Chamber is allowed. Second, the Godi 13 must obey the command of the 5 nobles, but when the orders of the 5 nobles and the Central 46th Chamber conflict, the orders of the Central 46th Chamber must prevail. Third, among the 13 divisions, there must be 5 captains sent by one person from each of the 5 nobles. Fourth, all members of the Godi 13 must be recruited from the nobles, and civilians from Rukanga must not be recruited. Fifth, the captain must be assessed by the Central 46th Chamber. The above 5 points are all the conditions for the Central 46th Chamber to recognize the Godi 13. Yamamoto's face was very gloomy, and the spiritual pressure on his body fluctuated. You call this cooperation? This is fucking cooperation? This is fucking a selling contract. Once you agree to these conditions, the Godi 13 will become a dog in the hands of the nobles from then on. You must bite whoever you are told to bite, and you don't even have the right to resist. Yamabuki Datang was not surprised by the 5 conditions proposed by these old antiques. Referring to the Godi 13 1,000 years later, although the above 5 conditions were not fully implemented, the Godi 13 was indeed under the jurisdiction of the Central 46th Chamber. It seems that if he had not participated, the Captain General must have made some compromises in order to protect the Soul Society. But now it is different. Get out of the way, I'm going to start showing off. Chapter 22, Do you want to hear my conditions? Yamamoto saw that the other party proposed such an outrageous condition, his face was very heavy, and he turned his head to glance at Yamabuki Datang with the corner of his eye, asking Yamabuki Datang's opinion. Yamabuki Datang's expression remained unchanged, and he even smiled. Everyone, I don't think there is anything wrong with these conditions. After all, everyone here is considering their own interests. It is of course reassuring to hold the sharp sword of the Godi 13 in our hands. Naturally, we must also strive for our own interests. You have finished talking about your conditions. Next, shouldn't you listen to our conditions? The great sage sitting in the highest position slammed the table and said, This is already the best preferential treatment given to you by the Central 46th Office. Don't be ungrateful. Don't forget that you are asking us to do things now. If our Central 46th Office does not recognize the status of the Godi 13, you are just a group of bandits. This sentence hit Yamamoto's sore spot. Indeed, if there was no time traveler, Yamabuki Datang, the old man did make some compromises, and there was nothing he could do about it. The most impressive chapter is the execution of Rukia Kukaki. It is indeed a serious crime to pass on the spiritual power of the god of death to ordinary people, but it is not enough to execute them in that way. Aizen issued orders in the name of the Central 46th Office, because he knew that as long as the Central 46th Office decided something, even the captain had no right to change it. Don't worry, sages. Since we are gathered here today, we are here to make this matter clear. Moreover, it is not just you and me who are here. The heads of the nobles of Soul Society are also here. You might as well listen to my conditions. Don't worry, it won't be too outrageous. Yamabuki Datang gave Captain Yamamoto a reassuring look. These high-ranking adults thought they had already won the game. They had made up their minds. No matter what Yamabuki Datang said, they would not agree and insisted on their own opinions. In order to achieve their goals, Yamamoto would definitely compromise with them. 1. Although these people are pedantic, they are definitely masters in fighting for power and profit. Everyone is calculating how to make themselves gain more benefits. Yamabuki Datang cleared his throat and said his requirements one by one. First, the Godi 13 will not accept the jurisdiction of anyone, whether it is the Central 46th Chamber or the 5 Great Nobles. You are not qualified. The Godai 13 has only one leader, and that is Yamamoto Shigekuni. As soon as this was said, the whole room was in an uproar. Dream on! If you do not accept the jurisdiction of the Central 46th Chamber, you will leave here now. This is the Seoul Court, this is the Central 46th Chamber, and here we follow the rules. Do you think you can be lawless? Impossible. Not only the great sage, but also the other 40 sages criticized it, thinking that this was impossible. The reason why they agreed to the establishment of the Godai 13 was to gain more benefits from the Godai 13. If the Godai 13 was out of their control, it would be terrible. The most intolerable thing for people in high positions is that someone or something is out of their control, which will bring them an unspeakable fear. Quiet down, I haven't finished yet, this is the first one. Yamabuki Ditang laughed. Secondly, we have a very complete theory for selecting captains of the Godai 13. In the Godai 13, we only look at ability, not background. As long as you have ability, even a commoner in Rukonga can sit in the captain's position. And the selection mechanism of the Godai 13 captain will never be interfered with by the Central 46 Chambers and the 5 Great Nobles. Third, the selection of members of the Godai 13 will not be based on their background. Even if they are the most ordinary civilians. As long as they have enough ability, they can still become a member of the Godai 13. In addition, I suggest that civilians who do not have noble status should be given the status of lower nobles after they officially become members of the Godai 13. Fourth, if a member of the Godai 13 commits a crime, they will be punished by our Godai 13 internally. We will establish a very complete punishment plan. The Central 46th Room shall not interfere. Fifth, the Central 46th Room must provide a large amount of material support to the Godai 13 every year, and it is priority support. Otherwise, the Godai 13 can choose not to protect the Central 46th Room. The above is my request. If there is a need for supplementation in the future, we will supplement it at any time. After Yamabuki Ditang finished speaking, the 46 sages of the Central 46th Room laughed. What is this kid dreaming about? Not to mention the Central 46th Room, even Yamamoto's eyes looking at Yamabuki Ditang became very strange. Are we going too far? If the Central Office 46 agreed to Yamabuki Ditang's request, it would be like personally supporting an institution with power that almost surpassed the Central Office 46. How could these old men who value power more than their own lives agree? Yamabuki Ditang still looked at these big men with a smile on his face. This is impossible. We can't agree to any of the 5 conditions you proposed. The great sage said loudly. Tsunoya Shirofuka almost covered his face. Brother, do you call this negotiation? You call this robbery? These old guys may be corrupt when they do things, but they are smarter than each other when fighting for power and profit? Do you think these people are fools? How could they agree to your outrageous request? Yamabuki Ditang looked at these big men quietly, in other words, you don't agree with my request, right? The great sage sitting at the highest point shouted sternly, of course I don't agree. There is no order without rules. Look at the rules you set. What are those rules? What do you think of our Central 46th Room? Do you treat us as nothing? Yamabuki Ditang hurriedly explained, of course I won't treat you as nothing. I just treat you as garbage. As soon as these words came out, the 46 old men present were instantly silent, and their faces were red with anger. Come on! Come on! Beat these bastards out! Beat them out! But no guard came. Yamabuki Ditang looked at these old men leisurely. I forgot to tell you that when we came, we had cleared all the guards. Since you don't agree with our request, there is no way. The talks broke down? Captain, please pull out the Ryujin Ruka and destroy the Lingting directly. This kind of place is not worth our protection. Yamamoto's eyes showed a gleam of light, and he drew out Ryujin Jaka without saying a word. Sorry. Chapter 23, We can rob openly, but we are still sitting here to negotiate with you. Tsuneya Shirofuka was so scared that his legs went weak and he almost collapsed to the ground. He had seen the power of the Sword of Fire. With this knife, the entire O-Soul court would be reduced to ashes. What 5 nobles? What central 46 chambers? They are all paper in front of absolute power. These sages of the central 46 chambers were confused. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? This is the power core of Soul Society. Are you going to challenge the rules that Soul Society has left for millions of years? The great sage hurriedly stood up and shouted. You are so smart. You can see it at a glance. Yamabuki Ditang kept clapping his hands and mockingly, since the dog is not obedient, we can just change another one. As for the disobedient dogs, guess what the consequences are? Rules? Our rules are the rules. Damn it! Why don't these bandits play by the rules? You barbarians! You, wait a minute, don't draw your swords. The Raijin Jaka was unsheathed, and the temperature of the surrounding atmosphere instantly increased. It was only then that Tsuneya Shirofuka understood the philosophy of the crazy people in the Godai 13. The Soul King is the boss, we are the second in command. The central 46th chamber? Who is he? If you have the guts, challenge me in a one-on-one duel. He doesn't matter who he is if he beats me. This is why Yamabuki Ditang dares to be so arrogant. Just because our Godai 13 is the only organization in the entire Soul Society that has nuclear weapons, should we be so arrogant? Should we be so domineering? Deo. As for the red tape left by the nobles. Sorry, I don't admit it. I am a bandit. We can rob directly, but we are still sitting here to negotiate with you. How can we be so gentle? I am about to cry. Another day of being moved by myself. At this time, those great sages were like a group of monkeys about to be shot, jumping up and down. How could they still have the arrogance of being superior to others? Although they are pedantic, they are definitely not stupid. They have seen the power of Raijin Jaka yesterday. Not to mention the central 46 rooms, even the entire Soul Society, no one can be a match for it. Wait. Wait a minute. Don't be so excited, aren't we here to negotiate? Look at what you are doing with your sword. Calm down. Yes. Calm down. If you don't agree with the conditions we put forward, we can slowly modify them. Young man, don't be so angry. Calm down. What did we do wrong? Can't we modify it? Don't draw your sword first. Calm down. Let's negotiate, let's continue negotiating. Drawing the sword will have a bad influence. Let's continue talking. The 46 sages were in a mess. Yamamoto tried hard to hold back his laughter. Yamabuki Ditang gave him a look, and the captain put away his sword. Seeing Yamamoto put away his sword, the 46 sages sat down with peace of mind. Tsuneya Shirofuka's eyes almost popped out, using absolute force to coerce the central 46. This has never happened in Soul Society for thousands of years. It turns out that it is absolute force that breaks power. Force is more useful than power. Tsuneya Shirofuka thought of the power games she played before. Why do they feel so vulgar? It turns out that the real high-end people I don't even bother playing power games with you. You don't accept? Then I'll kill you with one blow. What? Your whole family doesn't accept? Then I'll kill your whole family. What? Your whole family doesn't accept? Then just exterminate them. In the high-level martial arts world of Death God, one person's strength can easily crush thousands of troops, and there is no need to worry about military rebellion. Maybe all the armies in Soul Society tied together now can't stop the old man from cutting them. Tsuneya Shirofuka seemed to have opened the door to a new world. The sages immediately came up with a new plan. Let's forget about jurisdiction. How about supervision? Yamamoto said and put his hand on the handle of Ryujinjaka. The sage who proposed supervision was pressed to the ground and beaten by others. Nonsense! They were established to protect Soul Society. Do we need to supervise such an organization? How about cooperation? We are in a cooperative relationship. But the selection of personnel and the treatment of criminals. The Central 46th Chamber is equivalent to the highest court in Soul Society. No one can change the verdict. The most uncomfortable thing for them is that if the right to deal with crimes committed by the Godai 13 must be handed over to the Godai 13, this will greatly weaken their power, which makes them very unhappy. Yamabuki Ditang knocked the ground hard with his knife. Everyone, we have finished our conditions. If you agree, just stamp it. From now on, our Godai 13 will be an official organization, and your personal safety will be protected by us. If you don't agree, Captain, draw your sword. Wait, wait. Don't draw your sword first, don't draw your sword first. Can't you give us some time to consider? The great sage said with horror. Okay, I'll give you 5 days. Okay, okay. We will give you a satisfactory answer in 5 days. 4. 3. Did you say 5 seconds? 5 seconds is not enough to go to the toilet. Are you here to rob or negotiate? 2. Stop chanting, stop chanting. Don't you see that we haven't reacted yet? We are all old people. Don't you understand the principle of respecting the old and loving the young? Our old people's brains don't work that fast. 1. Captain, draw your sword and kill us. Stop. We agree. The great sage roared with all his strength, we agree to all your requests. This will be fine now. Don't you regret it? Willingly. Yamabuki Ditang asked. Willingly. Willingly. Then stamp this document. This is being watched by the clan leaders of all the great nobles in Soul Society. It's too late to regret it. Yamabuki Ditang took out a document that had been prepared long ago. Don't dare to regret it. Don't dare to regret it. We'll stamp it now. 2. That's great. From now on, we are our own people. If someone bullies you, just report the name of our Godai 13, and we will protect you. Yamabuki Ditang said. Okay, okay. Where's the seal? Why don't you bring it over quickly? What are you doing? The great sage scolded the Shinigami who didn't use instant step to deliver the seal. Then, under the humiliating gaze of the 46 people, he reluctantly stamped the seal. With this document and the recognition of the Central 46 Chambers, the Godai 13 will be the official organization of the O Soul Court from now on, and can recruit members from the nobles with justification. Tsuneya Shirofuka felt that he had won. His biggest goal was to become a member of the 46 Chambers and hold supreme power. But now, I am now the reserve captain of the Godai 13, and the Central 46 Chambers are nothing. Chapter 24, The Greatest Shame of the Central 46 Chambers in 1,000 Years. After the Godai 13 and the heads of the nobles left, the Central 46 Chambers fell into a dead silence. After a long time, the great sage slammed the table hard. Shame! This is a shame! Our Central 46th office has never experienced such a shame in thousands of years. Don't think I will give up. Yes, we will never give up. We must let these reckless men know how powerful we are. We must fight to the end. As a result, a large group of people looked down on me. Why didn't I see you being so tough just now? The great sage snorted coldly. Resist? What can we resist? If Yamamoto Shigakuni's Ryujinjaka comes down, I'll throw you up to block the blade? We are definitely not the opponent if we use force. Now, no one in the entire Soul Society can beat Yamamoto Shigakuni. Unless a warrior can be sent from the sky, there may not be such a person in the Soul Court, so we can only go to Rukonga to find him. From today on, send some people to find strong people in Rukanga. In addition, we can't beat them head-on, but can't we use soft tactics? We have most of the resources in our hands. The Godi I-13 has just been established, and we have to build an academy, which will definitely require a huge amount of resources. There is a way, let's drag him hard until he surrenders to us. Just after the great sage finished speaking, the door of the central 46th room was opened again, and Yamabuki Ditang walked in with a smile. I forgot to tell you that we need a lot of resources to build schools while expanding the Godi I-13. When will these resources arrive? You won't default on the payment, will you? Yamabuki Ditang asked with a fake smile. The great sage stood up in a panic and explained, No, no. Of course not. How could we default on the payment? We will send the resources in 2 or 3 days at most. Isn't 2 or 3 days too long? Yamabuki Ditang narrowed his eyes. Then tomorrow. It's settled. Prepare all the resources on the list this afternoon. If I don't see the flowers delivered by the resources before sunset, I can only ask our captain to go there in person. Yamabuki Ditang threw out a list and smiled. The captain is very busy, and you don't want to bother him, right? Yes. Okay. This afternoon. Take care. The great sage sent the plague god away with a smile, and then heaved a sigh of relief. But he found that other colleagues were staring at him. What are you looking at? Didn't you hear what he said? The one who didn't deliver the supplies this afternoon is Yamamoto. Why are you all looking at me here? Go down and prepare the supplies, the great sage shouted. The great sage also realized that the one who was really difficult to deal with in the Godi I-13 was not Yamamoto Shigekuni. Indeed, Yamamoto's strength is indeed invincible, but his thinking structure has not escaped the constraints of this era. If Yamabuki Ditu hadn't instigated him, Yamamoto would not have drawn his sword to threaten the central 46th room. In other words, the man named Yamabuki Ditu is really difficult to deal with. He is equivalent to the brain of the Godi I-13. It seems that we have to find a way to deal with him first. The great sage wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. How did he meet such a difficult person? The two sides talked for less than 20 minutes, and Kukiko of the central 46th room almost lost his money. You can't afford to offend. Before finding someone who can fight against Yamamoto Shigekuni, you'd better be honest. Tsunoya Shirofuka followed behind the members of the Godi I-13, arrogantly, feeling that he was walking with the wind. He was so grateful for his foresight. If he had gone against the Godi I-13 from the beginning, his body might be cold now. These crazy people don't care whether you are a noble or not. Who in the central 46th room is not from a noble family? What's the result? Scared like a grandson. Tsunoya Shirofuka trotted to Yamabuki Ditang and said with a smile, General Staff, my captain position, when do you think I can? Yamabuki Ditang knew what he meant. But sorry. The captain position of the first generation of the Godi I-13 has been decided. You are not eligible. But he couldn't say that directly, wouldn't that chill others' hearts? He had to draw a big pie to hang him here first. There are too few people in the Godi I-13 now. The captain's intention is to clarify the concept of the Godi I-13 first. First pull the team up, and then assign functions. Do you understand what I mean? Yamabuki Ditang asked. I understand what the general staff means. Tsunoya Shirofuka said hurriedly. It has been agreed in the central 46th room just now that the captain's position must be determined by strength. It is not good to let yourself go through the back door in such a fair and open way. As for the current strength of the members of the Godi I-13, Yamamoto doesn't need to explain more. Shifunji Yuan Chihiro and I are both the heads of one of the 5 great nobles, but the other party's strength is far above ours, and there is basically no chance of competing with him for the captain position. Then there is Sato Bakuro. He was a little embarrassed to let himself compete with a little girl for the captain position, and seeing that the little girl looked fierce, she would not bite him when they really fought, right? Yamamoto looked at the sun in the sky and felt that the sun was so bright. What he had tried so hard to achieve, Yamabuki Ditang, actually completed it in just half a month. It seems that this kid is not only talented, but also has the potential to become a wise general. I didn't expect you to dare to do such a thing. Shifunji Yuan Chihiro was sweating in his heart. It's nothing. Shouldn't we have a good drink after we go back? Celebrate the establishment of the Godi I-13. By the way, Kairanji Tenshiro took the two children out to collect herbs. Why haven't they come back yet? Yamabuki Ditang muttered in a low voice. Don't be too hasty to celebrate. Before the Godi I-13 is fully established, we should build an academy first. With an academy, we can improve the basic abilities of these Shinigami, and they will be able to survive better when facing hollows in the future. But now the problem is that the nobles of the Osate know how to build an academy, but Rukanga is so big, our news can't spread that far, right? Yamamoto asked, Yamabuki, how do you think we should solve it? This is easy. We have to ask Captain Shifunji Yuan and head of the Tsunoya Shiro family. Please send some people from your family to announce the news that we are going to establish an academy in the surrounding Rukanga. By the way, Captain General, what should our academy be called? Should we give it a more domineering name? Yamabuki Ditang asked. After a moment of silence, Yamamoto drew 3 words on the ground with a knife. Yuanzi Juku. Chapter 25, Slacking off is the true meaning of life. Yuanzi. The prototype of the Mu Spiritual Academy is also one of the origins of Yamamoto's nickname Yuan Luzai. The Central 46th Office was quite faithful to its promise in some ways. It sent people to deliver a large amount of supplies that afternoon, even more than double the amount on the list. As you can see, we didn't rob them, they volunteered. And the Central 46th Office also sent a land approval document, giving the outer periphery of the OS Seoul Court to the 13th Court Guard Squadron for construction. Now we have money and land, but we lack people. And the most important thing is the selection of 13 captains. Now the 13th Court Guard Squadron only has a few people. Yamabuki, how do you think the captain should be selected? Yamamoto asked. The leader is equivalent to the soul of an organization. The selection of the captain is absolutely the top priority. Yamabuki Toto took out the proposal he had prepared long ago. If you want to become the captain of the Godi I-13, you only need to meet one of the following 3 conditions. First, complete the captain's assessment under the supervision of the 3 captains. As for the content of this assessment, we will discuss it in detail later. Second, you can only serve as the Godi I-13 if you are jointly recommended by 6 captains and at least 4 of the remaining 7 captains do not object. Captain position. Third, under the watch of the Captain-in-Chief and 200 team members, defeat the current captain with strength. Are there any loopholes in the above 3? Everyone can point them out. Yamabuki Ditang said. Yamamoto nodded very satisfied. At least he didn't see any loopholes. He could follow this condition in the future. That night, everyone drank and talked happily. Early the next morning, the Tsunoya Shiro family and the Shifunji Yuan family each sent 100 people to promote the Godi I-13 in Rukanga as assistants of Yamabuki Ditang. As the saying goes, good wine is afraid of deep alleys. Yamabuki Ditang, who traveled from modern society, knows the importance of traffic and information too well. If you want to completely pull up the Godi I-13, it is far from enough to rely on these nobles alone. Yamabuki Ditang brought 200 people to Rukanga and assigned them their respective tasks. For safety reasons, 3 people in a group go to nearby neighborhoods to promote the Godi I-13. Most people nowadays are illiterate, right? You must make it clear what conditions and benefits are available for joining the Godi I-13. Remember, you must have a good attitude. If anyone dares to bully others, Don't blame me for settling accounts with your family head. Yamabuki Ditang directly put the biggest tiger skin on himself. I am a professional at accusing others. These people in charge of propaganda do not have a high status among the nobles, and of course they dare not disobey Yamabuki Ditang's orders. After all, for the sole society of this era, the law has no binding force on the nobles. No one will condemn killing their servants at will, and everyone will only think it is a matter of course. Only when there is a conflict between nobles will the law be of little use. Soon, the 200 people dispersed, and Yamabuki Ditang naturally had something important to do. He found a big tree and turned over and jumped onto the trunk. Is there anything more important in the world than slacking off? I drank a little too much yesterday, so I'll sleep first. Yamabuki Ditang squinted his eyes, stretched his waist, and gently closed his eyes to take a nap. My ultimate goal is to retire. How can I work hard? Now the expansion of the Godi 13 is also for my own retirement. After all, the stronger and richer the organization is, the more pension I will get. After sleeping for 2 or 3 hours, Yamabuki Ditang heard someone calling his name. Hey? Did the captain find me when I was lazy? Yamabuki Ditang stretched his waist, turned his head and saw that it was Kojiro Supabyu who called me. Hey? Kojiro is back? Where is Tenshiro Kairanji? Yamabuki Ditang asked while rubbing his eyes. Jiro Supabyu looked anxious and sad. Brother Yamabuki, something happened. Yamabuki Ditang immediately came to his senses. Something happened? With Kairanji Tenshiro following him, what could go wrong? In the future, that guy will join the Zero Division, and his combat power is no weaker than that of an ordinary captain. Don't worry, talk slowly. Yamabuki Ditang said calmly. Although Kairanji Tenshiro's strength had not reached its peak 1,000 years ago, it was not weaker than his current self. Unless he met Vastad or Ashokas, his life would not be in danger. Quibyu Kojiro said with a look of self-blame, Hanako and I followed Kairanji teacher to collect herbs. The first 2 days were quite normal, but on the 3rd day, Kairanji teacher suddenly said that someone was following us. At first, Kairanji teacher didn't care much. We walked for several blocks in a row without getting rid of the other party, until later, the other party took Hanako away while we were resting. Kairanji teacher has been chasing the other party and asked me to come back to report. Yamabuki Ditang frowned. Who is so bold? How dare he dare to make trouble? Do you know that our Godi 13 has just been established? How dare you arrest our people? Are you tired of living? Yamabuki Ditang took out a whistle arrow from his arms and shot it into the sky. Soon, a shadow flashed in front of Yamabuki Ditang, and a man in black knelt on one knee. Sir Yamabuki, what do you want me to do? Yamabuki Ditang was slightly shocked by the other party's instant step. It was really worthy of the Shifunji Yuan family. Even a small servant could use instant step. What's your name? Yamabuki Ditang asked. Feng Yuan, a low-level servant of the Shifunji Yuan family. The man in black said respectfully. Yamabuki Ditang observed his figure and steps for a while and asked, Are you practicing assassination? Yes, sir. Do you want me to help you kill someone? Feng Yuan asked. No, you misunderstood. When you return to the Godi 13, help me pass on a message saying that Kairanji Tenshiro was attacked outside. I will go to support him now. I may not be able to come back in the next few days. Yamabuki Ditang said. Yes. Feng Yuan did not ask for other reasons. By the way, you are good at fighting. Do you want to try to participate in the assessment of the Godi 13? You can also get the identity of a lower noble by then, which is better than being a servant for a lifetime. Yamabuki Ditang smiled, then reached out and grabbed Quibyu Kojiro's waist. You lead the way below, let's go to save your sister now. A light flashed in Feng Yuan's eyes. Can a lowly person like me participate in the assessment of the Godi I-13? Of course, joining the Godi I-13 does not mean betraying the Shahoran family. Even if I become a lowly noble, I will still be loyal to the Shahoran family. And after I become a lowly noble, my wife and son will also be treated better. That's great. Chapter 26, Yu Sun Li, Is It Serious? Yamabuki Ditang with Quibyo Kojiro, they went to support at a very fast speed. In the early morning, they had arrived at the place where Kairanji Ten's hero was. After the two met, Yamabuki Ditang directly mocked, "You can't even take care of a child." Kairanji Ten's hero was not to be outdone, and the two started to fight as soon as they met. The other party is not a trash character. What's more, I'm just an ordinary doctor. How good do you expect me to be? Kairanji Ten's hero avoided Yamabuki Ditang's gaze with a guilty conscience. Anyway, it was his responsibility to lose a child, otherwise he wouldn't be so anxious. When did the person get lost? Yamabuki Ditang asked. Around noon today. How long has it been? If the other party wanted to escape, he could run all the way from here to other blocks. And it seems that there is no detective-type character in Bleach. It would be great if the Bleach elementary school student was here. After thinking for a while, Yamabuki Ditang knocked on a door. In the end, it turned out to be a young couple. Seeing two men with knives outside the door, they thought they were robbers and handed over the little money tremblingly. Hello? Do you think I look like a robber? I am obviously very gentle. Don't look at me with such fear. It makes me look like an unforgivable sinner. Don't be afraid, I just ask you something. A child who traveled with us is lost. Do you know if there is anyone who steals children around here? I can give you some money. Yamabuki Ditang put his hand into his pocket, but found that he left in a hurry and didn't bring his wallet, or he didn't have any money on him. He was so poor. Kailan Temple, the child was lost by you. Give me the money quickly. Yamabuki Ditang directly transferred his firepower to Kailan Temple Tianqilang. Why should I give the money? Do you think I look rich? Kailan Temple Tianqilang said angrily. As a result, after less than 2 sentences, the two people started to fight, pulling hair, plugging nostrils, monkeys stealing peaches, ants climbing trees, double wines piercing ears, confusing right and wrong, running away. All kinds of weird moves were used. I believed your lies. I shouldn't have joined the Godi I-13. What? Regret? Want to get off the car? I've welded the car door shut. Too late. Finally, under the murderous gaze of Kairanji Ten's hero, he finally snatched his wallet and threw it to the young couple. Kairanji Ten's hero was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. Actually, there are often cases of missing children around here. The young woman said, about 2 years ago, children were often missing around here, all around 10 years old, both boys and girls. I heard that there is a perverted killer around here who likes to torture and kill children. As soon as these words came out, Yamabuki Ditang and Kairanji Ten's hero were half disappointed. Hanako had been captured for most of the day. This long time is more than enough to make bacon. Quibyo Kojiro tried hard not to cry. Excuse me, do you know the range of activities of that perverted killer? Yamabuki Ditang's forehead was bulging with blue veins. No matter who you are dead today. Yamabuki Ditang had a good impression of the little girl Hanako, especially when she was willing to sell herself to save medical expenses for Yamabuki Ditang's treatment. Although there were causes and consequences for this matter, Yamabuki Ditang always felt that he owed her a life. But now the girl may have met with an accident. He felt upset. The young woman pointed to a mountain in the distance. I heard that the killer was active on the mountain, so no one dared to go up. By the way, there is also this money, we don't want it. Kairanji Ten's hero did not take back the purse, but turned around and rushed to the mountain. Yamabuki Ditang held Quibyo Kojiro and also started the instant step. What surprised Yamabuki Ditang was that Kairanji Tenshiro's flash step was actually faster than his. Sure enough, being a doctor in this world is not an easy job. In order to prevent patients from making trouble, Kairanji Tenshiro maxed out his speed. If he can't beat me, he will run away. Anohanaretsu maxed out his force value. If you don't agree, let's draw our swords and fight. By the way, Kairanji Tenshiro seems to have a nickname. What is it? Thunder. Is your thunder serious? No wonder your moves were so vulgar when you fought with me just now. I know where you learned these moves. But if I have time, I can learn medical skills and flash steps from Kairanji Tenshiro. After all, the best team to slack off in the future is the 4th division. 2 people, one in front and one behind, walked briskly, and this mountain occupied by the murderer was slowly getting closer. Hanako felt like she was being carried by someone and running wildly. It was very bumpy. Where am I? She only remembered that she went to find the teacher of Kailan Temple after collecting herbs, but she suddenly lost consciousness and could not remember anything after that. In a daze, she found herself being carried by a wretched-looking man and running wildly in the mountains. From time to time, the wretched man looked back, his eyes full of panic and fear. So clingy! Bastard, the wretched man growled. The wretched man was dressed like a wanderer, wearing a black tattered armor, a small braid on his head, a knife on his waist, no shoes, barefoot, and a horizontal scar on his head. Originally, this outfit should be quite good, but with his wretched smile, it only makes people feel disgusted. Little sister is awake? Little sister, don't be afraid. Uncle will play fun games with you later. He he he. Although Hanako didn't know what the game he was talking about was, she felt indescribable disgust and fear. Put me down. Put me down. Don't be afraid. Looking at your outfit, your family should be quite rich, right? After Uncle and I finish the game, we can ask your family for a large bounty. The wretched man laughed even more wretchedly. There was a rustling sound of leaves behind him. The wretched man's face changed and he began to flee again. As if he was running away from something terrifying. After circling the mountain twice, he finally got rid of the things behind him and returned to a hidden cave. He he he. Don't be afraid. Do you want to eat something? I have a lot of meat here. The wretched man was just a piece of dried meat not far away. Hanako screamed in fear at the sight of it. She had only studied medicine with Kailan Temple for a short time, but even so, she could tell that the meat that was dried into jerky was not pork or venison, but a young child. It's okay, it's okay. You're so cute, how could Uncle bear to kill you? Uncle will exchange you for money. Ha ha ha. The wretched man laughed crazily. Just then, a gentle and clear voice came from the cave entrance. After running for so long, I finally found your nest. Chapter 27, Yan Yuan Jin Le. The wretched man hurriedly turned around and saw a man standing at the entrance of the cave. He was about 40 years old, wearing glasses, with a thin face, a big back-combed hair, a knife on his waist, and a gentle smile on his face. The wretched man hurriedly drew his knife, with a look of panic on his face. Why have you been following me? Do you like this girl too? If you like her, I can give her to you. The man smiled gently, but there was a chilling chill in that smile. Of course I like her, but I like you more. I have been looking for you for a long time. The muscles on the wretched man's face began to twitch, and there was fear in his eyes. Why did you look for me? You murderer! Yan Yuan Jinal! Don't you think you haven't killed enough people? The smile on the face of the man called Yan Yuan Jinal was even more creepy. Please don't confuse me with you. You kill people for desire, and I kill people for hobbies. Hanako huddled in a corner, pitiful, weak and helpless. So, we have to decide who lives and who dies. The wretched man grinned and held the knife handle tightly. Yan Yuanjinal said calmly, if you can, please don't resist. This will only increase your pain. Go to hell with your pain. The wretched man rushed to Yan Yuanjinal in an instant, and the tip of the knife stabbed at the enemy's throat. But Yan Yuanjinal just stretched out his fingers gently, and pinched the knife like picking a flower. Please don't let me say the same thing a second time. Please don't resist. This. Yan Yuanjinal slowly drew his knife. It will only increase your pain. The knife was like a white rainbow. It was the first time in his life that the wretched man saw such a fast knife. He felt his left hand cold and hurriedly retreated. Yan Yuanjinal slowly raised the knife in his hand. What was picked up by the tip of the knife? The wretched man looked carefully and was horrified to death. There was actually a piece of human skin on the knife. He looked down. The skin on his left hand was actually peeled off in the moment of the fight just now. The whole left hand was bloody. Then there was a sharp pain. Ah! The wretched man finally ignited his fighting spirit, but was beaten back to his original form by the opponent's knife. Don't you like this, child? I'll give it to you. There is still a lot of meat here. I also have a lot of money. All for you, all for you. You leave here quickly. Suddenly, the wretched man's neck felt cold, and the knife in Yan Yuanjinal's hand was already on his neck, but Yan Yuanjinal did not cut his neck with one knife, but gently used the knife to pick open his armor. Although you are very dirty, but I will accept this skin. I will try to be faster and gentler when I do it. After I peel off your human skin, you should still be alive. Yan Yuanjinal narrated in a very gentle tone, as if he was facing his lovely lover. The wretched man's expression was distorted. Where did this lunatic come from? He suddenly slashed Yan Yuanjinal with the knife in his hand like crazy, but the gap in strength between the two sides was too big. In just a moment, the knife in the wretched man's hand was cut off. Yan Yuanjinal's knife was like an extremely flexible wire, and the knife light covered the wretched man's right hand. Amid the screams, the skin on the wretched man's left hand was completely peeled off. I don't like your screams. Please shut up. Yan Yuanjinal stabbed the wretched man's neck with a knife, but did not kill him, but only cut off his vocal cords so that he could not scream again. Then he cut off the tendons of the wretched man's limbs. To reward you for what you have done, I will not let you die so quickly. I will peel off your skin bit by bit, and then hang it outside, so that you will be dried by the wind bit by bit. By the way, I have a gourd here, and it is filled with salt water. Feel it. Yan Yuanjinal poured the concentrated salt water in the gourd on the wretched man's wound, and the wretched man's body twisted and twitched wildly. This is just the beginning? Why can't you stand it? Finished. The night is still long, let's play slowly. Half an hour later. The wretched man with destroyed vocal cords, crippled limbs and skinned body was still alive, but was nailed to a tree. Yan Yuanjinal sat quietly below, watching death coming little by little. Spraying a mouthful of salt water from time to time. Hanako witnessed the whole process of this man committing the crime, and shrank into the deepest part of the cave and dared not come out. Little sister. Don't be afraid, I will take you home in a while. Where do you live? Yan Yuanjinal asked. Hanako trembled, I came here with my teacher, and my teacher will come to find me in a while. There are wild beasts in this place. If you are left here, you may be eaten by wild beasts. Come with me. I will take you down the mountain. Yan Yuanjinal carried Hanako on his back and walked down the mountain step by step. As for that wretched man, just suffer here slowly. As a result, just after walking less than 20 meters, Yan Yuanjinal felt two extremely strong spiritual pressures rushing up from under him. Hey! Someone is coming! Yan Yuanjinal gently pushed his glasses. The two people rushing out from the bottom of the mountain were none other than Yamabuki Ditang and Kiranji Tianjilang. As soon as Yamabuki Ditang approached this side, he immediately smelled a very strong bloody smell, his face became more ferocious, and he held the hilt tightly. When he came to the side of the cave, he happened to see a gentle beast wearing glasses carrying Hanako down the mountain. There was a bloody mess nailed to the tree trunk not far away. Suddenly, Yamabuki Ditang felt that he was possessed by the elementary school student of the god of death. Based on this series of speculations, he had already figured out the general situation. You kid are the murderer, right? Hanako is okay? That's great. I'll leave you an intact body. The knife comes out. Under the faint moonlight, the knife light turns into a silver rainbow. Yan Yuanjinal's eyes showed a trace of surprise, such a fast knife. In a hurry, he didn't dare to neglect and hurriedly drew his knife. The two knives faced each other. Yamabuki Ditang was shocked. The opponent's spiritual pressure was actually higher than his own. Not weaker than Sato, the violent girl. Were there so many masters in the Soul Society 1,000 years ago? How did I run into them all? Hanako hurriedly shouted, "Brother Yamabuki, this is a misunderstanding." Yan Yuanjinal put Hanako down and looked at the boy in front of him with a gentle and kind face. It's rare to meet a master. Let's spar. Instantly, the knife in Yan Yuanjinal's hand seemed like an iron rain falling from the sky, penetrating every hole and indestructible. Yamabuki Ditang didn't expect that the opponent's spiritual pressure was not only powerful, but also his swordsmanship had reached the level of transcendence, and he dared not neglect it at all. He hurriedly pulled the distance between the two sides. I don't care who you are. Since it's no good to go against our Godai 13. Who made you stubborn? I can only use my big move. Yamabuki Ditang said with a serious face. Yan Yuanjinal looked at the boy in front of him. Wasn't he using all his strength just now? Yamabuki Ditang took a deep breath and shouted fiercely, Kirin Temple. Come to help quickly. Beat him together. Yan Yuanjinal. P.S. There is too little information about 1,000 years ago, so you can only figure out the story and the personalities of the first generation captains yourself. In addition, I think Yan Yuanjinal, the first generation captain of the third squad, is a bit like the compassionate Xiao Zizai. 0. If you have any ideas, please leave a message in the comment area, and I will reply one by one. Chapter 28, Professional Pie in the Sky. Kirin Temple Tianqilang was secretly preparing to rescue people, but was frightened by Yamabuki Ditang's shout. When he looked up, he found that everyone, including the half-dead person nailed to the tree, was staring at him. Why are my teammates so pitfalls? I don't mind if you two come together. Please. Yan Yuanjinal said with narrowed eyes. The strength of these two people is indeed not weak, but even if they join forces, they are still not their opponents. At this time, Hanako shouted, Teacher Kirinji, and Brother Yamabuki, you misunderstood, this uncle is not a bad person. Kirinji Tianqilang and Yamabuki Ditang were stunned. Hanako hurriedly told the details of what happened just now, and Yamabuki Ditang suddenly realized that the murderer who abused the child was not the glasses uncle in front of him, but the one who was skinned alive and nailed to the tree. At first, Yamabuki Ditang didn't care, but when he thought of Yan Yuanjinal's fine and dense swordsmanship, he was immediately horrified. How skilled is this guy in peeling people's skin? He can still let people live after peeling off the skin. You are the real killer, right? Since you are friends of this child, take him away, I will wait here for a while. I want to watch this pervert die slowly with my own eyes. Yan Yuanjinal's eyes flashed with white light, staring at the wretched man. This is a ruthless person. I haven't asked yet. My name is Yan Yuanjinal. An ordinary resident, I don't have any hobbies, I just like killing people. Yan Yuanjinal sneered, which made people shudder. Wait. Yan Yuanjinal? The captain of the 1st 3rd Division of the Godai 13? Yamabuki Ditang's expression when he looked at Yan Yuanjinal had changed. No wonder everyone usually joked that the captains of the 1st Godai 13 were 13 lunatics. I don't think he is a normal person either. However, with the idea of making the Godi I-13 bigger and stronger. Yamabuki Ditang still tried to invite the other party. "Uncle, I think you are very powerful, do you want to join our Godi I-13? Yamabuki Ditang asked carefully. "No, I won't join any organization. I like this kind of free and easy life." Yan Yuanjinal stared at the wretched man nailed to the tree. "Listen to me first. Our Godi I-13 is not some messy organization. We are an organization officially recognized by the Soul Society. We are responsible for maintaining the balance of the three realms and protecting the safety of the Soul Society." Yamabuki Ditang was ready to continue to paint a big picture, but Yan Yuanjinal interrupted him before he could sprinkle sesame seeds on it. "I'm not in the mood to protect the three realms. Then let's talk about the treatment. Food and accommodation are provided, there is a salary, and there is a commission for missions. Looking at your personality, I can probably guess what you want to do. Although you like to kill people and carefully consider your targets, just like this bastard." Yamabuki Ditang grabbed a handful of sand and threw it on the wretched man's skinless body, causing the wretched man to twitch all over in pain. "It's not enough to kill this bastard 100 times. It can be seen that you don't want to kill innocent people, you only kill the bastards you think are criminals. But think about it, how slow it will be for you to find people alone. After joining the Godi I-13, if you have the ability, you can become a captain and lead hundreds of brothers to help you find people. Then you can kill as many as you want." Yamabuki Ditang knew that as long as people walk in the world, they must have their needs and desires. Even those monks who eat vegetarian food and chant Buddha have the ultimate goal of achieving enlightenment. Isn't this also a desire? Yan Yuanjinal's face became gradually solemn, thinking for a moment, "Tell me more." "This way. You join the Godi I-13 first, and you can leave at any time if you are not satisfied. We will never force you to stay, anyway, there is no loss." Yamabuki Ditang was bluffing. "No matter what you say, get the person first." But he can't promise the position of captain now. After all, he had already set the rules before, and he couldn't break the rules he set himself. If you want to become the captain of the Godi I-13, you must have strong strength. In this way, under the deception of Yamabuki Ditang, Yan Yuanjin agreed to stay in the Godi I-13 for the time being. As a result, when they were walking back, they happened to meet Sato, who came to support them. "It's done so quickly." Sato Furuabushi looked unhappy. She thought she could have a good fight, but the fight was over before the people arrived. Yamabuki Ditang was also a little surprised when he saw Sato. He thought the person who supported him would be Shihao and Chihiro. After all, if this crazy girl made a fuss, it would be difficult to end it. "You mean the old man and Shifen Jiayuan? They are busy now. You don't know how many people are rushing to sign up for the 13 court guards." Sato looked unhappy. "I just ran out because I couldn't stand those tedious jobs. By the way, you should go back and help quickly. Aren't you our military advisor?" As for his position as chief of staff, Yamamoto just said it casually when he was in the central 46th room. "Why did you take it seriously? However, the 13 court guards are so busy now, and it is not good for him to slack off outside. It will be bad if someone uses it as a handle to delay his retirement in the future." A group of people hurried back to the Osrenotu. As soon as he entered the door, Yamabuki Ditang was almost squeezed out. The registration site for the 13 court guards was crowded with people, most of whom were nobles, and some were civilians. These civilians had never seen the Osrenotu in their lives, and even if they were not selected, they would just watch the fun. The people in line stretched from the east gate of the Osreti to the distant Rukanga, and there were 8 teams. Looking over, there were at least 2,000 or 3,000 people. This. Yamabuki Ditang never expected that the registration scene would be so popular. Yamamoto was also a little troubled by these civilian things. Seeing Yamabuki Ditang coming back, he directly dragged him to the office. "Wait, Captain, I found a talent for you," Yamabuki Datang hurriedly recommended Yan Yuanjinal. Yamamoto and Yan Yuanjinal looked at each other, and the spiritual pressure of the two people had a small collision. Yan Yuanjinal's fearless eyes that day finally showed a trace of shock. The spiritual pressure of the middle-aged man in front of him was so strong and vast that it was far beyond his ability to shake. Is this the captain of the Godi 13? Interesting. Yamamoto did not open the back door because of the other party's ability, but said lightly, "Go to the queue." Yan Yuanjinal did not show dissatisfaction, and honestly went to the back to queue. As for why he is so honest. I can't beat him, I can't beat him. Captain, what method do we use to select team members? You haven't told me yet. Yamabuki Datang had just sat here when the people in line began to urge him. Chapter 29, Team Selection. Yamamoto said, "Do you know that there are 20 levels of spiritual power?" Yamabuki Datang nodded, "I know. The spiritual power of the god of death is divided into 20 levels. The lowest level 20 is the ability of ordinary team members. The vice-captain is at level 4 or 5, and those above level 3 are captains." Yamabuki Datang saw a prop on the table that was specially used to test spiritual power. He stretched his hand up to try it. It was detected as level 4, which was quite accurate. He is indeed at the level of vice-captain spiritual pressure now. "Captain, have you tested it? Is it level 1? Yamabuki Datang asked. Yamamoto shook his head, "No, I'm afraid of bursting this machine, it's quite expensive." "That's right. Those whose spiritual power does not meet the standard will be eliminated directly, and no one's mercy will be used. Those whose spiritual power is between 15 and 20 will be sent to Yuanzizai to study. Remember whether they are nobles or commoners. If they are nobles, we will charge them a large fee, and if they are commoners, they can study for free." Yamamoto said. "This method is good, who came up with it?" Yamabuki Datang praised it repeatedly. As a result, Yamamoto looked at him with a look like a fool. "Isn't this the way you thought of going out after drinking too much last night?" "Ah? Did I drink too much to lose my memory? Forget it. In order to have a good retirement, let's start working now. This is a very boring job. One by one, the Shinigami are tested here. Those with poor performance are directly eliminated. They also have to be divided into nobles and civilians. After a series of operations from early morning to late at night, less than 1/10 of the work has been completed." Looking at the long dragon in front of him, Yamabuki Datang wailed. "I want to retire. I want to fish and plant flowers. I want to live a leisurely life. I don't want to be 007 like this." But now they have too few people available in the 13th Court Guard Squad, especially for handling clerical work. There is only him, and there is no second one. No. We must expand the recruitment and add more people. Yamabuki Datang made up his mind. It is indeed important to be able to fight, but managing logistics, managing internal affairs, and various clerical work are also indispensable. Yamabuki Datang can't really turn the 13th Court Guard Squad into a murderous group. This is a regular army. Ha! Yamabuki Datang yawned and stretched, his bones creaking. "Next." Yamabuki Datang said listlessly. "Name? Feng Yuan." It's you, the one from the Shifanjai Yuan family." Yamabuki Datang found that the person standing in front of him was an acquaintance. "Let's test the spiritual power." Feng Yuan excitedly put his hand on the tester, and finally the tester popped out a value. 9th level. Not bad. Yamabuki Datang was a little surprised. This was considered a relatively good result. Most nobles had spiritual pressure above that of commoners, but most nobles were only at the 17th or 18th level, which was barely passing. There were very few who were above the 15th level and directly joined the Godi 13. There might not be even 100 selected from these thousands of people. There were even fewer who could reach the 10th level or above. The sudden appearance of a person with the 9th level of spiritual power cheered up Yamabuki Datang. Do a registration. Yamabuki Datang suddenly realized a problem. Should the servants of nobles be considered nobles or commoners? He originally wanted to ask Yamamoto, but then he thought that even if he asked the captain-in-chief, he would throw the question to himself. Forget it, I'll decide for myself. Do you have a noble title? If not, I can only record that you are a commoner. After joining the Godai 13, you will automatically obtain the status of a lower noble. Yamabuki Datang asked. No, sir, my assassins are not worthy of the status of nobles. Feng Yuan whispered. In the Ozrai, assassins are indispensable, and they often help their masters do some dirty work, but their status is also extremely low, and they can never obtain the status of nobles in their lifetime, even if they are a small lower-class noble. From today on, you have it. According to the regulations, all formal members who join the 13 Guardians can obtain a seat of lower-class nobles. Your strength is qualified, so I will temporarily ask you to be incorporated into the captain of Shifanjai Yuan. You can go back and tell him directly. Yamabuki Datang said. Feng Yuan clenched his fists excitedly. As long as you have a seat of nobles, even if it is just a lower-class noble, you can stand in the sun from now on. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Okay, don't waste my time, next one. Yamabuki Datang said. Name. Yan Yuanjinal. When Yamabuki Datang saw Yan Yuanjinal coming, he still had an unkind expression. After all, so many people were watching here, and it would not be good to openly use the back door. Spiritual power test. Yan Yuanjinal put his hand on the instrument, and a number popped up on the instrument. 3rd class. The people queuing around were stunned. Where did this uncle come from? He is a bit too strong. According to the rules of the Godai 13, 3rd class spiritual power can already run for captain. Ever since the Godai 13 angrily criticized the central 46th room, everyone knows how precious the position of captain is. In the propaganda of the nobles, the power of the captain of the Godai 13 is even greater than that of the sage of the central 46th room. At this time, a dark horse suddenly appeared, causing many nobles to focus on Yan Yuanjinal. Commoner, 3rd class spiritual power. Next. Yan Yuanjinal took the certificate of joining the team and prepared to find a place to rest first. However, although the land for the Godai 13 was approved, the team house had not been built at all, and it was just an empty lot. The nobles had all gone home to sleep, and the common people could only find a place to make do. Yamabuki Datang whispered to Yan Yuanjinal, "Go inside, I have a house inside, you can rest there tonight. Kojiro, you go and lead the way for the uncle." Quibu Kojiro took Yan Yuanjinal back to the room to rest. Yamabuki Datang was ready to stay up tonight. Everyone. I don't mind if I cut in line. Tsunami Yofuka said to the people in front of the queue with a smile. The common people didn't know who he was, and many people were cursing, but none of the nobles dared to speak. Yamabuki Datang's face was stern. Please line up in an orderly manner, don't cut in line. Tsunayashiro Fenghua said to a middle-level noble who was about to test his spiritual power, "Give me your position. You have a daughter, right? Send her to my house to be my concubine later. Are you willing?" When the middle-level noble heard that he could be related to the Tsunayashiro family, one of the 5 great nobles, he couldn't close his mouth and smiled. He gave up his position obediently and went home to pick up his daughter. Fuck. You can still play like this? Yamabuki Datang was stunned. Chief Staff, don't waste time, help me test my spiritual power. Tsunayashiro Fenghua said with a smile. The change of position was a matter of mutual consent, and Yamabuki Datang couldn't say much, so he could only continue his work. Chapter 30, Too much bullying, too much bullying. Looking at Tsunayada Fuka's smug expression, Yamabuki Ditang really wanted to punch him hard, but when he saw that there were so many people waiting in line behind him, he thought, forget it, for the sake of work, I will endure it. Name? Yamabuki Ditang asked coldly. General Staff, don't be so serious. There are so many people waiting behind. Tsunayada Fuka said with a smile, let's measure the spiritual power directly. Tsunayada Fuka put his hand on the instrument, and soon the instrument gave a level, 5th level. Tsunayada Fuka was very proud. He sent people to secretly observe the levels of the Shinigami who signed up for the Godai 13. The conclusion was that most people were unqualified, and only a few could pass the spiritual power test. Even so, there were very few people who could directly join the team, and most of them had to enter Yuanzizai to study. There are almost no people like me who can directly reach the 5th level of spiritual power. Although the rule of the Godai 13 is that only those who surpass the 3rd level spiritual power can become the captain, but where do you find so many masters? I heard that a 3rd level spiritual power appeared just now? It doesn't matter. Including the newcomers, there are only 4 captains in the Godai 13. When the time comes, it will definitely be the tallest among the short ones, and the position of captain will definitely fall on me. No way, strength means confidence. After working for 4 days and 3 nights, Yamabuki Ditang was exhausted like a panda, and finally finished testing the last Shinigami. These grandsons. Don't they know to replace me? Let me sleep for a while. What kind of black-hearted unit is this? Working for 80 hours without rest, the capitalists will cry when they see it. When Yamabuki Ditang stood up, he felt that the blood in his body was not flowing, and the bones all over his body were creaking. Maybe because of his physique, his spiritual pressure has increased a little bit. After 4 days of fierce fighting, 151 official team members and 314 students were selected. These students must undergo systematic training before they can be deployed on the battlefield. Back in the room, Yamabuki Ditang fell asleep on his bed. This is not the life he wanted. I clearly want to slack off, why do you have to make me work so hard? In his dream, he dreamed of a big flat fish, and he was happily and blatantly slacking off. However, just when he fell asleep, a big thing happened in the central 46th room. A staff member of the central 46th room came to the front of these great sages. Elders, something bad has happened. The staff member said in a trembling voice. The great sage said calmly, look at you, what kind of person you are, you should be able to remain calm even if the sky collapses and the earth cracks. Is the Godai 13 doing something weird again? The staff member shook his head, this matter has nothing to do with the Godai 13. Do you remember the order issued before? Find a strong man who can rival Yamamoto Shigakuni from Rukanga. We may have found it. The old men almost jumped up with excitement when they heard the news. It was great. It was too uncomfortable to be suppressed by others. However, all the people we sent were killed. The staff member said again. The great sage's heart tightened, all killed? What happened? I remember there was a strong man with a spiritual power of level 5 in the guard team. The staff trembled and said, you are talking about the younger brother of the head of the Xia continent. He was killed by the other party with one sword. The scene was very tragic. In addition, all the people who followed were slaughtered. The other party is simply a complete murderer. The great sage's face was gloomy. Didn't you say we are the central 46th room? I did. Then he dared to kill our people? Don't you know that this is an enemy of the entire Soul Society? After saying it, she killed more happily. She also said, let everyone wash their necks, she will come soon, said the staff. Is the central 46th room so shameless these days? Anyone can bully it. Didn't that vicious killer say what his name was? The great sage asked nervously. If there really was a strong man who could rival Yamamoto Shigekuni and kill into the central 46th room, it would be the end of the world. That woman calls herself woman. The great sage was stunned. Such a peerless strongman turned out to be a woman? Called herself Anohana Yachiryu. Yamabuki Ditang was in a daze during this sleep. I had a lot of dreams, and the one I remember most clearly was that I was slacking off, and the big fish suddenly opened its mouth and ate me. Why do I have these strange dreams? Yamabuki Ditang was speechless. I didn't know how long I had slept. I was hungry. Yamabuki Ditang smelled the aroma of food and followed the smell. As a result, I found that a large dining hall had been built outside. Many members who had just joined the Godi I-13 were eating there. When these members saw Yamabuki Ditang coming, they stood up hurriedly. General Staff. It's okay, sit down and eat. Yamabuki Ditang staggered to the place where he was served food, and found that it was Kojiro and Hanako who were helping in the kitchen. Brother Yamabuki, you're awake. Quibu Kojiro hurried over when he saw Yamabuki Ditang. Don't talk so much, give me more meat. I'm starving. Yamabuki Ditang said, how long have I slept? Hanako said, you slept for a whole day and night. When was this dining hall built? Why didn't I feel it at all? Yamabuki Ditang asked. After asking, I found out that the 5 nobles sent people to help build this dining hall, and the team members' dormitories were also about to be built. Yamabuki Ditang then remembered that the Soul Society is made up of spirit particles, not molecules, and it is very easy to build a house in a place like the Soul Garden where spirit particles are dense. Hanako put a lot of meat in Yamabuki Ditang's bowl, and Yamabuki Ditang smiled happily, you still care about your brother. Hanako is biased. I didn't have so much meat last time I ate here. Shifunji Yuan Chihiro's voice came, and he stretched his chopsticks into Yamabuki Ditang's bowl to pick up the meat. You bastards, what were you doing when I was working hard? Do you know that I almost died of shock? Yamabuki Ditang said resentfully. Shifunji Yuan Chihiro's eyes wandered, well, we were doing something very important at that time, you will know in a while. Very important thing? After dinner, Shifunji Yuan Chihiro brought Yamabuki Ditang to Yamamoto's office, and then said mysteriously, Captain, show him that thing. Yamabuki Ditang was still curious, and saw Yamamoto took out a box from under his bed and gently opened it. In the box was mahjong. Wait, so when I was working my ass off, you were playing mahjong? I quit. About some questions in the book. I'll open a separate chapter to talk about the questions everyone has raised in the background. First, the timeline of Quibo Kojiro. This is indeed my oversight. Quibo Kojiro followed Yamamoto 2000 years ago. I'm very sorry for not noticing this. Don't hold on to this and complain. Second, someone asked if Hanako is Anohanaretsu. Answer, no. This is an original character, and her role as it is to promote the plot, lead to Quibu Kojiro, Kairanji Ten's hero, and Yanyuan Jinal, and Sister Hawa is about to come out. Third, I have been struggling with the setting of Anohanaretsu as the greatest villain ever, and I don't know what Sister Hawa has done. I don't know what everyone thinks. If you have any questions, you can discuss them in the comment area, or you can send me a private message. Finally, thank you for your support. If you think this book is good, please click on the collection and vote for it. Thank you. Chapter 31, Learning to Return. It's not that easy for me to forgive you. 7 barrels. Yamabuki Ditang snorted coldly. Ping. Don't be angry first. We are really not good at civilian affairs. 7. Shifunji Yuan Chihiro. Var. After thinking about it, this kind of job is most suitable for you. And when there are more people in the Godi I-13 in the future, I can send you more people. 20,000. Bar on the flower. I'm going to win. Be careful. Sato had a wicked smile on his face. Yamabuki Datang touched a card. Hey? Dongfeng? There was no Dongfeng on the card. Could it be that someone was playing the Big Four? No, West Wind, South Wind and North Wind had been played almost. At most it was an open gang. Yamabuki Datang casually played Dongfeng. Who? 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 1 shot and 3 shots. Yamabuki Datang's face twitched constantly. Why did these 3 people choose the monotonous Dongfeng at the same time? Didn't these 3 bastards collude to mess with me together? Why is my luck so bad? Well, how about I owe it first? I'll pay it back when I get my salary. Yamabuki Datang asked. Shifunji Yuan Chihiro smiled and took the paper and pen over. I believe the chief of staff will not default on his debt. Come and write an IOU. Are we still good partners fighting side by side? How could you distrust me so much? You saw through my intention to default on my debt at a glance. How could you see through me so thoroughly? Will I be able to have fun in the future? Under the coercion of Ryujin Jaka and the 2 captains, Yamabuki Datang wrote the first IOU in his life. Alas! What a painful life! I owe money before I get paid. By the way, Captain General, I want to talk to you about something. Yamabuki Datang hurriedly changed the subject. Anything else? Yamamoto asked. Since Yamabuki Datang joined the Godi I-13, Yamamoto felt that his brain was liberated, and he would throw any questions to Yamabuki first. It's about the Godi I-13. I think we should build a special medical team. This will reduce the loss of team members. Yamabuki Datang said. Yamamoto nodded slightly. The idea is very good, but it is not possible now. The number of the Godi I-13 is too small. Now there are only a few hundred people in total. When there are more people in the future, I will do as you say. Yamabuki Datang nodded. Indeed, the number of the Godi I-13 is too small now. If a part of them is specially assigned to be responsible for medical treatment, there will be even fewer people who can fight. We have to wait until there are more people in the future and it is more stable before we can implement this plan. Then I will learn medical skills from Kairanji Ten's hero first, which should be useful in the future. Yamabuki Datang said. Yamamoto frowned slightly. Originally, he wanted to advise Yamabuki Datang not to learn everything, but to focus on one thing. If you want to practice swordsmanship, just focus on swordsmanship. If you want to learn ghost arts, just focus on ghost arts. Now what Yamabuki Datang is learning is too complicated. After all, human energy is limited. But when I think of Yamabuki Datang's terrifying talent, forget it. Maybe he is really an all-rounder? Yamabuki, you are still lacking in unarmed combat. When I have time, I will teach you to fight with bare hands to make up for your shortcomings in this area. Yamamoto said. The old man is so generous. It's rare. Thank you, Captain. By the way, where did you get your mahjong? Is there mahjong in this era? Yamabuki Datang asked curiously. Shifunji Yuan Chihiro said with a smile, this thing is very popular in the world, and it has gradually spread in Rukanga. I just happened to collect a pair. Forget it, he doesn't want to ask about these trivial matters, so he should go and learn medicine first. There are 3 people with superb medical skills among the Shinigami. They are Kairanji Ten's hero, Anohanaretsu, and Yamada Sanashuk. Among them, Kairanji Ten Shiro's medical skills are the most superb, especially the invention of 2 hot springs. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as resurrection and death, flesh and bones. Anohanaretsu learned medical skills from Kairanji Ten's hero, and he is already the top in the Godi I-13, but unfortunately, he is alone. In terms of medical skills, he is not as good as Kairanji Ten's hero. The last one is Yamada Sanashuk, who did not appear in the main story. He is Yamada Hanatero's brother and serves as the director of a hospital that specializes in serving nobles. His medical skills are not inferior to Anohanaretsu. Yamabuki Ditang hummed a little tune and came to Kairanji Tenshiro's residence and found that he had many patients. Hanako ran back and forth, acting as a little nurse. After sending all the patients away, Yamabuki Ditang came in. "Brother Yamabuki? Why are you here? Are you sick?" Hanako asked nervously. "No, I have something to discuss with Kairanji Tenshiro." Yamabuki Ditang looked at Kairanji Tenshiro, who snorted coldly. "If you are too attentive without any reason, you are either a traitor or a thief. You must be looking for me for something bad." Kairanji Tenshiro said coldly, "I am very busy now, don't disturb me." Yamabuki Ditang smiled and leaned over, "Don't be so ungrateful. We are good brothers who have been through life and death together. I brought good wine to see you. How can you be so cold to me?" "Brought me wine? Do you have something to ask of me? Tell me." Kairanji Tianqilang knew what kind of character this bastard was. He was not doing a good thing. "You are the best doctor in our soul society. You have done a lot of good deeds in curing diseases and saving lives. Please give me some of your merits." Yamabuki Ditang asked with a cunning look on his face. "What do you mean?" Kairanji Tianqilang asked vigilantly. "I want to learn medicine from you." "Learn medicine?" Kairanji Tianqilang was stunned. "What is this kid trying to do? Why do you want to learn medicine from me?" Kailan Temple Tianqilang asked. "To cure the world, to heal the sick and save people." Kailan Temple Tianqilang silently drew his sword, "Tell the truth. To make it more fun to chop people. Just think about it, how boring it is to meet a bastard who is extremely evil and almost chop him to death with 2 knives. If I know Huideo, I will cure him first and then chop him to death, then cure him and then chop him to death, and definitely make him die and regret coming to this. Hey, hey, hey! Don't push me!" Yamabuki Ditang shouted. Kailan Temple Tianqilang's face was ashen, and Satan would call you big brother even if he came. Finally, under Yamabuki Ditang's sincere request, soft and hard, he agreed to teach Yamabuki Ditang medical skills. "I want you to swear that you are not allowed to use the Huideo I taught you to treat the other party when you kill someone in the future. Give the other party a quick death. Be a human being." Kailan Temple Tianqilang sighed. Yet. I swear." Yamabuki Ditang looked well behaved. "I don't believe you. Look at the group of people recruited by the Godi I-13, is there one normal one? Then let's start learning Kaido now." Chapter 32, Fish, I Am God. Kairanji Tenshiro brought over a bucket with a lively fish in it. "Are we going to have lunch? Should we stew or steam this fish?" Yamabuki Ditang asked. "This fish is for you to practice with." Kairanji Tenshiro shook his head and sighed, "A rotten tree cannot be carved. The most important item in medical skills is Kaido, a ghost way specifically used for treatment. Let me explain to you the principle of Kaido. Kaido does not directly treat the body of the god of death, but first stimulates the body of the god of death to restore the spiritual pressure, and then allows the other party's body to recover quickly after the spiritual pressure is restored. Do you understand?" Yamabuki Ditang nodded vigorously. "All the buildings and creatures in Soul Society are made of spirit particles, so this treatment system is relatively complete. Good." Kairanji Tenshiro fished out the fish and cut it. "I will only demonstrate once. If you can't learn it, get out of here. I, Kairanji Tenshiro, never teach mediocre people." Kairanji Tenshiro launched Huideo at the fish. The unfortunate fish was already dying after being cut, but after the treatment of Huideo, it jumped up and down on the right side in just 1 or 2 minutes. "Have you learned it?" Kairanji Tenshiro looked at Yamabuki Ditang with a provocative look. "Huideo looks simple, but it is actually very complicated. How can you learn it after watching it once?" Kairanji Tenshiro was deliberately making things difficult for Yamabuki Ditang. Did you say I taught you? Of course I taught you. But if you can't learn it, you can't blame me. Well. 7 or 8. Yamabuki Ditang only watched Huidao launch once and had analyzed the principle behind it. Humph, shameless. Kairanji Tianqilang took out the fish that had just been cured and cut it again. The fish kept flopping on the chopping board, its mouth wide open and closed. Behave yourself. If you can cure it, I will teach you a deeper level of Huidao. Kairanji Tianqilang looked proud. Huidao itself is difficult to learn, and it is even more difficult to master it. This thing is like a fitter in reality. You can also be a fitter if you can grind a hammer, and you can also be a fitter if you can make precise parts for airplanes. The tools are the same, but the difference in technology makes the results of both sides very different. Yamabuki Ditang used Huidao on the fish that kept cursing. In Kairanji Tianqilang's shocked eyes, the wound on the fish was getting smaller and smaller, and finally fully recovered. Kairanji Ten's hero suddenly flew into a rage, grabbed Yamabuki Ditang's clothes and shouted, "Are you kidding me? You've learned Huidao before, right? It's unfair. I really don't know what Huidao is. Today is my first time to learn it." Yamabuki Ditang raised a French military salute. Kairanji Ten's hero and Yamabuki Ditang have known each other for a while, and he knew in his heart that the other party was not lying. Is there really a genius in this world? Just learned all the Huidao after watching it once? How is it possible? Okay, I'll teach you a more sophisticated Huidao. Kairanji Ten's hero shouted. He would know if the other party was kidding him after trying it. The human body has many tissues, blood vessels, nerves, meridians, etc. Ordinary knife wounds only damage the skin, muscles, and blood vessels, and the most basic Huidao is to repair these damaged tissues. But what if the nerves and blood vessels are already necrotic? This is my original Huidao, which can repair completely necrotic nerves and blood vessels. If you can learn it within one day, I will give you the title of Miracle Doctor in the future. Kailan Temple Tianqilang brought a torch. However, the fish's memory is only 7 seconds. It only remembers that it seemed to have experienced a life and death experience just now, but it can't remember how it experienced it. Kailan Temple Tianqilang directly put the fish on the fire to roast. It smells so good. Shanbuki Ditang said. Fish, you are amazing, you are so noble. In the end, one side of the fish was roasted half-cooked, and the nerves and blood vessels were completely necrotic. In this case, it is impossible to heal it with ordinary Huidao. Watch it. Kairanji Ten's hero activated the advanced Huidao to restore the nerves and blood vessels damaged by the flames one by one, and even the scales on the fish were restored to their original state. After 10 minutes of rescue, the half-cooked fish was alive and kicking again. I am alive again. As expected, I am the son of destiny in this world. How is it? If you have any questions, you can ask. You have one day. Kairanji Ten's hero said. After reading it once, Yamabuki Ditang has completely mastered the release method of this Huidao. If you want to repair the damaged nerves, the control of spiritual pressure is extremely high. It just so happens that I have extremely precise control of spiritual pressure. Yamabuki Ditang put the fish on the fire rack again. Fish, this must be a test given to me by God. I must hold on. As long as I hold on, I will become stronger. After being half-cooked, Yamabuki Ditang activated the advanced Huidao to repair every nerve and blood vessel in the fish. Kailan Temple Tianqilang's face was very ugly. Now he was sure that the other party had not learned Huidao, but was a real genius. It's so unreasonable. Why is there such a monster in the world? After just 5 minutes, the fish jumped back into the water again. Sure enough, this fish is the son of destiny, and it will never die. Ha ha ha. I want to rule the world and dominate the world. I don't accept it. Kailan Temple Tianqilang said with a gloomy face, in fact, I have another trick. When a creature is on the verge of death, the whole body's immune system is destroyed, various systems are on the verge of collapse, internal organs are damaged, bones are broken. Insufficient blood supply to brain cells. How do you deal with this situation? Even if you can repair completely necrotic nerves and blood vessels, you dare not guarantee that you can save such a person who has half a foot in hell? I still have one last trick. Top Hwideo. Kylan Temple Tianqilang fished out the fish, and the knife in his hand flew up and down. The fish was almost made into sashimi, and finally the brain was stabbed again. I don't believe you can make my self-created Top Hwideo learn. This is a highly efficient and fast healing technique that consumes a lot of one's own spiritual pressure, and it has no side effects. Kyranji Tianqilang activated the top-level Kaido, and the fish, which was about to die, regenerated muscles all over its body, regenerated brain cells, and replaced necrotic nerves and blood vessels. It jumped up and down in just 1 minute. I'm alive again. If you can learn the top-level Kaido in 7 days, I'll be your apprentice. The expression on Kyranji Tianqilang's face was distorted. He didn't believe that there was such a genius in the world. Yamabuki Ditang silently took out the fish, threw it into the air, drew his sword and stabbed it randomly, and finally the fish became sashimi again. Top-level Kaido treatment. Chapter 33, Ditty of Heaven. The spiritual pressure emits a green light. The muscles of this fish that would be shaved to the bone quickly recovered, its nerves and blood vessels reshaped, and even the fatal injury in its brain was completely repaired. This process took about 30 seconds. Kylan Temple Tianqilang stood there woodenly. Am I dreaming? How could there be such a person in the world? Really, dreaming here in broad daylight? Kylan Temple Tianqilang looked up at the sky. It took him 20 years to invent the top-level Hwideo, and another 20 years to perfect this set of technology. As a result, the young man in front of him learned it in just 1 minute. Outrageous! Fish, I am really resurrected again? The Son of Heaven? I am Heaven. I am God. Destroy the 3 realms. Let's stew the fish. Yamabuki Ditang said. Humph, don't think I will be happy if you treat me to a fish, add more vinegar. Kylan Temple Tianqilang said coldly. Okay. Hanako, come and help. Fish? The 2 of them were eating fresh fish while discussing medical matters. Don't think you can be a doctor just because you learned Hwideo. To become an excellent doctor, you must understand what medical principles and pharmacology are. Since you want to learn, start learning to identify herbs from me tomorrow. Many diseases are not suitable for treatment with Hwideo, and you need to use herbs to slowly regulate them. Kyranji Ten's hero decided to lie down. Since he wants to learn, teach him everything. Yamabuki Ditang put the fish head into the bowl and ate it so deliciously. They will never forget the contribution this fish made to the Soul Society. This fish is so delicious, I'll treat you to hot pot some other day. Yamabuki Ditang said. What is hot pot? Kyranji Ten's hero asked. You don't know what hot pot is. By the way, at this point in time, there is indeed no hot pot. And there is no chili. Wait, I have mastered the knowledge of 1,000 years later, why don't I use this knowledge to make money? Yamabuki Ditang seemed to have found the door to a new world. As long as it is an animal, there is one thing that cannot be avoided, eating. Ordinary people, death gods, nobles. Who cannot eat? In this era where there is no hot pot, why can't I use these things to make money? Of course, it is not the time yet. I don't know when that damn Waiwak will come. I have to wait until the war is over and the Soul Society is completely pacified before I can make a fortune. I will treat you to a meal some other day and you will know what it is. Yamabuki Ditang said, and then put the part with the most meat into Hanako's bowl. She is so thin, she should eat more meat. After the meal, Yamabuki Ditang found the Captain General Yamamoto. The old man said that he would teach him the white fight. Captain General, I'm here. Yamabuki Datang first put his head closer and saw that the Captain General was practicing calligraphy there, and then came to Yamamoto. Didn't you say you were going to learn medicine? Well, I'm back after completing my studies. How did you do? Yamamoto asked. As long as the person is not dead, I can find a way to save him. Yamabuki Datang told the truth. Yamamoto smiled and shook his head. Young people like to brag, but that's nothing. Okay, go change into your monastic uniform, and I'll teach you how to fight with bare hands, and give you some pointers on your swordsmanship. Yamamoto said. After changing clothes, the two came to the monastic field. Yamabuki Datang had no experience in bare-handed combat. Come over here. Yamamoto hooked his finger. Old man, you underestimated the enemy, didn't you? Although Yamabuki Datang was not proficient in boxing and kicking, he could integrate swordsmanship into the full angle. He stepped hard, came to Yamamoto in an instant, and punched the captain in the face. He didn't dare to hold back on this punch, and used all his strength directly. He also knew that he couldn't hurt the captain with these two moves. The captain raised his arms to protect his head. Yamabuki Datang punched the captain's arms, and it felt like hitting an iron mountain, and it didn't move at all. That's it. You haven't practiced boxing before? Remember, learn to be beaten before you learn to hit others. Head protection is very important. This posture of raising arms can not only protect the head, but also the chest. There should be a gap between the arms, and observe the opponent's movements at any time to prepare for a counterattack. Yamamoto taught tirelessly, come and attack me now, and see if you can break my defense. Yamabuki Datang was not polite when he heard the captain say that. He wanted to vent all his resentment about overtime work on the captain. Ola 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 ola. Yamabuki Datang used both fists and feet. Although he had never learned boxing, he had the strength of a deputy captain. His attack speed was extremely fast, and his fists and feet formed a phantom. But even so, the captain was as still as a mountain. No matter how he attacked, none of them could break through the captain's defense. Your attack method will only waste your energy. Instead of wasting energy on useless attacks, it is better to find the opponent's flaws and hit them with one blow. Yamamoto said, and suddenly punched, single bone. This punch instantly broke through the fancy punches and kicks of Yamabuki Datang, and hit his chest with a punch. Ding 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 ding. Ding 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 ding. Yamabuki Datang suddenly remembered the little song about going to heaven in his mind. Jesus, Satan, the 10 kings of hell, Ksadagarba, Hotu Niang Niang, Anubis, Izanamai. These figures appeared in front of him one by one, all smiling and waving at him. Bang! Yamabuki Datang lay flat on the ground, feeling that his ribs were broken. Oh! I forgot to hold back. Are you okay? Yamamoto asked. No. It's okay. It's just a broken bone, I'll connect it. Yamabuki Datang responded and healed his injuries. I didn't expect that you have cultivated the way of return to such an extent. Good, in this case, I won't be afraid of hurting you. This time you defend, I will attack. Yamamoto said. Yamabuki Datang's whole body was stiff. Shouldn't he have exposed the way of return so early? The captain wouldn't use this as an excuse to beat me up, right? I guessed it right. Yamamoto was like a tiger descending from the mountain, punching at Yamabuki Datang's head. Yamabuki Datang used both hands to protect his head and used both arms to bear Yamabuki's punch. It's so heavy. The moment the two sides came into contact, Yamabuki Datang felt that it was not a human fist at all, it was a hammer of the same size. The huge force made him take 2 steps back in a row, but before he could recover, Yamamoto's other fist hit his lower abdomen with a hook. Puff! Cough cough cough! Yamabuki Datang was almost sent away by this punch. Don't just focus on one point, you must observe the enemy's whole body movements, including the steps. Otherwise, you will suffer a great loss. Heal your wounds quickly and then continue. Yamamoto said with a serious face. Can I stop playing? As long as you can push me back one step, I will consider you qualified. Yamamoto said calmly, although your movements are fast, your strength is too scattered. You must concentrate all your strength on one point, so that you can deal the highest damage. Yamabuki Ditang remembered the teaching videos about martial arts in his previous life. Why did I watch the most lightning 5 whips? Is there nothing more serious? You can't use the lightning 5 whips, a peerless martial art, to fight the captain. What if you hurt the captain? Remember, in boxing, the force starts from the legs to the waist, then to the shoulders, and finally to the fists. Yamamoto said. This is actually the basics of boxing, but now Yamabuki Ditang has not even learned the basics. Start with the legs. Yamabuki Ditang suddenly kicked the ground, the force went from the legs to the waist, to the shoulders, and finally to the fists, and a fierce punch attacked Yamamoto, and Yamamoto raised his arms to block. Bang! The moment the two men's arms collided, it was like a bomb exploded in the training ground. Although Yamamoto's body remained motionless, a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. What a heavy punch! The force of this punch almost reached the limit of the vice-captain. He actually mastered the technique of punching so quickly. I was right, you are really a genius. The ultimate physical technique, double bones. Yamamoto decided to push Yamabuki Ditang's potential further. Yamabuki Ditang suddenly felt the overwhelming pressure coming, and could only use the defense technique he had just learned to block it with all his strength. Bang! The moment Yamamoto's fist touched his arm, he felt his brain go blank. When he reacted, his body was blown away by the irresistible force, rolling and crawling, and crashed through two walls before stopping. General, Captain, you want to kill someone? Yamamoto calmly put away his fist. Why are you panicking? Aren't you alive? Hurry up and heal yourself. You have already mastered the basic physical skills. Next, I will teach you the swordsmanship. Yamabuki Ditang was lying on the ground healing himself. He didn't know if it was because he used the way of return too much, but he found that his spiritual pressure had increased significantly. 3 minutes later, Yamabuki Ditang jumped up vigorously. This thing of return is really convenient. Of course, Yamabuki Ditang did not intend to promote it on a large scale. After all, ordinary people have limited energy. As long as one of the 4 skills of Zhan Chuanzhou Gui is outstanding, one can become a good strong man. Learning too much is likely to be greedy and unable to digest. When it comes to swordsmanship, Yamabuki Ditang is full of confidence. In addition to giving him a title, his own crappy system also gave him a skill of swordsmanship proficiency, and after several actual battles, he was very confident in his swordsmanship. But in terms of skills, he was no less inferior to Yan Yuanjinal or Sato. Come on! Attack! Yamamoto shouted. Humph! Since you said so, I won't be polite to you. I want to get back all the face I lost just now. Regret it, old man. Yamabuki Ditang launched a flash step, and the speed of the flash step drove the sword force, which would instantly cause super high damage. Both of them were holding wooden swords, and Yamabuki Ditang was not worried that the wooden sword in his hand would hurt the captain. Yamamoto lightly raised the wooden sword in his hand and swayed Yamabuki Ditang's attack. Well, your swordsmanship is much better than your fists and feet. In terms of swordsmanship alone, it is not weaker than anyone in the Godi I-13, except me. Yamamoto said. Are you praising me or showing off yourself? Yamabuki Ditang was too embarrassed to expose him. He tapped his toes lightly on the ground, and the wooden sword in his hand chopped down at the old man's shoulder. As a result, Yamamoto held the sword with both hands, and with a light sword, he directly shook the wooden sword in Yamabuki Ditang's hand away. One-handed swords are indeed more flexible, but the power of two-handed swords is far beyond that of one-handed swords. Yamamoto said, but with your understanding, you can learn it quickly, right? Indeed, the power and speed of a two-handed sword burst out instantly are far beyond that of one hand. And it is inevitable that Yamabuki Datang's swordsmanship sacrifices some attack power in pursuit of extreme speed. Well, I have a preliminary understanding of your strength, so let's stop here today. It just so happens that I have another task for you. Yamamoto said. Yamabuki Datang activated the instant step and ran away directly. I was beaten so badly by you, can you let me rest for an afternoon? Then he was caught back by Yamamoto with an even faster instant step. Want to run? Are you kidding? The task I give you is very simple. Although the GODI 13 has been initially established, the combat effectiveness of these new recruits is far from enough. I want you to serve as an instructor for the new recruits and teach them the skills of slashing fists and escaping ghosts. Yamamoto said. Leading new recruits? This is a thankless job. Yamabuki Datang said with a grin, Captain, you see that Captain Shifunjiyuan and Captain Sato have nothing to do every day. Isn't it good for you to let them train the new recruits? I still have a lot of work to do. Why do you let me face those new recruits every day? If you don't want to, it's okay. We are friends. I won't force you to do something you don't want to do. Starting tomorrow, train with me for 8 hours every day. Our GODI 13 has just been established. It is our duty to train new recruits. How can I refuse? I promise to train those guys to pee. Captain, don't worry, I will let you see the results of the training in a month at most. Yamabuki Datang said righteously. Yamamoto tried hard to hold back his laughter, and said seriously, you are worthy of being my confidant. Go ahead. I want to see the results in a month. Let these newcomers know that fighting is not a joke. By the way, I just wrote 2 words. You can post them on the training ground later. Yamabuki Datang took the 2 words. Team members should die to protect the court. If anyone harms the court, he must die. Yamabuki Datang circled the 2 words. He planned to shock the newcomers when training them tomorrow. Then I'll leave first. You just wait for the results. Yamabuki Datang ran away, but was caught by Yamamoto halfway through. By the way, there is no teacher at Yuanzizai now, so please play the role of a teacher. Chapter 35, 3 times the work, but no 3 times the salary. Yamabuki Datang looked bitter. I just wanted to do some simple work. Why is it so difficult? I haven't trained all the newcomers yet, and you want me to be the teacher of a bunch of little guys? Captain, can I get 3 salaries? No, is there a problem? No. No. Yamabuki Datang staggered back to his residence. Forget it, there will always be a way to get by. I am so smart that I can definitely think of a way to get by. Come on. The next day, all members of the GODI 13 gathered at the training ground. This is a specially approved piece of land, which is used exclusively for the training of the GODI 13. Looking at the more than 100 Shinigami in front of him, Yamabuki Datang put his hands behind his back, looking like a big brother. How should we train them? I don't know much about slashing fists and ghosts. Although Yamabuki Datang doesn't understand, he can pretend. Are all the people here? Yamabuki Datang looks stern. Everyone is here. Instructor. Yet. Yamabuki Datang racked his brains, what should he teach? Looking at the more than 100 people, he suddenly thought of a great idea. Everyone go get a wooden sword. Yamabuki Datang said. Each of the more than 100 students received a knife. The first lesson I teach you is how to survive. Now, everyone around you is an enemy. Let's have a melee. The one who can stand at the end is the captain of you newcomers. When I'm not around, you have to listen to him. Now, fight. Shan Shui Ditang gave an order, and the more than 100 people were stunned for a moment, and then immediately began to attack the people around them. More than 100 people instantly became a mess. What dirty tricks are used? This is a battle to determine the status. The most unlucky there were two girls, huddled together and shivered. This training method was different from what they thought. Most of these people's spiritual power was around the 15th level, and few of them stood out. Only Feng Yuan, with the 9th level of spiritual power, was shining brightly, domineering and invincible. Finally, after more than half an hour of hard fighting, he stood out. Even the two girls who were huddled in the corner were hit on the head by him. How cruel! He is worthy of being an assassin. Looking at this group of groaning team members, Shan Shui Ditang said coldly, "Can't you bear it? The battlefield in the future will be 100 times more cruel than this. You must be prepared to die in battle at any time. If anyone quits now, get out immediately. I won't keep him. But if you don't quit now, it will be too late to run away in the future." Naturally, no one would quit. They squeezed in with great difficulty. Well, not bad. Still have some backbone. The remaining 150 people will be divided into two teams. I will call you Team 1 and Team 2. I will teach you the art of slashing fists and running away from ghosts to improve your strength. Then I will let you play against each other from time to time. The losing team will become the servant of the winner. If you want to save face and dignity, you must work hard to become stronger, said Yamabuki Ditang. Most of the members of the Godi I-13 this time are nobles. These people are very face-conscious. It's okay to lose a fight, but to be a servant for these lower-class nobles or civilians for a day. Fuck. You'd better kill me. Okay, from now on, I will teach you the superior swordsmanship. Listen carefully. Yamabuki Ditang shouted. In fact, many nobles come here to make a living by relying on their own spiritual pressure higher than ordinary people, but now they find that this life is not so easy. In order not to lose face, everyone is working hard to enhance their strength. Yamamoto watched Yamabuki Ditang's teaching method from a distance and nodded slightly. This kid has a way. In just 3 days, the spirit of this group of people has been completely renewed. You have all been here for 3 days, let's have a confrontation. You should treat the other party as an enemy who will fight to the death, and defeat the other party by any means. I would rather you get injured on the training ground than die in the war. Just treat your enemy as a virtual thing, and beat him to death without killing him. Yamabuki Ditang was just there to watch the fun. Each team has 75 people, and their strength has improved by leaps and bounds after these few days of desperate training. At the beginning, most of these people fought with turtle fists, but now some people can use ghost arts. Although they are all elementary ghost arts, it is not easy for them. Even the two trembling girls on the first day joined the battlefield with wooden swords, and the good sisters fought to avoid being servants of each other. Is this the legendary plastic sisterhood? The more than 100 people were beaten to a pulp. Fortunately, Yamabuki Ditang had asked Kairanji Ten's hero for medical assistance, so no one was killed. The scene was so tragic. The two sisters who were very close on the first day gradually upgraded their attack methods after the wooden sword was interrupted. They pulled hair, tore clothes, and stabbed eyes. They didn't look like big ladies at all. Shifunji Yuan Chihiro and Yamamoto stood on a high place with a look of confusion. In just 3 days, how did Yamabuki Ditang train this group of little sheep into a group of wolves? Captain, isn't this training a bit too cruel? Shifunji Yuan Chihiro asked reluctantly. Harsh? I think it's good. I didn't expect Yamabuki to have this ability. I underestimated him before. By the way, is there anything he hasn't done? Let him try it all. Who knows what kind of talent he can inspire? Yamamoto looked at his employees coldly like a black-hearted boss. After the melee, only one of the more than 100 students was left standing, and he was a member of the second team. The faces of the members of the first team were so ugly, especially some of them were from upper-class noble families. It would be more painful to let them serve as servants for lower-class nobles than to kill them. Instructor, can you change the punishment? I will accept it even if you beat me up. A boy from an aristocratic family said with gritted teeth. Yamabuki Ditang looked at him indifferently. Do you feel humiliated? Humiliation is right. If you have no strength, you will be humiliated. Do you want to earn back your face? Then continue to hone your strength, defeat all the enemies, and earn back all the face you lost. Strange sparks flashed in the boy's eyes. Instructor, I would like to ask you to increase the intensity of training. Please. The boy bowed with a determined face. The death gods of the first team also looked determined. It doesn't matter if we lose this time, we can win it back next time. Yamabuki Ditang wanted this effect. Now it seems that the effect has been achieved. Well, since you made such a perverted request, I will reluctantly agree. Come on, young man. Shanshui Ditang patted his shoulder. Chapter 36, Fight. Young men. In a blink of an eye, the training time came to the 15th day. During these 15 days, the two teams went through 2 confrontations, each with wins and losses. And in these 15 days of life-threatening training, the strength of these people has improved slightly. But Yamabuki Tetsuo knew that a truly powerful army was not trained, but fought. An army that had never experienced actual combat could not become a truly elite army. When he arrived at the training ground in the morning, Yamabuki Tetsuo did not reveal the content of today's training in advance, but asked everyone to hand in their wooden swords. No wooden swords today. Everyone changed to real swords. Yamabuki Tetsuo waved his hand, and 2 students brought a row of neatly arranged zanpakuto, 1 for each person. Many students were very excited to touch real swords for the first time. Would they have to use real swords to compete in a competition later? Today, let's play something real, not a competition. Let's go directly to the battlefield. Yamabuki Tetsuo glanced at these students, and everyone's reactions were different. Some were terrified, some were calm, some were excited, and some were trembling. There are hollows in the 3rd district of the northern part of Rukanga. I will take you to hunt them. Remember, I will not take action unless it is absolutely necessary. Every 5 people form a team. Kill a hollow and bring it to me. This is the content of today's assessment. Yamabuki Ditang said, Okay, let's go now. Many students came to the northern Rukanga. The public security here is relatively chaotic. There are not only many hollows, but also many gangsters. These gangsters are not the street thugs in modern society, but real warriors with knives. Many gangsters stared at the 2 girls in the team, with greed in their eyes, but they were too numerous and armed, so they dared not step forward. But there are always people who are so bold that a few gangsters couldn't hold back their throbbing and wanted to kidnap the 2 girls in the team. However, they underestimated the strength of the Godai 13. After half a month of torture, even the strength of ordinary members was far from that of these gangsters. The 2 gangsters were knocked to the ground in a few moves and brought to Yamabuki Ditang. Instructor, this person wants to attack us? How should we deal with it? Feng Yuan asked. Yamabuki Ditang looked at these gangsters coldly. Since Hanako was kidnapped last time, he had no good feelings towards these gangsters. It's just that there are too few people now. When the Godai 13 has enough people in the future, it is necessary to rectify the law and order of the Ryakunkai. Yamabuki Ditang casually pulled out his zanpakuto and chopped off the head with 1 knife. Looking at such a bloody scene, half of the team members screamed in fear. Next time you meet such a person, deal with it like this. No need to report to me. Yamabuki Ditang said. From this moment on, the impression of Yamabuki Ditang in the minds of these team members has changed dramatically. Although Yamabuki Ditang used very strict methods to train them, he was like an amiable big brother when they were getting along with each other. But at this moment, that amiable image collapsed instantly. Yamabuki Ditang casually shook the blood on the knife and said to everyone, "Okay, 5 people in a group, now start to hunt the hollow separately, each team must bring back a corpse of the hollow, and it must be completed before dark." Yamabuki Ditang said very coldly, "Feng Yuan, your strength has also improved. I want you to hunt a hollow by yourself, is it okay?" "Of course it's okay." "Okay, start now." Yamabuki Ditang shouted. After everyone left, Yamabuki Ditang took out a small piece of hollow from his arms and gently flicked it into the air to explode. He controlled the dosage well, and only attracted some scumbags. After all, his purpose was to train the bloodiness of this team, not to wipe out this team. If there really appeared a hollow that these team members could not deal with, he would take action immediately. The hollows smelled the smell of the hollows and gathered from all directions. Most of these new team members were quite confident. After all, 5 against 1, and after such a long period of training, there should be no problem. But when the first hollow came, the team members found that real fighting was completely different from usual training. As long as there was a slight negligence, they would either die or be injured. Faced with the real hollows, many people were terrified and could not even exert half of their strength. Suddenly, the Rukanga in this area fell into chaos. Yamabuki Ditang felt the spiritual pressure of each student. In fact, he also knew that combat casualties were inevitable, but now they were not real warriors, but only trainees. If someone was really hit by a fatal blow, he would definitely help. But the facts proved that Yamabuki Ditang still underestimated his students. It is true that there might be fear at the beginning of the fight, but after these team members accepted the setting of either you die or I die, they gradually began to exert their strength steadily and learned to cooperate with multiple people. In fact, with their current strength, they may not be at a disadvantage in a one-on-one fight against these miscellaneous hollows. Let them fight 5 against 1, and Yamabuki Ditang has taken good care of them. Soon, the first team came back. The 5 people were covered in blood, carrying the corpse of the hollow with a proud look on their faces. The second one to come back was Feng Yuan, whose strength was far above that of ordinary team members, and he successfully killed a hollow by himself. As time went by, more and more team members returned. Of course, many of them were injured. After all, it was the first real fight. Yamabuki Ditang used Huideo to heal these people. In the end, only one team did not return. It was already dusk. Yamabuki Ditang closed his eyes and felt the spiritual pressure of these 5 people. Suddenly, one of the 5 people's spiritual pressure was reduced. Yamabuki Ditang opened his eyes suddenly. What happened? Why did the number of people decrease? Feng Yuan, take you back first. Yamabuki Ditang shouted, and then quickly moved in the direction of the 5 people. Not long after running, Yamabuki Ditang saw the figures of these students. They were covered in blood, and there were 2 hollow bodies on the ground. The most seriously injured was a girl. Her chest was directly pierced. She lay on the ground with her eyes closed, motionless. Yamabuki Ditang frowned. The thing he least wanted to see happened. What happened? Yamabuki Ditang shouted. A boy choked and said, "We had completed the mission and were walking back, but suddenly a hollow appeared and attacked us." Lingzi she. Yamabuki Ditang hurriedly checked the girl's injury. Half of the hollow's bone blade was inserted from the girl's back and came out from the front chest. If she was not rescued quickly, the girl would die in a few minutes at most. Chapter 37, Emergency Treatment. Seeing the girl's injuries, Yamabuki Ditang frowned. Although he had learned the way of Hui from Kiranji Tianjilang, it was the first time he treated such a serious injury. Besides, the human body structure is much more complicated than that of fish, and the difficulty of real treatment is definitely greater than that of treating a half-dead fish. What if she is sent back to the Lingting? I'm afraid she will die on the way and won't make it back to the Lingting. At this point, there is only a desperate measure. Yamabuki Ditang planned to perform surgery on the spot. He pulled out a short knife and cut open the girl's clothes on the upper body. A pair of soft big white rabbits jumped out directly. If it was normal, he would definitely appreciate it, but now human lives are at stake, so how could he think of it? What are you looking at? Turn around and be alert. Isn't the lesson just now enough? As a soldier, you can never let your guard down at any time. Yamabuki Ditang shouted. The other 4 boys in the team looked ashamed. Indeed, they relaxed after completing the task assigned by the instructor. They didn't expect such a thing to happen. Yamabuki Ditang looked at the bone blade left in the girl's chest. The bone blade must be pulled out, but the moment it is pulled out, there will definitely be heavy bleeding. He must first use Huideo to repair the blood vessels around the wound, and then use the top-level Huideo to heal the girl's wound the moment the bone blade is pulled out. Huideo is not a healing technique in the game that can heal instantly. This kind of ghost treatment has a process. It takes at least 1 or 2 minutes to completely heal a fatal injury like this. Whether this girl can survive these 2 minutes depends on her own will. Sweat slowly seeped out of Yamabuki Ditang's forehead. I said that leading new people is a thankless task. Really? He stretched out his hand and gently pressed the skin around the wound, first cleaned the blood stains, and then slightly repaired the damaged wound and blood vessels to reduce the amount of bleeding when the bone blade was pulled out. You must survive. Yamabuki Ditang took a deep breath, held the bone blade and pulled it out violently, and then immediately activated Huideo. The moment the bone blade was pulled out, blood spurted out. Although it had been treated before, the amount of bleeding was still very scary. Yamabuki Ditang completely ignored the consumption of spiritual pressure and treated the wound at the fastest speed. After about a minute and a half, the wound on the girl's chest had been completely healed, but the girl still closed her eyes and looked very painful. Yamabuki Ditang's forehead was still sweating. With the amount of bleeding just now, it was unknown whether she could survive. And in this era, there was no way to detect blood type at all, and it was too late to give a temporary blood transfusion. Cough cough cough, cough cough. Just when Yamabuki Ditang was anxious, the girl suddenly coughed violently, spit out 2 mouthfuls of blood foam from her mouth, and opened her eyes very weakly. Yamabuki Ditang's hanging heart was finally put into his stomach. He immediately took off his coat and put it on the girl, then held her and performed instant steps, rushing towards the direction of the spirit court. The 4 boys followed closely behind. Shanbuki Ditang rushed to the home of Kiranji Tianchalang with the girl covered in blood. Kiranji Tianchalang had already learned about the situation from Feng Yuan. He prepared a bucket of hot springs and asked the girl to soak in the bucket directly, and then cut various medicinal materials into it. After the 2 people spared no effort to rescue her, the girl finally regained consciousness at around 3 o'clock in the morning of the same day. Because the wound had healed, she didn't feel any pain, but she had no strength in her body and didn't want to move lazily. She was only wearing this very thin white shirt soaked in warm water. Once the white shirt came into contact with water, it was no different from not wearing it. Awake. Shanbuki Ditang had been guarding the girl by her side. Seeing that the girl woke up, he knew that she was completely out of danger, and he was finally relieved. The girl looked confused. It took a long time before she remembered what she had experienced. She seemed to be attacked by a hollow, and then her chest was pierced. Unexpectedly, she survived like this. She wanted to reach out and touch the wound on her chest, but she had no strength in her body. Don't move. You've lost too much blood. You need to take care of yourself for a while. I'll give you a break. You can return to the team when you're well. Shanbuki Ditang said, every failure makes you wiser. Let's see if you dare to underestimate the enemy again in the future. The girl nodded with difficulty. Shanbuki Ditang bent down and carried the girl out of the water. The girl then noticed that she was almost naked and blushed with shame. Are you embarrassed? When I was giving you first aid, I tore your clothes off. I didn't expect that you were young and well developed. Yamabuki Ditang made a joke, hoping that the girl would not be traumatized. When the girl heard the instructor say this, her face became even redder. Hanako, please take care of her. I'm going to rest first. Yamabuki Ditang was exhausted. Now that the girl is finally out of danger, he can sleep peacefully. By the way, I don't know your name yet. Yamabuki Ditang asked. The girl said shyly, my name is Kano Chima, instructor. I will repay you in the future. Yamabuki Ditang was shocked. Kano? This surname is very rare. When I signed up before, I was so tired that I didn't pay attention to the names of these students. Is there anyone in your family called Kano Ba Yunsai? Yamabuki Ditang asked. Kyunwoo was surprised. Instructor, how do you know my sister's name? Your sister? The captain of the 1st 8th Division of the Godi I-13 is your sister? Yamabuki Ditang remembered the appearance of Kanoko Tsurugi Hatsui. Judging from her appearance, she was indeed a very quiet young lady. It turned out that she was from an aristocratic family, and a high-class aristocratic family. They are all young ladies from aristocratic families. Why are some gentle and elegant, while others are like wild cats? I won't criticize them by name here. But why didn't Kanoko Tsurugi Hatsui come when the Godi I-13 signed up for the selection? Based on the information from 1,000 years ago, although Kanoko Tsurugi Hatsui usually looks like a quiet young lady, her bold attitude when chopping people is no worse than Sister Hwa. One knife kills a kid. Is there any hidden secret in this? It seems that I have to go there in person. How about this, to avoid any accidents, I will send you home in person tomorrow. Yamabuki Ditang said. The real purpose is not to drink. It is rumored that Keiku Torai Bayanzai is very big, not very strong. As the chief of staff of the Godi I-13, how can I give up the opportunity to recruit talents? If I recruit him to the team, I can watch the game every day. No, it is to spar with each other every day, which is beneficial to the relaxation of physical and mental health. It's decided. Chapter 38, Keiku Torai Bayansai. The next day, Yamabuki Ditang specially got a carriage when sending Kyunwoo back. After all, Kyunwoo has lost too much blood and needs to be recuperated slowly. She has no strength to walk. It would be embarrassing to carry her on my back. Of course, this embarrassment refers to Kyunwoo. Yamabuki Ditang gritted his teeth to protect his students and endured the hardship and fatigue. Finally, Yamabuki Ditang let Kyunwoo sit in the carriage at the back and drove the carriage to Kakutori's house. XXXX. Yamabuki Ditang was a well-known figure in the Sling Court. When they learned that he had arrived, the Kadori family immediately sent someone to receive them. Especially when he explained his purpose, the people of the Kadori family were more enthusiastic towards them. Soon, Yamabuki Ditang met the current head of the Kadori family, Kadori Bayansai. This was a very elegant-looking girl, wearing glasses and a long black ponytail. Because she was wearing a loose white kimono, it was not clear what her figure was like. Kyunwoo couldn't help crying when she saw her sister coming to pick her up. When she thought that she almost died, she was scared. Bayansai gently comforted her sister, and when her sister calmed down, he bowed slightly to Yamabuki Ditang. Thank you, General Staff, for taking care of my little sister. I am very grateful. Please stay for dinner. Butler, go and prepare it quickly. Yamabuki Ditang originally planned to find an excuse to stay, but he didn't expect that the other party would take the initiative to invite him to dinner, so he didn't hesitate. When Kekuroba Yunsai turned around, a strong wind blew over, and the white kimono tightly stuck to Kekuroba Yunsai's delicate body, outlining the beautiful figure. Yamabuki Ditang thought he had enough self-control and was not a playboy, but he was still amazed when he saw the two mountains up and down. Isn't this too majestic? As the saying goes, no matter how hard it is, you can't let your children suffer. If I marry this, I dare not say anything else, I will let the children eat until they are full in the future. Of course, won't everything that the children can't eat belong to me? He. The decoration of Kakuraba's house, generally speaking, she is quite elegant. Although she is a noble, she is not arrogant at all. If she didn't know the plot, Yamabuki Ditang would never believe that this seemingly gentle, innocent, and pure young lady would be so crazy when she cuts people. What reason should I find to invite her to join the Godai 13? She must have her reasons for not participating in the selection of the Godai 13. If I rashly invite her to participate, she will probably be rejected. At this time, the servant prepared the dried fruit preserves for the meal and served them one by one. There was only a small dish of each preserve, which was sour and sweet, and tasted very good. Then there was the appetizer. Today's appetizer is a thick soup cooked with venison. I hope you like it. The servant brought a bowl of braised meat soup and opened the lid of the bowl. The aroma immediately filled the nose. Lu Chu Ba Yunzai fed his sister in small mouthfuls. Kyunwoo hadn't seen her family for a long time, and she had just recovered from a serious injury, so her appetite increased greatly. Yamabuki Ditang took a bite and it tasted really good, but now his mind was not on the food. His brain was spinning rapidly. How could he open his mouth? It is my fault that your sister was injured this time. As their instructor, it was indeed inappropriate for me to arrange actual combat during the study period. Yamabuki Ditang decided to apologize first and try to leave a good impression on the other party. Before Lukbayanzai spoke, Kyunwoo spoke first. You can't blame the instructor for this matter. It's all my carelessness. Sister, you can't be angry with the instructor. Well, I listen to you. Lukbayanzai seemed to be very doting on his sister. He picked up a white handkerchief and gently wiped the corners of his sister's mouth. Instructor, don't look at my weak strength. My sister is very powerful. You may not be able to beat my sister. Kyunwoo said proudly. You are really my good student. I haven't thought of a way yet. Help me open my mouth first. So powerful? I don't believe it. Yamabuki Ditang deliberately pretended to be skeptical. Seeing that the other party was not very old, he was young and energetic. If he provoked him with words, he would definitely stand up and have a duel between men and women. Then he would pretend to lose and invite him to join the Godai 13. What a perfect plan! As a result, Kanoko Hitachi just said gently, don't listen to the kid's nonsense. I'm not that powerful. Butler, serve the main course. Yamabuki Ditang asked again, Kyunwoo, since your sister is so powerful, why didn't your sister join the Godai 13 when they were recruiting people? Kyunwoo was also very puzzled and looked at her sister. Kanoko Hitachi said leisurely, I am a girl, not suitable for fighting and killing. I just need to do my job well. Those who can join the Godai 13 are elites, and I am far from that. As she said, she gently pushed her glasses with her fingers, and a white light flashed on the glasses, which made people shudder. Kyunwoo looked at her sister with curiosity. Her sister's spiritual pressure was far superior to hers. If she joined the Godai 13, she might become the captain. Why did she refuse? Yamabuki Ditang vaguely guessed that the other party might have some unspeakable secrets, which were not convenient to say in front of others. Everyone has their own privacy. Forcibly prying into other people's hearts may backfire and increase disgust. Indeed, some people like to share secrets with others, but some people just like to be alone and keep secrets in their hearts. If a person always uses his own ideas to force others, even if you think it is right, after a long time, there will be a gap between the best friends. Since you don't want to join, it's a pity. This is a big loss for our Godai 13. Yamabuki Ditang laughed dryly and concentrated on eating. According to the course of history, Kakuto Bansai will definitely join the Godi I-13, but what is the opportunity? Everyone has his own reasons for doing things. After having a good meal and a good drink, Yamabuki Ditang stood up with a smile. I still have a lot of official business to deal with, so I won't stay here for long. If you change your mind and want to join the Godi I-13, you can contact me at any time. In addition, Kyunwoo, when you recover from your injury and return to the team, you must make up for all the missed training. Don't think you can escape from my clutches. Kyunwoo's face was full of bitterness. My lord, take care. I won't see you off. Kanoko Bansai bowed slightly, his appearance and etiquette were impeccable. When Yamabuki Ditang passed by Kanoko Bansai, he suddenly said, "Your eyes remind me of a friend in the team. The eyes of the two of you are very similar." Kanoko Bansai looked at Yamabuki Ditang with a puzzled look. What kind of person is that? Before he joined the team, he was a murderer. The first time I saw him, he was peeling people's skin. Yamabuki Ditang said lightly. Kanoko Bansai's delicate body trembled slightly, lowered his head silently, and said nothing. Chapter 39, The Wild Heart of the Young Lady. Hearing what Yamabuki Ditang said, Luk Bansai lowered his head, his eyes looked a little strange, but he said nothing. Sister, you didn't eat anything just now, eat more. Kyunwoo said. Luk Bansai showed a standard gentle smile. Sister is not hungry, you eat. It was late at night. Luk Bansai sat in front of the candlelight to help her sister mend her torn clothes. Halfway through, she remembered what Yamabuki Ditang said to her during the day. My eyes, a murderer. Luk Bansai muttered to himself. When was the first time she saw blood spurting? A long time ago. Her sister was not born yet, and she was just a child. She remembered clearly that day when her parents took her to visit a great noble in Rukanga, and when they came back, the carriage was attacked by a group of wandering samurai. Luk Bansai gently closed her eyes and recalled the experience of that day. The mother trembled and hugged her, while the father drew his sword and fought with the warriors. Although the number of warriors was large, they were never his opponent. In an instant, several people were killed by his father, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. The scene was extremely tragic. The mother was so scared that she closed her eyes and dared not look any more. But Shikaku Bansai was shocked by this beautiful scene. It turns out that the blood spurting out of a person is so beautiful. No flower in the world can compare to this beauty. At that moment, Shikaku Bansai found his life goal, and he also wanted to be like his father. But the reality was very cruel. Because she was a girl, she had to learn all kinds of noble rules since she was a child. She was told since she was a child that girls should be gentle and generous, girls should be obedient, and what girls should do when they grow up is to take care of their husbands and children, not be rude, not speak loudly, and learn flower arrangement, calligraphy, and painting. Luk Bansai endured everything silently, gradually becoming the pride of her parents and a model of young ladies in the eyes of other nobles. Later, after her desperate pleading, her father finally hired a kendo teacher for her, but after learning for a long time, Luk Bansai thought that kendo was not violent enough and turned to practice swords. As she grew older, Luk Bansai found that her spiritual pressure increased much faster than ordinary people, but her parents seemed to not care about her talent in this area at all. Girls just need to do what girls should do. How can you wield swords and guns? Her father said so to her. But slowly, the desire for blood in her heart became stronger and stronger, but the education she received from childhood told her that girls should not carry knives to the battlefield to chop people. Because that is not gentle, nor elegant, and not a qualified young lady of a noble family. In this way, the worldview she had established since childhood and the desires she pursued in her heart began to conflict strongly. Thinking of this, Keiku Torai Bansai stopped the needlework in his hands and stared at the candlelight blankly. Will he be a puppet for the rest of his life? Bound by these decadent rules, he will never be happy. A butterfly flapped its wings and landed on the back of Keiku Torai Bayansai's hand. Keiku Torai Bayansai looked at the butterfly, suddenly turned his wrist, tightly grasped the butterfly, crushed it into powder, and then slowly let go. It's almost reaching the limit. Brother Yamabuki, look at what this is. Quibuo Kojiro showed off his Zanpakuto with a happy face. Hey? You have also become a formal team member. Yamabuki Ditang was a little surprised. Well, my spiritual power is the 14th level, which is enough to join the Godai 13. Quibuo Kojiro looked happy. From today on, he is no longer the chore's brother, but officially became a member of the 13th Court Guard. Congratulations! Yamabuki Ditang said lightly, don't be proud, this is just the beginning. When your Zanpakuto is released, you will be a real god of death. Quibuoki Kojiro was even more excited. Yamabuki Ditang, my Zanpakuto has already been released. Hey! Yamabuki Ditang was confused. By the way, this kid seemed to be a genius. He learned the de-release in just 1 month. Although he can't compare to the cheating Kurosaki Ichigo, it is an unattainable existence for most people. Everyone who can use the de-release will be recorded in the history of the Soul Society. Brother Yamabuki, you are so powerful that you must also have the de-release, right? What is the ability of your Zanpakuto? Quibuoki Kojiro asked innocently. Yamabuki Ditang glanced around. This little bastard was talking about something else. What is the ability of my Zanpakuto? How do I know? However, judging from the previous battle, the ability of his Zanpakuto Shikai is likely related to speed. Stop asking around. My Zanpakuto's ability is a secret. How can I tell you casually? Yamabuki Ditang said with a guilty look on his face. It would be too embarrassing to tell his younger brother I haven't awakened my Zanpakuto yet. Hajiro Suzuki looked like he had learned something, so that's how it is. Brother Yamabuki, do you want to see my ability? Okay, wait for me at the training ground. Yamabuki Ditang said. After Hajiro Suzuki left, Yamabuki Ditang knocked on his sword in disappointment. Can't you tell me your name? It's like the Secret Service. Are you happy to see me embarrassed in front of your younger brother? Yamabuki Ditang complained. Then, he also came to the training ground. Hajiro Sukibu pulled out his Zanpakuto with a smile. Brother Yamabuki, be careful. Go through, Yanling Meru. The appearance of the Zanpakuto changed from a samurai sword to a Western-style rapier, and the blade was wrapped in lightning. Although I don't know if it is strong, it looks really cool. Yamabuki Ditang said with a sour face, fancy. The battle of the Shinigami is a battle of spiritual pressure. As long as your spiritual pressure is strong enough, even the weakest Zanpakuto can exert great power. On the contrary, if you don't have strong spiritual pressure, even the most powerful Zanpakuto is useless in your hands. Come on, let me see the power of this sword. Hajiro Sukibu looked at his Zanpakuto with excitement, and the lightning wrapped the entire blade, rushing over fiercely. Yamabuki Ditang nodded slightly. It seems that after being released, Yanling Meru not only has the power of lightning attributes, but also can slightly increase the speed of the user. Facing the Zanpakuto that stabbed over, Yamabuki Ditang just stretched out 2 fingers and gently clamped the opponent's attack. No matter how hard Kojiro Quibu tried, the rapier didn't move at all, as if it was cast in steel between the 2 fingers of Yamabuki Ditang. Boxers. Yamabuki Ditang looked relaxed. The boy is still too young, go back and practice for another 10 years. Why hasn't my Zanpakuto awakened yet? I'm so envious. Chapter 40, The Final Battle of Sword Spirits. Yamabuki Ditang looked at her Zanpakuto. Why didn't this little girl tell me her name? Is there any hidden secret? Kojiro, how do you communicate with your Zanpakuto? Ahem, let me help you see if your way of communicating with your Zanpakuto is correct. Yamabuki Datang explained again, and Quibuki Datang Buchang Jiro did not doubt the elder brother in front of him at all, and said happily, I tried to communicate with my Zanpakuto last night, and Yan Lingwan told me his name. It's that simple? Is this method wrong? Didn't you communicate in this way, brother Yamabuki? Ahem, of course, there is nothing wrong with your method. Well, you have good talent, go down and rest first. Yamabuki Datang said. Could it be that I don't usually get in touch with this little girl? So she is upset with me? How about I go back and try it today? What if it succeeds? Or is it that my method of asking for the other party's name is wrong? My Zanpakuto is a proud white-haired one, maybe it has high attack and low defense, or I can do something romantic tonight. After returning to his room, Yamabuki Datang sat cross-legged, put the knife on his knees, and meditated quietly. This is also a kind of practice, to achieve the state of unity between man and sword. Are you there? White-haired? Tsundere? Lolyalu? Twin ponytails? White silk? If you are, please squeak. Yamabuki Datang kept asking in his heart. The power of Zanpakuto is actually the power of the god of death itself, and the sword spirit is originally a part of the god of death's body. What Yamabuki Datang doesn't understand is why his sword spirit resists him so much. Squeak. The voice of white-haired Tsundere appeared in Yamabuki Datang's heart. You are really honest. You really only squeaked once. It's easy if you are here. How about we talk face to face? Yamabuki Datang asked tentatively. There is nothing to talk about between the two of us. You must want to know my name again, you stinky hooligan. The voice of the sword spirit's Tsundere sounded in Yamabuki Datang's heart. As a man, isn't it normal to act like a hooligan? What's more, he acts like a hooligan to himself. Yamabuki Datang said with a smile. As long as the other party talked to him, he could use his 3-inch tongue to get the name out of the little girl's mouth. The next second, Yamabuki Datang was pulled into his own mental world. The sky and the earth were transparent, connected to the infinitely far other shore. There was only a huge Rubik's Cube above his head that was rotating irregularly. The sword spirit sat on the Rubik's Cube and looked at Yamabuki Datang coldly. Didn't you call me out to tell me something? Now you can tell me. The sword spirit lifted up his thighs wrapped in white silk and looked at Yamabuki Datang arrogantly. Yamabuki Datang asked solemnly, your skirt is so short, are you wearing panties inside? Won't you be exposed in this sitting posture? And you're sitting so high. Before he finished speaking, the sword spirit kicked him in the face. Yamabuki Datang could clearly see with his deputy captain level combat power that the sword spirit was indeed wearing panties, and they were white. You bastard called me out just to tell me this kind of thing. The sword spirit rubbed Yamabuki Datang's face fiercely with his white silk feet. Don't be angry. My body can't handle you rewarding me in this way. Let's start from the most basic. Tell me what's your name? Shanbuki Datang asked. The sword spirit snorted coldly, and suddenly drew the sword from his waist. The silver-white saber appeared again. You want to know my name? Sure. Come and please me. If you can satisfy me, I can tell you my name. Shanbuki Datang saw that there was a chance, and hurriedly drew the sword and stared at the sword spirit. You can be careful. Life and death, only in this moment. The sword spirit showed a sarcastic smile on his face, then gently waved the sword, and then sheathed the sword. Hey? What are you doing? Why don't you come over and fight? Shanbuki Datang asked curiously. Fight? What are you talking about in your sleep? You are already dead. The sword spirit stretched out his white and tender fingers and pointed at Shanbuki Datang's belly. Shanbuki Datang looked down and found that his belly had been cut open by a knife at some point, and blood kept flowing out. Yamabuki Datang's pupils shrank to the extreme in an instant. When did it happen? Could it be that the moment he drew his sword just now caused this kind of damage to himself? I didn't feel it at all. As expected, his guess was right. His Zanpakuto ability is related to speed. The severe pain made him cover his stomach and hurriedly use Kaido to treat it. In the blink of an eye, the wound healed. This time he did not give the sword spirit any chance. He directly stepped forward and stabbed the sword spirit in the chest. His swordsmanship is to maximize the power by using the speed of the step, and he had just learned the two-handed sword not long ago, which doubled the power. Just when his sword had touched the skin of the sword spirit's chest, the sword spirit in front of him suddenly disappeared and appeared where he had just stood. Yamabuki Ditang's forehead slowly seeped out cold sweat. This speed is abnormal, right? He dare not say that he is a master of step, but even Shifunji Yuanchihiro, who is the fastest in the current Lingting step, cannot have such a silent speed. So slow. Little dog, can you do it? The sword spirit reached out and gently patted Yamabuki Ditang's shoulder. Yamabuki Ditang hurriedly turned around and raised his sword, but missed again. The 61st binding method, 6-stick light prison. Yamabuki Ditang instantly activated the ghost method. He had learned a lot of practical ghost methods before, but he didn't expect that the first actual combat would be to use it on his own Zanpakuto. The 6 light blades instantly fixed the sword spirit, but the sword spirit also activated the same binding method. 6-stick light prison. The 6 light blades also fixed Yamabuki Ditang's body. Forgot. I told you, I know everything you know. The sword spirit chopped the light blade with the saber in his hand, looking at Shanbuki Ditang with a proud face. Yamabuki Ditang also took the opportunity to break free from the restraints of the 6-rod light prison. Just kidding, he is the son of destiny, the 88th of the way to break, the flying dragon hits the thief and the thunder cannon. The 81st of the way to bind, the sky is broken. The golden and blue light column hit the invisible barrier, and the spiritual pressure splashed. By the way, haven't you always wanted to see my ability? Okay, I'll use it once, just once, whether you can master it depends on you. If you can survive this knife, I will tell you my name. The sword spirit put the knife back into the scabbard and made a gesture of drawing the sword. Yamabuki Ditang grinned and said, "You said it. One sword, just one sword." His current strength is close to the captain level. It should be no problem to block one sword. My Zanpakuto can finally be released. The sword spirit raised a charming smile. Goodbye, my poor master. The sword is out. Chapter 41, Rectifying Rukonga. Yamabuki Ditang woke up from meditation and covered his neck with horror. One sword. He couldn't even block one sword. The most important thing is that his ability is not speed-based at all, but... No wonder the sword spirit refused to tell him her name. With his deputy captain's spiritual pressure, he couldn't control the sword at all. Brother Yamabuki, what's wrong with you? You look very ugly. Do you want me to call a doctor for you? Quibu Kojiro asked. It's okay. I just communicated with my sword spirit and was slashed by her. This dead girl. Yamabuki Ditang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Sure enough, it was useless to study those fancy things. Only strengthening one's own spiritual pressure was the kingly way. Being slashed by his own sword spirit? Quibu Kojiro's expression was very interesting. He really wanted to know what stories there were between brother Yamabuki and his own sword spirit. Why did you come back so soon? Yamabuki Ditang suddenly thought that shouldn't Quibu Kojiro be training in the training ground at this time? Could it be that these people were lazy? Brother Yamabuki? Did you forget? We are going to patrol Rukonga this afternoon. Didn't you say before that you would rectify the security of Rukonga? Quibu Kojiro asked. Yes, I did say such words, and I forgot. Okay, you go and get ready, and we will set off together later. Yamabuki Ditang said. Rukun Street has always been a very chaotic place. People who died in the living world will go to live in Rukun Street. There are all kinds of people. There is still some order near the O-Soul Court. The farther away from the O-Soul Court, the worse the quality. Especially those hooligans who think they have some ability, robbing is a common thing. Rukun Street security has been planned by Yamabuki Ditang for a long time, but it has always been short of manpower. Now I can only take a few students out to deter these bad guys from causing trouble. After all, the Shinigami will be selected from Rukun Street in the future. Half an hour later, Yamabuki Ditang came to the training ground. In addition to him and Quibio Kojiro, there were 3 other people, all newcomers. Why don't you play actual combat today? I'll take you to patrol. In the future, when you become a formal Shinigami, you will not only have to guard the O-Soul Court, but also be responsible for the security of Rukun Street. Today I'll take you to experience it. Yamabuki Ditang said. Just like that, the 5 of them came directly to the most chaotic district in the eastern Rukanga, the Zaraki district. If the previous districts still had some law and order, then this district was no different from a bandit's den. Everyone carried a knife and would cut people with a knife if they disagreed. The conflict between the 2 sides might be just a glance, or the perpetrator just wanted to simply dislike you. Most of the first batch of Shinigami who joined the Godi I-13 were nobles. When had they ever seen such a chaotic scene? When the 3 new students saw the bones all over the ground, they felt nauseous. You can't stand it. How are you going to fight in the future? Yamabuki Ditang was actually a little bit unbearable, but there was no way, who asked him to show off in front of the newcomers. He had to hold on. He must not show a disgusting expression. As a result, they had just walked a few steps when the 5 of them were intercepted by gangsters. Boy, hand over all the food on you. Also, your knives are not bad, leave them all. A very burly warrior laughed and said, and this little guy, we'll cook him later, and his bones can be broken into pieces and sold as rice. Quibio Kojiro looked at the fierce man staring at him with a bad face, and was so scared that he shrank behind Yamabuki Ditang. As a result, he was pushed out by Yamabuki Ditang with a slap. What are you afraid of? Go up and beat him up. If you can't beat him, I'll punish you when I get back. Suzu Kojiro is still a boy of 12 or 13 years old, and he is like a bean sprout compared to this gangster. Brother Yamabuki. Yamabuki Ditang directly ignored Suzuo Kojiro's pleas. Finding that there was something exciting to watch here, the idle gangsters on the roadside gathered in a circle and bet on how many moves Suzuo Kojiro could take on the samurai. Suzuo Kojiro looked back and found that it was actually Yamabuki Ditang who opened the betting. Brother Yamabuki. I used to think that your unreliability was just my illusion, but I didn't expect that you were really unreliable. I'm about to be hacked to death, and you're still there to open a bet. Suzuo Kojiro trembled. The 3 newcomers also looked strange. Yamabuki Ditang said indifferently, small bets are fun, big bets are harmful to the body, everyone, buy and leave. I bet 5 moves. I bet 3 moves. You are carrying a knife, you should have some skills. I bet 10 moves. These hooligans usually gamble besides eating and killing people, and they bet their entire fortunes. Yamabuki Ditang also placed a bet. I bet 1 move, my little brother can kill the opponent with 1 move. Yamabuki Ditang took out a purse and threw it there. The hooligans around burst into laughter. Is there something wrong with this guy's brain? Just this bean sprout? Can it kill the opponent with 1 move? Quibio Kojiro had no words to say. Brother Yamabuki, do you have too high expectations of me? Kojiro. Yamabuki Ditang showed a gentle smile like spring breeze. If you let me lose money, I will kill you when I go back tonight. Quibio Kojiro could only draw out his Zanpakuto. Little brat, look at me drawing my sword and slashing. Pierce through. Yan Ling Wan. Lightning flashed, and then the figures of both sides were dislocated. Quibio Kojiro panted, and turned back stiffly, only to see that the ferocious warrior's throat was pierced by a sword, and blood was pouring out. The people watching the excitement were stunned. What happened just now? They didn't even see the process of the fight. Yamabuki Ditang unceremoniously collected the money on the ground. It was too easy for Lingwei 14 to deal with these low-class gangsters, and they also made a lot of money by the way. Yamabuki Ditang opened his purse, poured out a pile of soybeans from it, and then said to the gangsters around him with an apologetic expression, "Oh, I'm so sorry, I took the wrong one just now, it turns out that I forgot to bring it when I went out. Fuck. Getting something for nothing." The gangsters were excited and drew their swords one after another. Playing hard? I like playing hard the most. Fight. Yamabuki Ditang gave an order to his 3 students, and they immediately started a melee. After hard training, the team members found it easy to deal with these gangsters. They knocked down a large group of people in a few seconds. Other gangsters turned around and ran away when they saw that something was wrong. Yamabuki Ditang did not chase them, but continued to take them to Kulu district and defrauded them in the same way. At this time, these team members also felt that their instructors seemed unreliable. Chapter 42, Mountains of Corpses and Seas of Blood. After winning the fight, Quibio Kojiro ran over excitedly, "Brother Yamabuki, I turned out to be so powerful." "You think you are powerful if you beat a small gangster? Young man, you should look further ahead." Yamabuki Ditang brought his 4 team members to Kulu district. But once they entered this neighborhood, the hustle and bustle around seemed to disappear, and the whole neighborhood was dead silent. The cries of a few crows from the horizon seemed particularly harsh. Before the 4 newcomers could react to what happened, Yamabuki Ditang shouted in a low voice, "Everyone be alert, something is happening." The Kusake-ku district is also a very chaotic neighborhood. It is even harder to make these gangsters quiet down on their own than to make the vegetable market quiet down, but now, there is no sound in the entire neighborhood, only the cold wind blowing and the crows in the sky. Where did all the people in this neighborhood go? Could they have been eaten up by Su? Yamabuki Ditang drew his sword directly, with a vigilant look on his face. The 4 students didn't know what happened, but seeing the instructor's vigilant look, they also drew their zanpakutos. "Brother Yamabuki, what happened?" Quibio Kojiro asked cautiously. Yamabuki Ditang gently pressed his lips to tell them not to speak, and then looked up at the sky. He found that some crows in the sky flew in one direction. "Follow the crows," Yamabuki Ditang whispered. The 5 people followed the crows all the way to the border of Kusake-ku district, and when they saw the scene in front of them, they almost stopped breathing out of fear. Corpses. There were corpses everywhere. It was not just a few dozen or a few hundred corpses. Everywhere the naked eye could see were dead bodies, and these bodies were piled up into a tall mountain. Suzu Kojiro finally couldn't bear it anymore and vomited his lunch. The faces of the other 3 team members were not much better. Yamabuki Ditang found more. Because these corpses included not only the corpses of residents of Rukanga, but also the corpses of hollows. Yamabuki Ditang also saw the great hollow and Ashokas among them. Judging from the wounds on the bodies of these hollows, they should have been killed in a head-on confrontation. And these residents of Rukanga were also killed in a single blow. Looking at the knife wounds on these corpses, Yamabuki Ditang's forehead was covered with cold sweat. What a fast knife! I can kill the Great Hollow in seconds now, but how did I kill Ashokas in seconds? Although the Ashokas of this era cannot transform into a god of death and cannot match the combat power of the later Espada, the spiritual pressure of Ashokas is at the captain level. Although he cannot beat the captain in a head-on conflict, he will not be killed in one blow. Looking at the current Godi I-13, the only one who can kill Ashokas in one blow should be Old Man Yamamoto. "Brother Yamabuki, look over here, there are corpses of the god of death." Quibio Kojiro shouted loudly. Yamabuki Ditang hurried over and found a pile of corpses. Among the bodies, there was a corpse wearing aristocratic clothes. It looked like it should be someone from the central 46th room. How could these noble lords die here? And it looked like a one-shot kill. The knife had just been pulled out 3 inches, and there was no room for resistance at all. "Instructor, what should we do now?" a newcomer asked nervously, fearing that there were monsters lurking around. "Leave here immediately, and report this matter to the team. Someone will come to deal with it later. Let's go," Shanbuki Ditang said. Although he didn't know what monster piled up these corpses into a mountain, he knew that if they really fought, he would definitely not be able to beat the other party. His strength was already a world apart from the beginning, but he would have to go through a hard battle to defeat Yakukaze. This was no longer something he could solve. Go quickly!" Shanbuki Ditang shouted. The 5 people left here as quickly as possible. After the 5 of them left, someone suddenly moved among the mountain of corpses. It was a beautiful woman with long black hair. No one noticed her among the corpses. She had been staring at the 5 people since just now. The reason why she didn't take action was because she felt that the 5 people were too weak and no one could defeat her. As if she didn't want to stay in the pile of corpses, the woman stood up shakily, holding a bloody long knife in her hand, and continued to look for her ideal opponent. Before, a few people said they were nobles of the central 46th chamber. What did they say after that? I can't remember it. I cut them down with one knife. I thought that nobles should be stronger than ordinary people, but they are indeed only a little stronger. The woman wiped the blood on the blade and muttered to herself, "Spirit court? There should be a strong man worthy of my battle there." Through the reflection of the blade, the woman looked directly at her eyes without any life. This world is so boring. The 5 people left the Kalu district without stopping, not daring to stop for a moment, and Shanchui Ditang was relieved when they came to the populated area. He was not worried about the plague in Soul Society. In Soul Society, after the spirit dies, the soul will dissolve into spirit particles, and it will not even pollute the environment. Only the captains with strong spiritual pressure can't return to Soul Society naturally after death because the spirit particles in their bodies are too dense. They can only be forcibly suppressed in hell through soul burial. Of course, there is no need to worry about this now. The setting of hell will not unfold for at least 1,000 years. "Instructor, what happened there just now?" a new team member asked breathlessly. "How do I know? I'm not omniscient. Anyway, let the captain send someone to investigate after I go back." Yamabuki Ditang is well versed in the skill of playing football. As long as he can't solve something, he will kick it to the captain. Yamabuki Ditang found a place to eat something and calm down. He found a relatively luxurious building not far away. "What is that place? Is there anyone in Rukanga who can build a house like that?" Yamabuki Ditang asked. A member of the team who was born in aristocracy explained, "Instructor, that is the residence of the Shiba family, one of the 5 nobles. Their family situation is quite special. Although they are great nobles, they have always lived in Rukanga and mixed with commoners, which is simply embarrassing for the nobles." Before he finished speaking, the team member saw his instructor glaring at him coldly, and he was so scared that he shut up in a hurry. Yamabuki Ditang remembered that the head of the Shiba family also came on the day when he negotiated with the Central 46th office. Should he go in and say hello? Just then, Yamabuki Ditang saw the head of the Shiba family sending out a guest, and the most important thing is that he actually knew this guest. It turned out to be the sisters Kadori Bayansai and Kadori Kimai. P.S. Sister Hwa finally appeared, and several bugs in the previous plot were modified, especially the name of Ryujin Jaka. Chapter 43, Robbery. How did this pair of sisters appear here? Yamabuki Ditang was a little confused, but after a little thought, he understood that it was normal for the nobles to move back and forth. Many nobles are related by marriage, and the relationship between these nobles is as complicated as a spider web. It is better not to get involved in the struggle of these people. Instructor, it's Kyunwoo-chan, should we go up and say hello? A team member said excitedly. As the only two female members of the Godi 13, Kyunwoo is young and beautiful, and of course she is sought after by many boys. What? You said Sato is immortal? How can such a creature be called a girl? It's just a terrifying creature that looks like a girl. Hit your head. Don't forget that we still have a mission. Besides, don't you see that they have something to deal with? You don't have any eyesight at all. You go back and report what happened in Rukonga to the captain first. I'll go to see Kyunwoo's injury. Yamabuki Ditang said lightly. These team members, including Kwibyo Kojiro, are all black lines. Is this the legendary double standard dog? Yamabuki Ditang did not go up to greet Kimai and Kadori Hattori, but secretly observed the sisters. According to the history of the Godi 13, Kadori Hattori will definitely join the Godi 13, but now this girl is very resistant to joining the Godi 13, and he has to find the reason and untie her knot. Kwibyo Kojiro asked curiously, Brother Yamabuki, why are you looking at people secretly? Don't you go up and say hello? Is this peeping? Are you a pervert? Yamabuki Ditang said seriously, Kojiro, today I will tell you a truth, men are naturally perverted. You are the same. Don't drag me into this. It's obviously you who is looking at the girl here secretly, right? Why do you want to drag someone down with you before you die? You are really unreliable. Didn't I assign you a task? Go back and tell the captain what we saw in the grass deer area. Go away. Don't delay my business. Yamabuki Ditang said. The business he mentioned was of course to find a way to earn deer Takia Yunsai into the Godi 13, but Kwibyo Kojiro completely misunderstood what Yamabuki Ditang meant. He is so confident in peeping at beautiful women, he is really a role model for us. The head of the Shiba family is a middle-aged uncle. I met him in the central 46th room before. He is carefree and a very nice person. Compared with other nobles, the Shiba family is simply a breath of fresh air. They have lived in Rukonga for generations, never intermarried, and always uphold justice. They are the first to stand up when the Soul Society is in trouble. They are all loyal and brave. The Tsunoya Shiro family is afraid of the power of the Soul King, so they keep dismembering the Soul King, emptying his internal organs, reducing his power and throwing him to the lower world. The Shiba family has always been opposed to the behavior of the Tsunoya Shiro family, and even developed a secret technique that can make the power of the god of death reach the level of the Soul King in a short time and relieve the pain of the Soul King. I don't know if it is Wu Yu. Unfortunately, the distance between the two sides is too far. Yamabuki Ditang can't hear what the other party is saying. Shikatori Bayansai's strength is only higher than his current strength. If he gets too close, he is likely to be discovered. It will be too embarrassing if he can't explain it at that time. The head of the Shiba family looked carefree, while Kanoko Hattori and his sister Kyunwoo still looked elegant like young ladies. After a few words, both parties said goodbye. Kanoko Hattori and his sister sat in a carriage and prepared to return to the O-Soul court. Yamabuki Ditang followed in the distance, looking for an opportunity to get close to Kanoko Hattori. As the saying goes, you are not afraid of thieves stealing, but you are afraid of thieves thinking about it. Bah, I am not a thief. I am making great contributions to the 13th Guard. This place is still a distance away from the O-Soul court, and the road is not very peaceful. You can often see hooligans and samurai who rob and loot on the street. The only purpose of this group of people is to maintain the balance of the three realms, so in the past, neither the nobles nor the Soul King Palace cared about them. Even when the three realms were out of balance, the nobles would kill a group of civilians to achieve the goal of balancing the three realms. This is also unavoidable. Order does not mean justice. Kyunwoo was holding a box in her hand. It seemed to be a gift from the Shiba family to them. Kyunwoo leaned over and sniffed it gently with her little nose, and smelled a sweet fragrance. Sister, I guess there are snacks in the box. Let's open it and have a look. Kyunwoo said with curiosity. Before Luk Baenzai could stop her, Kyunwoo had already opened the exquisite box lid, and inside was a very exquisite pastry. It's white sugar cake. Kyunwoo's eyes lit up. In this era of low productivity, fine white sugar and salt are very expensive, and ordinary people can't eat them at all. Luk Baenzai didn't blame his sister, but just smiled dotingly. This is how her life is, spending the rest of her life in depression, so she hopes that her sister can live happily and freely. Kyunwoo took a bite of the white sugar cake, which was sweet and delicious. Luk Baenzai helped his sister wipe the white sugar from the corner of her mouth. Sister, do you want to try it too? Kyunwoo said. Luk Baenzai had just picked up a piece of white sugar cake, and suddenly the carriage stopped suddenly, and the white sugar cake in Luk Baenzai's hand fell to the ground. What happened? Lu Kubayunzai's voice was still so gentle, and he did not blame the driver. The driver said nervously, Master, it's bad, someone is blocking the road ahead, what should we do? Lu Kubayunzai gently opened the curtain and found that their carriage had been surrounded by bandits, and there were quite a few of them, as many as 20 to 30 people. This place is quite far from the Lingting, and it may be too late to ask for help. The bandits kept hitting the carriage with sticks and scabbards, and made threatening noises. People in the car, hand over all the food and money on your body. Otherwise, don't think it's so easy to get through. The bandit leader shouted. The driver was very nervous, holding the handle of the knife and shouted, Arrogant! Do you know whose car this is? Kyunwoo was also a little nervous, but she went out to visit friends today, and she didn't bring any weapons with her. What's more, she had just recovered from a serious illness, and she might not be able to defeat so many desperate people. Lu Chu Baenzai sighed softly, let them get out of the way and give them some money. As he said that, Lu Chu Baenzai came out of the carriage, untied his purse and handed it over. Judging from the weight, there was a lot of money in the purse, but the bandits did not take the purse, but stared at Lu Chu Baenzai in a daze. It turned out to be a noble girl. I've decided, I want the money and the person. Ha ha ha. The bandit laughed obscenely. He didn't notice the white light flashing on Lu Chu Baenzai's glasses at all. Chapter 44, What if the girl's hobby is discovered? At this time, Lu Chu Baenzai still wanted to maintain her image as a young lady, and bowed slightly and said, If you want money, just take it, please let us sisters go. Thank you very much. However, the bandit leader did not grasp the key point of this sentence, but said with shining eyes, Sisters? There is a woman in the car? Great! Brothers, you have never played with noble women, right? Wait until I have enough fun, and everyone will be happy. The bandits around laughed, these nobles are so naive, they even want to escape unscathed when they meet us, how is it possible? This is fat meat delivered to their mouths. Brother, look at that woman's breasts, they are so big. Bigger than your head. After playing enough, how about cutting off her breasts for viewing? I wonder if the woman in the car is also so beautiful. Don't hesitate, do it quickly. I can't bear it anymore. Luk Baenzai looked at the beasts in front of him, still very calm, a little abnormal. Yamabuki Ditang in the distance was thinking about what to do after seeing this scene. Save the beauty? No, Luk Baenzai's strength is above his own. Even if he goes down to help, it can only be regarded as icing on the cake. The other party may not be grateful to him. How about waiting? Wait and see what happens? Luk Baenzai said lightly, Everyone, it's not easy for us sisters in this chaotic world. Please, make way. The bandits didn't realize the seriousness of the matter at all. They were all overwhelmed by desire and looked at Luk Baenzai like hungry wolves. The bandit boss laughed arrogantly and said, Okay. If you volunteer to stay and serve us, I will let the people in the car go. How about it? Qianwu in the carriage couldn't stand it anymore, and planned to rush out to teach these ignorant bandits a lesson. I can't beat Su, but I can't beat you? Just when she was about to launch the ghost way to take the lead, Lu Chu Ba Yunzai suddenly grabbed her sister's wrist, nodded and said, "Okay, I'll stay, let the carriage go." Qianwu's face was full of anxiety. "Sister." Lu Chu Ba Yunzai said lightly, "Keep going forward, don't look back." The coachman also looked anxious. If he left the young lady here, he would die 10 times and it would not be enough to pay for his life. "Let's go. I'm the head of the family, listen to me." Lu Chu Ba Yunzai said faintly. "I won't leave." Qianwu hadn't finished speaking when Lu Chu Ba Yunzai suddenly reached out and knocked his sister's neck, knocking her unconscious. Lu Chu Ba Yunzai stayed. At the signal of the bandit boss, the bandits made way for the carriage. The driver drove away in tears. He wanted to rush back to the Lingting as quickly as possible to seek help. He only hoped that the head of the family would still be alive by then. Lu Chu Ba Yunzai looked at his sister and the driver who were going away and breathed a sigh of relief. It was great. This time, the people who were in the way were gone. The bandit boss couldn't hold it back anymore. With a sly smile on his face, he reached out to grab Lu Chu Ba Yunzai's chest. It was so big that one hand could not grasp it. Suddenly, blood splashed. Before the bandit boss realized what happened, his hand flew far away. After a moment of stunned, the bandit boss made an inhuman scream. "My hand!" Lu Chu Ba Yunzai still had a good girl expression on her face, but a sword appeared in her hand. The sword is a weapon used by monks and women. The front blade is connected to a long wooden handle. It is light and easy to use. But the sword in Lu Chu Ba Yunzai's hand is made of pure steel. It weighs dozens of kilograms. The more than 2-meter-long sword rotates at Lu Chu Ba Yunzai's fingertips like an embroidery needle. "Do you know what moment I like most?" Lu Chu Ba Yunzai said gently. The bandit boss has realized the seriousness of the problem, but it is too late to regret it now. "I like watching the blood burst out of the body the most." "Please don't scream, it will ruin this beautiful scene. Grit your teeth and bear it." Lu Chu Ba Yunzai looked even more playful than usual, and then he smashed the bandit boss with his sword. The bandit boss was indeed a tough guy. Without a scream, his whole body was smashed like a rotten tomato. The spurting blood was like a blooming flower in Lu Chu Ba Yunzai's eyes, beautiful, pure and brilliant. Lu Chu Ba Yunzai laughed from the bottom of his heart. The girl's smile was so cute, innocent and kind. "Next. Don't be afraid, she's just a woman, come on together," a bandit shouted with courage. But the next second, the blade fell, and the bandit was cut in half from head to toe, with blood and various internal organs all over the ground. Maybe Lu Ba Yunzai wanted to choose the bloodiest way to kill. At this time, the bandits with less courage had already realized that they had provoked someone they shouldn't have provoked, and turned around and ran, but how could Lu Ba Yunzai let the prey that had finally fallen into his hands run away? Whoever dares to run will be killed first, and the head of the fleeing person will be smashed lightly with the pure steel handle. You murderer! Dare you let us go?" A bandit shouted, almost collapsed. Even now, Lu Ba Yunzai still has the elegance of a young lady. "Please resist more strongly, so that I will be happier, thank you." The bandits found that what should I do if I meet a complete lunatic? I want to go home. Kanobuki Bayansai released all the killing desires that she had suppressed in her heart for so many years. The bandits died one after another. In the end, she stood alone in the blood, quietly enjoying this beautiful moment. Yamabuki Ditang was terrified. This woman is really not simple. I knew it. This is simply an out-and-out pervert, and she is a sultry type. Since you are so eager to kill, come to our Godi I-13. You can kill people with a clear conscience. Yamabuki Ditang tidied her clothes to make herself look like she was passing by, cleared her throat, and shouted in surprise, "What happened here? There is so much blood. So many dead people. Oh, isn't this Kanobuki Bansai? Did you kill these people?" Kanobuki Bansai was enjoying the afterglow of desire. The voice behind her scared her whole body. When she saw that it was an acquaintance, Kanobuki Bansai began to tremble all over. "I knew you were not a normal person. Look at this scene. Hey! There is not even a complete corpse. I see you have amazing bones. Do you want to join our Godi I-13? Yamabuki Ditang approached and asked. Kadori Bansai's face was flushed, holding the sword in both hands with a shy look. "What to do? What to do? My little hobby has been discovered. What to do? So shy. It seems that I can only kill and silence them. P.S. I am already a mature author and have learned how to post pictures, proud." Chapter 45, I am tired, let's silence them. Everyone in the world has their own little hobbies, and many of them are very perverted and must not be known by outsiders. Just like a girl who used holding legs and spinning to kill a town for a pile of BL comics. From the police to the police, scaring his friends, no one was spared. And now, Kadori Bansai's mood is like a boy who likes to live broadcast in women's clothing privately, and despairingly discovered at the fan meeting that his biggest fan leader is actually his own father. What a fucking scene that was! Although the person is still alive, he is already socially dead. Kadori Takuzai is in this mood now. She has been maintaining her image as a young lady and the dignity of the Kadori family all her life. As a result, her hobby was suddenly discovered by someone who knew her. For Kadori Takuzai, this is a complete social death. The pure steel sword in his hand was creaking as it was squeezed by two small hands. There was a fierce light flashing under the white glasses. There was no other way but to kill and silence the witness. This was the last way to solve the problem. Yamabuki Toto had no idea that the danger had come. He was still bragging about how good the welfare and treatment of the 13 court guards were and how sincere and loving his colleagues were. Kadori Takuzai had already silently raised the sword in his hand. Yamabuki Toto turned around and smiled. "How about it? Miss Kadori? Do you want to join our 10 court guards?" "Fuck. What are you going to do?" Kadori Takuzai had already chopped down with a sword. Thanks to Yamabuki Toto's well-trained training, he drew out his Zanpakuto in the first time to block the opponent's slash. But the huge force forced him to kneel on one knee, holding his hands tightly, his face flushed. "Big sister, are you so angry? Let's talk it over. If you are not satisfied with our welfare treatment, we can talk about it separately." Yamabuki Ditang shouted. If they really fight, he can't beat Kanoko Bansai. Although the strength of the captains varies, judging from the power of this knife, the opponent's strength is definitely not inferior to Sato. Yamabuki Ditang's greatest characteristic is self-knowledge. If the two sides fight to the death, he will definitely be finished. "You saw it all?" Kanoko Bansai asked with a red face, like a bullied young wife. "Look. You really saw it, you admitted it." Kanoko Bansai added strength again, and Yamabuki Ditang's arm muscles bulged, struggling to support. "How can this woman be so strong? Look, what did you see?" "I was just passing by, you have to believe me, I really was just passing by, I didn't see you killing people." Yamabuki Ditang shouted. There was a white light flashing on Shikaku Bansai's glasses. "You didn't see it, how do you know I killed these people?" "It's over, I let it slip." I did see it. But it's not a big deal. It's not like I saw you taking a shower. The dead were all bandits, you were acting in self-defense, I can testify for you." Yamabuki Ditang shouted, "Put the knife away first, let's talk slowly. Listen." Shikaku Bansai really listened and raised the knife. Yamabuki Ditang just breathed a sigh of relief. Only to see Shikaku Bansai put away the knife and accumulate power, and then swung the knife again. The knife light was like ripples, and the momentum was like a rainbow. Yamabuki Ditang hurriedly dodged the knife in an instant, and the knife collided with the ground, and the spiritual pressure contained in it directly cut a long gully on the ground. This power, if I resist it, I will die. Calm down, impulse is the devil. Isn't it just killing a few people? I often kill people for fun. If you keep making trouble, I will be angry. When I am angry, even I am afraid of myself. Yamabuki Ditang still hopes to control Lukbayanzai with the power of words, but Lukbayanzai has made up his mind to kill Yamabuki Ditang. Today, only one of us can survive. In this case, the best strategy is to run away. Yamabuki Ditang thinks he is a master of instant step, and there should be few people who can beat him. Fast. But Keiku Torai Bayansai's instant step is not weaker than his. Even if they compete in endurance, Keiku Torai Bayansai has the upper hand because of the strength of his own spiritual pressure. At this point, I can only subdue this crazy woman first. If the tiger doesn't show its power, I will be treated as a sick cat. Yamabuki Ditang turned around and took instant steps, holding the sword with both hands, increasing the speed to the extreme, and using high speed to kill the enemy. A trace of surprise flashed in Keiku Torai Bayansai's eyes, but it was only a trace. The battle of the god of death is a battle of spiritual pressure. There is an insurmountable mountain between the captain and the vice-captain. Keiku Torai Bayansai held the sword with both hands and chopped it down. The positions of the two were instantly exchanged, and the metallic sound of weapons colliding sounded in the air. Keiku Torai Bayansai was intact and turned back slowly. Yamabuki Ditang was fine too, but his whole arm was numb. Is this a little girl? I would believe you if you told me that this is a female demon. I can't beat it, I'm going to run away. I admit that I am a sick cat, meow. Yamabuki Ditang turned and ran, followed by Lukbayansai. Both of them were masters of instant step, and they could not do anything to each other for the time being. Kyunwoo woke up in a daze, her neck hurt so much. Why did my sister suddenly knock me out? Hey? Where's my sister? Kyunwoo asked. The driver burst into tears. The head of the family was willing to stay with the bandits to protect us. I'm going to go back and ask for help now. I'm ready, I'm going to speed up. Kyunwoo was anxious. Let me go back, I can help, I'm a member of the 13th Guardian. Before she finished speaking, a familiar figure rushed past her with a whoosh. Kyunwoo looked closely and was overjoyed. The figure turned out to be the instructor. The instructor is so powerful, he will definitely help me save my sister. Instructor. Here, instructor. Kyunwoo called out to Yamabuki Ditang loudly. Yamabuki Ditang appeared beside the carriage in an instant. Kyunwoo? You sound full of energy, have you recovered from your injuries? Return to the team tomorrow to continue training. Instructor, listen to me, my sister. Your sister? She's chasing me from behind. Let's not talk about it for now, if I don't leave, she'll kill me. Remember to return to the team tomorrow. Yamabuki Ditang said and hurriedly fled. The next second, Lukbayanzai fell from the sky and chopped down with a knife. The blade collided with the ground, and the sword pressure tore the earth, frightening the coachman and Kyunwoo pale. Sister, are you okay? So you are so powerful? Kyunwoo asked in surprise. Lukbayanzai showed a gentle smile in front of his sister again. Kyunwoo, go home first, sister has something to do. I'll find you in a while. She chased after him in an instant. Yamabuki Ditang looked at Lukbayanzai who was getting closer and closer, secretly anxious. No, if this goes on, he will be caught up. After all, his spiritual pressure is still not as good as the spiritual pressure of this female demon. He suddenly stopped and turned back to glare at Lukbayanzai. Since you are so aggressive, I can only use my sealed power. Come on. Let's have a real manly duel. Chapter 46, Captain. Help. Lukbayanzai landed not far from Yamabuki Ditang and looked at Yamabuki Ditang vigilantly. Why didn't this guy run away? Is there an ambush nearby? Yamabuki Ditang said indifferently, you should know that the Zanpakuto of the god of death has two forms. One is Shikai, which can obtain various powerful abilities. The other is Dkai, which is 5 to 10 times more powerful than Shikai. Kano Takuzai didn't understand why the man in front of her said these things to her. Yamabuki Ditang continued to say as if no one was around, as the strongest vice-captain of the Godi 13 in history, I have perfectly mastered Dkai. Girl, if you are still stubborn, I will use Dkai to deal with you. Kano Takuzai became alert. Yamabuki Ditang's strength is definitely not weak, but all the ones he encountered are monster level. If his strength is increased 5 times on this basis, it will be difficult to deal with him. In order to avoid people saying that I bully the little girl, let's have a fair fight. I will release a ghost way red smoke escape. When the thick smoke dissipates, we will fight to the death. Shanbuki Ditang looked at Lukbayanzai with an arrogant attitude, little girl, it's not too late to regret now. Once my ja is used, there will be blood. Come on. Lukbayanzai was not afraid, and his eyes were flashing with excitement. Killing ordinary people is indeed very beautiful, but killing strong people is more fulfilling. Lukbayanzai is ready. Even if the opponent has J, he may not be able to defeat him. Okay. Red smoke escape. Shanbuki Ditang pressed his hand on the ground, and a large amount of red smoke blocked the vision of both parties. Shanbuki Ditang's voice came from the red smoke escape, wait for the smoke to dissipate, let's do it at the same time, don't say I bully you. I will never sneak attack, listen carefully, I will never sneak attack. Lukbayanzai was alert all over. Is the opponent going to sneak attack? Then he took 2 steps back to guard the surroundings. Time passed by minute, and the smoke of the red smoke escape gradually dissipated. After Lu Kubayunzai saw the situation clearly. Hey? Where are the people? Where did they go? Lu Kubayunzai tilted his head. Why did they disappear? Where did Yamabuki Ditang go? Of course he ran away. He knew that he couldn't beat the opponent but still rushed forward foolishly. He was either a fool or the protagonist. I didn't expect this female demon to be so easy to deceive. It should be that all the nutrients were used for growth. Yamabuki Ditang smiled and moved towards the direction of the spirit court. The opponent should not be able to catch up at this distance. Suddenly, a sonic boom came from behind Yamabuki Ditang, followed by a sharp gust of wind. Yamabuki Ditang was frightened and hurriedly lowered his head. A knife passed by his scalp, and a tuft of hair on his head was wiped off. My hairstyle. Looking back, I saw Kakuto Bayansai standing behind me, panting, holding a knife in his hand and approaching step by step. Thanks to you, my instant step has been improved after experiencing the limit. Kakuto Bayansai panted, and his majestic chest rose and fell with his breathing, which was very spectacular. Yamabuki Ditang stared at the opponent's chest fiercely with the attitude of seeing as much as he could. It was an on-the-spot evolution again. He was obviously the son of destiny, so why was it not him who evolved on the spot? It's unscientific. And my hairstyle, the hairstyle that has been with me for 18 years. I died like this today. I will definitely avenge you if I have the chance in the future. You are the deputy captain of the 13th Guard Squad, but you lied. Kakuro Bayansai approached step by step, and Yamabuki Ditang's eyebrows jumped. Even rabbits bite when they are angry, let alone a sick cat like me. Since you force me, don't blame me for being rude. 66th Binding Technique, 6 Staff Light Prison. 77th Binding Technique, 5 Pillar Iron Piercing. 17th Binding Technique, 9 Star Binding. Kakuro Bansai probably didn't expect that the opponent's binding technique was so skillful. First, his body was fixed by 6 light blades, and then 5 iron pillars fell from the sky to press his body, and finally 9 black spiritual power balls appeared to control the movement of his body. A series of attacks caught Kakuro Bansai, the eldest lady, off guard, but that was all. She predicted that Yamabuki Ditang would attack in the next second. At that time, she would instantly break through these binding techniques and complete the counterattack. The power of the Ghost Way is proportional to the spiritual pressure of the user. The same is the 5 Dragons Rebirth, but the one released by Urahara Kisuk and the one released by Swollen are completely different levels. Although the binding way released by Yamabuki Ditang brought a little trouble to Kanoko Takuzai, it was just a little trouble. As long as the spiritual pressure is fully released, all the binding ways can be defeated. How could Yamabuki Ditang not know the difference in strength between himself and the opponent? He casually released a red smoke escape to confuse the opponent's vision, and then turned and ran. Hard steel? Impossible, impossible in this life. Kanoko Takuzai casually shattered the binding way and rushed towards Yamabuki Ditang again. Her instant step was upgraded to a higher level in the social death. Her speed was obviously faster than Yamabuki Ditang, and the distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer. At the critical moment, Yamabuki Ditang saw the spirit cord in front of her, and her spirit was shocked. Kanoko Takuzai's hand was about to touch Yamabuki Ditang, but she didn't know that the opponent's speed suddenly increased. In the crazy pursuit of the female demon, Yamabuki Ditang finally broke through the limit, and both his spiritual pressure and instant step were improved. The members of the patrolling Godi I-13 saw their chief staff running towards this side desperately from a distance. Look, the chief staff seems to be in a mess. Is there an enemy coming? A member asked in surprise, and called a few other people to watch. What nonsense are you talking about? What enemy? I think it's a couple flirting. Look at how beautiful the girl behind the chief staff is. Yes, yes. The chief staff hid it so well. We didn't even know that he had such a lovely girlfriend. But listen, is the chief staff calling for help? This kind of thing is very common. There is always one person calling for help between a man and a woman. You don't understand, kid. The old drivers all showed a mysterious smile. At this time, Yamabuki Ditang had disheveled hair and tattered clothes, looking more miserable than a beggar. Behind him, there was a crazy woman holding a big knife chasing him desperately. I should not have watched the fun earlier. If I hadn't watched the fun, I wouldn't have ended up like this. And those bastards who watched the fun, didn't they see your chief of staff being chased by the female demon? They were standing by and laughing non-stop? Wait until I have a free hand, and see how I can deal with you. Let you laugh. However, his spiritual pressure and physical strength have been completely exhausted. In comparison, Kakuto Bansai is like a monster with unlimited energy. Fortunately, he still has one last trick left. Captain! Help! Chapter 47, Yamamoto, I'm worried about this family. Yamamoto is practicing calligraphy in his room. He felt very empty during this period. He originally thought that his life would be very busy after he established the Godi I-13. But he didn't expect that what he had to do every day was to drink tea and practice calligraphy, and everyone's opportunities became less. Yamabuki Ditang has thought of everything he can and cannot think of for the time being, and is implementing it step by step. Just when he finished writing and drinking tea, a heart-wrenching voice came, Captain, help! I seem to have auditory hallucinations? Didn't Yamabuki go out to perform a mission? Why did I hear him shouting for help? Forget it, never mind, continue drinking tea. Yamabuki Ditang was exhausted by the chase. Why didn't the old man come out? If he doesn't come out, your deputy captain will be hacked to death. Yamabuki Ditang seized the opportunity and made a flash step. Rushed to the old man's room, where Yamamoto was drinking tea leisurely, he saw his deputy captain rushed in like a beggar, fell to the ground with a puff, and gasped for breath. Yamamoto looked at his deputy captain with a strange look. How could he be so embarrassed after a mission? Then, Kadori Bayansai rushed in with a knife. It turned out to be a fight. That's understandable. Stop right there, you dare to lie to me. Kadori Bayansai pointed the tip of the knife at Yamabuki Ditang. Sister, can't you grasp the point? Wasn't your original purpose to kill people to silence them? Yamabuki Ditang wailed, you made me look like a heartless man who deceived the girl. Sure enough, Yamamoto looked at himself with a strange look. Captain, listen to my explanation, it's not what you think. Help! Before Yamabuki Ditang finished speaking, Kadori Bayansai had already chopped him down with a knife. Yamamoto Shigakuni, you have changed. You watched me being hacked and did nothing. You are no longer my good captain. You are no longer my good buddy for life. Yamamoto took a sip from the teacup. It is so good to be young. Full of energy. Yamabuki is really something. Why not lie? A girl who doesn't lie. Now, she is coming with a knife to kill me? It is difficult for a judge to judge family affairs. I'd better pretend that I didn't see it. Captain Yamabuki, as a person who has experienced it, I advise you that men should be responsible. Yamamoto said solemnly. Responsible? Take responsibility. Yamabuki Ditang dodged the knife and yelled, you don't know what happened at all. Anyway, help me hold down that crazy woman. Yamabuki, this is your fault. How can I interfere in such a matter? You still have to solve it yourself. Yamamoto said with a shake of his head, and then he lowered his head and pretended to taste tea. Shikatori Bayansai swung his sword with one hand, slashing at him with the force of sweeping thousands of troops. Yamabuki Ditang had no choice but to jump onto the roof. Shikatori Bayansai followed and slashed down with his sword. Wait a minute. You two don't fight here, this is my room. Boom. With Shikatori Bayansai's unremitting efforts, half of the house was chopped down. Yamamoto held the broken teacup in his hand, and veins on his forehead were throbbing. You two little brats, calm down. Boom. The terrifying spiritual pressure burst out. 1 minute later, Yamabuki Ditang and Shikatori Bayansai knelt down in the ruins very obediently. Yamabuki Ditang told the story as quickly as possible. Yamamoto tried hard not to laugh out loud. How come you can encounter everything? You are so unlucky, aren't you? However, Yamamoto looked at Kadori Bakunsai. This girl is really powerful. Her strength is not inferior to Sato Immortal. If she can be absorbed into the Godai 13, she will definitely be a great help. Kadori Bakunsai, I have a general understanding of your situation. You like killing, but the education you received since childhood does not allow you to do that. Humph, what is education? The ultimate goal of education is to make people talented, not to restrain people. If the so-called education is used to restrain a person's nature and talent, then this kind of education is the most rubbish in the world. Kadori Bakunsai, I have seen your talent and strength. Throw away those useless things. Join our Godai 13, and you can release your nature to your heart's content. Yamamoto said solemnly. Kadori Bakunsai looked at Yamamoto quietly. When they were fighting just now, this uncle killed him in 30 seconds with a bare-handed sword. He couldn't beat him, he couldn't beat him. And what this uncle said makes sense. It is my nature to desire fighting and killing. Why should I use the so-called education I received later to restrict my nature and talent? Shikatori Bayansai nodded happily. If you can't beat them, just join them. Isn't that normal? Yamabuki Ditang looked at Yamamoto effortlessly persuading Shikatori Bayansai with a shocked face. I see. If you can't beat the other party, don't expect the other party to sit down and reason with you. Sure enough, no matter which world you are in, you must have absolute strength to gain the right to speak. You have to constantly improve your strength. By the way, Captain, I forgot to tell you one thing. We found a large number of corpses in the Kusaka district. All the corpses were stabbed. I guess someone is making trouble in Rukanga. Should we send someone to investigate? Yamabuki Ditang asked. No. Yamamoto refused directly, we don't have anyone to take care of those trivial matters now. As long as the other party doesn't do too much, we can turn a blind eye now. Yamabuki Ditang was not surprised by this answer. Ordinary residents of Rukanga are not life at all for the Soul Society. They are more like tools to maintain the balance of the three realms. During the Thousand-Year Blood War, the rise of the Quincy led to the massacre of Hollows in the real world. In order to maintain the balance between Soul Society and the real world, Kurotsuka Mayuri killed 26,000 people without authorization. Captain Yamamoto blamed Kurotsuka Mayuri after he found out, but did not impose any substantial punishment. In other words, he acquiesced to this matter. Yamamoto was even more ruthless 1,000 years ago. Not to mention those ordinary residents of Rukanga, when necessary, he could even abandon his comrades who had been with him day and night. It was because of this ruthlessness and determination that he was able to suppress the three realms and protect the peace of Soul Society for 1,000 years. Although Yamabuki Ditang felt a little regretful, this was the captain's decision, and he couldn't say anything. He didn't even know that the culprit of the massacre was approaching the Osrei Cho silently. You two go down and rest first, I'll call you when there's something. Yamamoto said. Yamabuki Ditang brought Kakuro Beinsai to the resting place and finally subdued this crazy woman. Chapter 48, Immovable like a Buddha, Moving like a Madman. At the same time, in the 69th district of Rukanga, the Soul Society also has spring, summer, autumn, and winter. It was March at this time, and the warm wind was particularly comfortable on people. Although the 69th district in the eastern part of Rukanga ranked relatively low and the public security was relatively chaotic, it was more or less better than the 80th district where all the people were evil. At least there were people who dared to do business here. For example, there is a very simple little shop on the roadside now, selling glutinous rice balls, fried glutinous rice balls wrapped in chili or sugar, which are very popular. The owner of the small shop is called Genjiro. He was a chef when he was alive. After his death, he came to Soul Society and continued his old business. For some reason, there are very few customers today. It has been a whole morning and the shop has not opened yet. Genjiro was dozing off on the side. At this moment, a girl's voice came from the door. Shopkeeper. Genjiro looked up and his eyes lit up. This is a very beautiful girl. She is not tall, with long black and soft hair, wearing a white kimono, and a gentle and pure smile on her face like the sun. Beauty is a scarce resource in any world. Genjiro didn't dare to look at it again after taking a look. This should be the daughter of a wealthy family. How could she come here? What would you like to eat? Genjiro asked. Glutinous rice balls. Add more chili. The girl's voice is also very gentle, and there is a certain magnetism. Just listening to her voice makes you feel healed. As Genjiro fried meatballs, he said, how could a girl like you come to such a chaotic place? This area is not peaceful, and there are often bandits. You are alone, what if you encounter them? By the way, what's your name? The girl's gentle smile did not change. She sat on the chair obediently and said in a gentle voice, Anohana. What a good name. I also had a daughter when I was alive, but my daughter was very fierce. After she got married, she often fought with her husband. Haha, now that I think about it, life was pretty good back then. Genjiro laughed. Anohana seemed to be thinking about something, and suddenly asked, Uncle, do you know the Soul Court? Of course I know. That's the core of this world. Alas, I thought I could get rid of the fate of being controlled after death, but I didn't know that it's the same whether I'm alive or dead. I was bullied when I was alive, and I'm still bullied when I'm dead. God has no eyes. What kind of world is this? Genjiro muttered while frying meatballs. By the way, do you know the Godai 13? I heard that it is a special army established by the nobles to protect them. If anyone can join the Godai 13, they can get the title of noble. Alas! If you ask me, it's better to live a leisurely life. Godai 13. I heard that everyone with some ability went there. Who doesn't want to fight for a good future? But I heard that the admission requirements are very strict, and most of us civilians were kicked back. I said, how could the position of nobles be given to us casually? Genjiro kept complaining. Anohana looked up at the warm sun. In other words, now the most powerful people in the entire Seoul society are concentrated in the Godai 13? Your glutinous rice balls are ready. Let's try my cooking skills. Genjiro said with a smile. Please help me put more chili. Anohana said with a smile. After spreading the seasoning, Anohana took a bite. The glutinous rice was crispy after being fried, and the hot chili was delicious. Genjiro brought another cup of tea. Girls like you should travel with a companion. It's too dangerous to travel alone. Genjiro said. Anohana just smiled but didn't answer. 2 strings of glutinous rice balls were quickly eaten. Anohana took out her purse to pay. Before she took out the money, a cloud of dust rose on the other side of the street. A dozen horse thieves rode fast horses and surrounded the small shop. Genjiro thought they were here to collect protection fees. Although he felt distressed, he still took out some of his savings to ensure safety. Who knew that the leader of the horse thieves didn't even look at Genjiro, but stared at Anohana. You are the one who killed my brother. The bandit leader pointed his spear at Anohana. Do you have a grudge? Anohana shook her head gently, looking as weak as a little white flower. Why did you kill him if there was no grudge? The bandit leader asked. Anohana said in a soft tone, it was just that I was a little unhappy at that time, and I wanted to kill someone to make myself happy. Although this group of bandits was extremely vicious, they had never encountered such an outrageous reason for killing. Then I want to have fun too. Chop this woman into meat paste. The bandit leader roared. Genjiro looked at a loss. He looked at Anohana, wanting the girl to run away quickly, but he was frightened by Anohana's expression. It was still the same expression. The gentleness, innocence, and sunshine on Anohana disappeared in an instant, and the icy eyes were left with endless indifference. That kind of indifference ignored everything, whether it was the enemy or it's me. Genjiro felt like he was falling into an ice cave. Who are these people? I should have thought of it long ago. A girl who dares to walk alone in this chaotic area must have something to rely on. These horse thieves can't understand what murderous intent is. But each of them was on pins and needles, and cold sweat soaked their clothes unconsciously. Obviously, the enemy was just a weak little girl, but no one dared to take a step forward. And the horses under their crotches kept retreating in fear. You, who are you? The horse thief leader didn't finish his words. His head had already flown out, and his mouth was still moving in the air. He didn't even realize that he was dead at that moment. Anohana held a zanpakuto in her hand. Obviously, her beauty had not changed at all, but these horse thieves were like facing an evil ghost. You, who are you? The knife flashed, and the body of the horse thief in the front was split in two, and both the man and the horse were cut off. My name is Anohana Yachiryu. The bandits regretted it. Although they were ignorant, they had heard that there was a devil-like woman in Rukanga. Sword of Death. Anohana. Yachiryu. Hurry. Run. Anohana looked at these people indifferently. Don't be stupid, you can't run away. The sword and blood flew together. The originally peaceful intersection turned into a purgatory on earth in an instant. Everyone was killed with one blow, and no one could stop her sword. After killing people, Anohana returned to the gentle mode and continued to take out the purse to pay the bill, but Genjiro had been scared away. Anohana could only put the money on the table, hoping that the boss would see it when he came back. You are so gentle. Chapter 49, Heart is high than the sky, life is thin than paper. Spirit Court. This is the dormitory of our Godi I-13. If you want to experience life here, you can stay here for a few days. Yamabuki Ditang introduced to Kanoko Takuzai, but a lady like you shouldn't need it, right? Kanoko Takuzai asked curiously, why can't I use it? Doesn't Kyunwoo live here too? She is just an ordinary team member. Of course, she must abide by the rules of the Godi I-13, but you are different. You have privileges. Yamabuki Ditang said. Privileges? Because I am a noble. No. Because you are strong enough. What can bring you privileges in the Godi I-13 is not status, but absolute power. You should have no problem getting a captain with your strength. Yamabuki Ditang said. Yamabuki Ditang was explaining the issue of privileges when a very annoying voice came from the side. What is the chief of staff doing? Is he in love? Isn't this the girl from the Kadori family? She has grown up so beautiful after not seeing her for a few years. Yamabuki Ditang's mood suddenly became very bad, but when he turned his head, he still put on a fake smile on his face. Who did I think it was? It turned out to be the head of the Tsuneyashiro family. By the way, why didn't I see you during the training during this period? Are you lazy? Tsuneyashiro Fuka laughed. I am the head of one of the 5 nobles. How can I train with those people? What's more, with my strength, can't I be a captain? Still need to train? Of course, I can't say that. I can't compare with those young men. After all, I have to manage a big family, which is very tiring. I can't squeeze out so much time. Tsuneyashiro Fuka had already found an excuse. Yamabuki Ditang said with a fake smile, if you neglect to exercise, you might lose your position as a reserve captain. Recently, many powerful people have joined the Godi I-13. Look at this one next to me, Kanoko Takuzai, I think you know her too. She is also running for the position of captain. Kanoko Takuzai had a question mark on his face. When did I say I wanted to run for the captain? Tsuneyashiro Fuka laughed at the little girl in front of him. Stop it, stop it. Let her run for the captain? What can she do? Feed the baby. Kanoko Takuzai's little face turned red, and he glared at Tsuneyashiro Fuka fiercely. After all, he was the patriarch of a great noble family. How could he say such vulgar words? Yamabuki Ditang flashed a sly smile in the corner of his eyes. You also know the rules of our Godi I-13. If you want to be elected as the captain, you must have strong enough strength. It doesn't matter your appearance or your background. How about you two fight? Just treat it as an early pre-selection. Tsuneyashiro Fuka smiled disdainfully. Kano Torai Bayanzai, go to the training ground and prepare. I'll ask him to come to you later. Yamabuki Ditang said. Kano Torai Bayanzai nodded obediently and went to the training ground to wait. After the little girl left, Yamabuki Ditang sighed and said, You don't understand my hardship. Since the establishment of the 13th Guardian Squad, there are nobles who want to take the back door every day. How can an upright person like me agree? But I'm embarrassed to refuse directly. Even this little girl is joining in the fun. It's just right that you are here. Please help me teach her a lesson and let her know what the sky is high and the earth is thick. By the way, you must not hurt her, otherwise I can't explain it. Tsuneyashiro Fuka smiled confidently. I see, I like to knock on newcomers the most, just leave it to me. I will definitely not hurt her, after all, she is an acquaintance. Tsuneyashiro Fuka came with a smug look on her face. To the training ground. Yamabuki Ditang counted silently in his heart. 1, 2, 3. Boom. It was as if a bomb was thrown into the training ground and it exploded directly. Tsuneyashiro Fuka was thrown out of the training ground like a broken sack. When Yamabuki Ditang went over, he found that Tsuneyashiro Fuka had been beaten to the point of foaming at the mouth and was dying. I told you that it's not good to go through the back door, but you just don't believe it. Yamabuki Ditang sighed and began to rescue her. After a while, Tsuneyashiro Fuka woke up, a little horrified. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? I only remember that when I just arrived at the training ground, a big knife chopped me over. Who was the sneak attack? So shameless? Ahem, Chief of Staff, that was definitely an accident just now. Let me go in again. Yamabuki Ditang hurriedly pulled the man back. The main thing was that if he went in again, whether he could come out intact would be another matter. Fenghua, in fact, the position of captain is not so easy to sit. Yamabuki Ditang said. His original intention was to tell Tsuneyashiro Fenghua that people should do what they can and retreat when they encounter difficulties. However, Tsuneyashiro Fenghua was already obsessed with the position of captain. Chief of Staff, I understand what you mean. I underestimated the enemy just now. I promise that this will not happen again. This time I will release my Zanpakuto as soon as I go in. This sword is passed down in my family. I'm going. Tsuneyashiro Fenghua was heroic and full of vigor. Come back quickly. I don't want to collect your body. Yamabuki Ditang reached out to pull Tsuneyashiro Fenghua, but he couldn't hold her back. At this time, a sneer came from the side. Yamabuki Ditang turned around and saw that it was Yan Yuanjinal. Good words can't persuade a damned ghost. This kind of person doesn't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Just let him go. Yan Yuanjinal said lightly. Uncle, why haven't I seen you these days? Yamabuki Ditang asked. The captain asked me to go to Yuanzijuku to train students. After all, you can't leave. Yan Yuanjinal said, but I may not be suitable for this kind of work. Every time I teach, these students vomit. Do you dare to tell me what you did to these students? Looking at Yamabuki Ditang's questioning eyes, Yan Yuanjinal said calmly, I just teach them how to cause the greatest damage to the enemy with the smallest amplitude every time I teach. Am I wrong? Isn't this a very normal teaching? It's true to say so. In order to let these students understand the human body, I also went to Rukong Street to catch a lot of gangsters and then dissected them bit by bit in class, so that these students can see more clearly and let them take notes. Isn't this normal? Yan Yuanjinal asked. This is already very abnormal, okay. Even the living devil is not as cruel as you. Using a living person for dissection. Not to mention these students, even if I were to take your class, I would probably vomit all over the floor. Uncle. Why don't I teach the students? It seems that you are not very good at it. Yamabuki Ditang said. The captain said the same thing. I really don't understand your thinking. This is obviously a good thing, alas. Yan Yuanjinal sighed. Chapter 50, Salary Payment. At this time, Tsuneyashiro Fuka had already arrived at the training ground. He didn't see clearly what happened just now, so he would never admit that he lost. This time he would exert his full strength right from the start. Yan Luo Jingdian is a very peculiar Zanpakuto, which has been passed down from ancient times in the Tsuneyashiro family. This sword does not have its own form, but can copy the shikai of other Zanpakuto, including bug-level Zanpakuto such as Ryujin Jaka and Jinghua Suijutsu. I already know what the strongest Zanpakuto in the world is. With this, I will definitely be able to become the captain. Everything in the universe will return to dust, Ryujin Jaka. Tsuneyashiro Fuka imitated Ryujin Jaka as soon as he saw Kadori Tokyunsai. But what he didn't know was that the reason why Ryujin Jaka was called the strongest Zanpakuto of the flame type was not because of how strong this sword was, but because the god of death who used this sword was the strongest god of death in 1,000 years. It was Yamamoto who made Ryujin Jaka, not Ryujin Jaka who made Yamamoto. It was obvious that Tsuneyashiro Fuka didn't understand this truth. He thought he was invincible with Ryujin Jaka. Yamabuki Toto was counting the seconds outside. 1, 2, 3. Boom! Tsuneyashiro Fuka was blasted out like a broken sack again, his eyes rolled back and he foamed at the mouth. Yamabuki Toto had no choice but to perform rescue again. It was forced to increase medical experience, really. When Tsuneyashiro Fuka woke up again, she was in a bad state. If you ask me, forget it. Yamabuki Ditang advised. He really wanted to do it for Tsuneyashiro Fuka. He knew very well what kind of crazy people the first generation of the Godai 13 were. Tsuneyashiro Fuka was indeed strong and was more than enough to be a vice-captain, but it was unnecessary to challenge the captain. There are 13 captains. I don't believe that Soul Society can find so many monsters. If there are not 13 people. Chief of Staff, can I take over? Tsuneyashiro Fuka held Yamabuki Ditang's hand tightly and said with hope on his face. Looking at the other party's extremely sincere eyes, Yamabuki Ditang really couldn't bear to refuse. After all, the establishment of the Godai 13 was a great achievement for this man. I'll try my best. After sending Tsuneyashiro Fuka away, Yan Yuanjinal said, the captain-in-chief means that the two of us will temporarily swap positions. You will be responsible for the training of students in Motoko Academy, and I will be responsible for the actual combat of the regular team members. No problem. But I may have to take a few people from you occasionally. Yamabuki Ditang looked at Tsuneyashiro's elegant and upright back with a very distressed look. It is a good thing for people to have dreams, but unfortunately. Yan Yuanjinal looked in the direction of the training ground and asked, the new little girl seems to be very strong. Of course she is strong. She chased me from Rukonga and chopped me all the way to the captain's office. I have the most say in how strong this female demon is. Like you, we are both reserve captains. We will be colleagues in the future, so let's communicate more. Yamabuki Ditang said weakly. I have been worried about this family. Shikatori Bayansai walked back from the training ground with a calm face, as if he had just done something insignificant. If he hadn't known the identity of the other party's noble, the first knife would have sent Tsuneyashiro Fuka to hell. Yamabuki Ditang expressed deep sympathy. He was also exhausted by this female demon. He wanted to go back and have a good rest. See you tomorrow. The next day. Yamabuki Ditang planned to sleep in, but before he had enough sleep, Quibyo Kojiro woke him up. Brother Yamabuki, are you awake? Quibyo Kojiro shouted. No. Don't disturb me to continue sleeping. Today is my shift to rest. Yamabuki Ditang said impatiently. Don't close your eyes, hold on, you get up first. Quibyo Kojiro grabbed Yamabuki Ditang's ear and asked him to get up. Finally, Yamabuki Ditang was annoyed and said impatiently, Boy, if you don't give me a reasonable explanation, I will let you know why the flowers are so red. Quibyo Kojiro said angrily, It's not me who called you, it's the captain who called you, saying, that the salary is paid. When Yamabuki Ditang heard about the salary, his eyes widened as big as copper bells. He worked hard for a month and finally got his salary. Why didn't you wake me up earlier? Yamabuki Ditang said with a complaining face. Quibyo Kojiro. Yamabuki Ditang put on his clothes as quickly as possible, and then came to the captain's office in an instant. Sure enough, all the captains and reserve captains, even Tsuneyashiro Fuka, came here to collect their salaries. You are from a noble family, are you still short of a few dollars? Shifunji Yuanchihiro. Yamamoto called Shifunji Yuanchihiro's name, and Shifunji Yuanchihiro came over with a smile to receive the salary. The salary was put in a white purse, which was heavy and looked not a small amount. Yamabuki Ditang was so excited. After all, I was also the vice-captain of the first team, and I was also the chief of staff of the Godi I-13 and the instructor of the newcomers. I did so much work, and the salary I got was definitely not less than that of these captains. This was my first pot of gold after coming to this world. It was really Takula. Sato is immortal. The captain called Sato's name again, and Sato also came up to receive the salary, which was also a full bag of money. Yanuanjanal. Although Yanuanjanal's salary was not as much as the above two captains, it was not a small amount. What's more, the Godi I-13 provided food and accommodation, which was enough to squander for a while. 2 captains and 1 reserve captain have received their salaries. It should be my turn next, right? Yamabuki Ditang thought excitedly. Kairanji Ten's hero. The captain called Kairanji Ten Shiro's name again. Yamabuki Ditang kept comforting himself. Although Kairanji Ten's hero came later than himself, he was still a technician. Now he was the only regular doctor in the Godi I-13. He should show some respect to him. Tsunaya Shiro Fuka. Hey? How come this bastard got paid before him? What happened? Calm down, calm down. Although Tsunaya Shiro Fuka was not a good person, he did contribute to the establishment of the Godi I-13. As one of the founders of the Godi I-13, he should be generous, generous. Feng Yuan. B. Yuan? Isn't that an ordinary team member? How come he is in front of me? Isn't that right? Well, I understand. The captain must have asked me to be selfless and deliberately put me behind. It must be like this. Calm down, Yamabuki Ditang stretched out his thumb and tapped his philtrum. He must be calm. The team members received their salaries one by one. Yamabuki Ditang looked at the purse in front of the captain and felt anxious. Quibu Kojiro. Although you are not old, it is not easy to be busy. Come and get your salary. Yamamoto said. Quibu Kojiro ran over happily. Thank you, Captain.